All right, hey everyone. Let me fix this. Started streaming. So let's close out of this. I have a couple of things I need to do today. Requiring them in game. Yeah, so requiring bot bays. You no longer need to send a bay configuration, just code a name and a hardware and a bay ID for fetching hardware. What else? For now, the bays can just be strings. I wanted to write something else down here. I don't remember what it was. I don't recall. Oh well. I don't think it matters too much because in the design, I think this'll come out. Oh yeah, that's right. One of the other things I got to do is commit the test code to a new branch so I don't have to keep ignoring it. Yeah. All right. Okay, so let's do that last part now. Also, I've done a new deploy. The cost of the game is now back to normal. So anyone who had an account no longer has an account. This is a small thing I actually have to check in. Tiny refactoring for a promise to make the duck then appear on its own line. Alright, so this stuff. I want to check this stuff in its own branch. Again, I kind of don't really know the best way to do this, and I don't think it's worth going and trying to figure out right now. It could be incredibly straightforward, but instead let's just copy paste these things over to here, and I'll make a new branch, and if it didn't work, then hey, I've got them right here. It's only 2 files. Even if I lost this stuff, I don't think it mattered too much. But yeah, I'm gonna go figure out how to do this. So how do I do this? Switch/checkout. Maybe just create branch. Branch. Race condition test. Does that work? Is that all I needed to do? Oh. Well, that's easy. How do I see what branch I'm in right now on this UI? Commit to master. Oh, I could have just committed to a new branch up here. Oh. So what does switch/checkout show? Branch, race condition test. I needed to switch to it. So now I can commit here? Oh, perfect. Okay. This code is incomplete. What should I say about this code? So it launches a bunch of test processes. Well, it would if I'd made it do that. Let's go fix that. Hey, Naruto. Yeah. Alright. So yeah, it launches a bunch of test processes, which are these things, which send requests to the server. I was working on testing the race condition that is present when creating a bot bay. I got it to the point where I could spawn multiple REST client processes and hammer the REST server. But what I should have done is spawn multiple REST servers. I want to save this code in a branch for now. So yeah, that's that. Okay, so let's do that. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch branches back to master. and we'll just forget we ever even wrote that code. So now if I go back to this file, yeah, this has been cleaned up. So the next thing to do here, there was some real code. Hey, Qua. Naro says, when Botland is released, how long will you guys update the game, and will you guys start developing another game later? So I'd like to update the game for as long as the game is monetarily viable. And will I start developing another game? That's really hard to say. So what a lot of studios might do is they might, if they're getting a lot of money, they might say, okay, we'll have a couple of people or a team of people on this, and then we'll start to work on another game. And that makes sense, because even if Botland is incredibly wildly successful and lasts 10 years, what do we do on year 11? You need an exit plan at some point. So it's hard for me to say when that would happen. I do expect it would happen at some point, assuming we're successful. So, but yeah, will it happen? I imagine so. And would it be something like a Botland 2, or would it be something totally different? I don't know about that. What I'm trying to concern myself with right now is just, how do I make Botland be the best game it'll be, and get everything off the ground? And there's a lot of work left to do there. So here's what I'm going to do here. We're going to compare this file with the next untitled tab, and then we're going to make the couple of changes that I need to make here, which were renaming variables. Actually, I want to do that. Yeah, let's rename port. Port should be REST server port. That didn't work. Darn it. No. Okay. Okay, I screwed that up. So, all right, good. That's at least not in a totally broken state. Let's try that again. So it was this one, this one, this one, and this one. REST server port. I like that change. Solo Slow IO says, Adam, why don't you use Visual Studio? Seems like a popular choice on Twitch. And yeah, I think chat kind of answered that. It's not, I don't think it's very popular for JavaScript. And either way, even if it were at this point, I'm not sure if I would use it, because I am very into my Sublime workflow. And I also don't think that there's much missing from this workflow. I think one of the things I find myself doing that could be nice to have is a go-to definition, or even just typing out variable names from other files. And other than that, maybe just a faster search would be nice. But I don't think there's too much else that's missing. But who knows? It's hard to know what it is you don't have, because it might not be something you're even aware you want. You are even aware that you want. So got an error, error.stack. So this is the co-error handler. We're going to put the error.stack here. So this stack is much more useful. This stack is actually useful. I'll say that. Then down here, the important change was this stuff. Editable Bay ID. Wait, this wasn't super important actually. Well, whatever. I guess I'll just change floating to research. So this is editable Bay ID, and then this is research. There, is that everything now? So now when I diff these two files, so we previously went up to line 208 with the diffing. Now it shouldn't be that much. Now it is to 162. Yeah, okay, good. So all of this test stuff we can ignore, because we're not going to check that in. So we can ignore that. This was just commenting out the test. Don't care about that. Don't care about commenting out that. That's a comment I just added. That's fine. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. And then this. This is curious. This, to me, means that I must have missed an instance of this. I did. Wow. I don't know how that's possible. How did I miss that? I must have hit Control K before. Okay, well, whatever. I think I fixed it. So let's go try this out now. The LT gulp rest test. All right, yeah, hopefully this works. Yeah, and one of the things to consider too is if I were to switch to anything else, let's say I switched to Visual Studio for some reason, I would probably still use Sublime. There are definitely uses for it, and even just for managing a to-do list, that's a use. All right, can't get this to like stay. Okay, there we go. So I'm happy with the state of the code right now. The state of the code I'm at least working with. We're about to keep trailblazing today. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to do. I finally remember. It was update today. Oh, I gotta sneeze. I couldn't sneeze. Also, I accidentally turned on my computer sound for a second. All right, well, whatever. All right, so I'm pretty sure I just looked over this. REST server ports changed. I added in a comment. I put in the error stack there. I modified floating to research. Yeah, so minor updates to the REST test. They're mostly, actually, I think they're all refactoring. They're mostly just refactoring that doesn't need to be commented on. Does your company have a name and or a site? What games did you guys make in the past? So the company's existed for about a month longer than the stream has existed. So are there any games we made in the past? No. Well, actually that's not true. We made... All right, let me see if I can show you this. And do we have a name? Yeah, the company name is Xtonomous LLC. So if you've ever seen the Twitter URL, how it says Xtonomous here, that is the company name, Xtonomous LLC. As far as the site, no. I wanted this to be similar to Minecraft in that gamers know about the Minecraft company, Mojang or Mohang or however, I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's Mojang. Gamers know about the company. If you ask, and I've asked people about this, this is something I've been trying to figure out. I said, hey, you know what company owns Minecraft now, right? And people mostly say, yeah, oh yeah, I know, it's Microsoft. I say, do you know who owned it before that? And they usually don't know. And then I tell them, like, you know, Minecraft made like a ton of money. So, yeah, I want to be like that, where nobody really cares about our company name. I don't think that's important. And I think it's not important when you have one game. I think once you start to have other games, like if you were to say, hey, I'm going to go buy that new Blizzard game, without even talking about the game, you all of a sudden have something in your mind about, I know the reputation of that company. I know whether or not I like those games, so I'm going to go buy one of those games. Most people, like I said, had never heard of the Minecraft company, so if you were to say, I'm going to go buy one of those games, it would be a very different case. So that's how I feel about that. Ophog is not actually Mojang. Okay, got it. Wasn't sure if it was an H or a Y. And like I said, I didn't know about the pronunciation. That's something that's very hard to figure out from just looking at the word. Yeah, Ophog is a game I made just on my own with a friend. It wasn't that same thing. Anyway, why I came to this blog is because there was kind of a game. It was called Path to VP. So I'll link this blog post to you guys. This is not the kind of game you could actually play. So yeah, I don't think this blog post is very long. This was something. Does this even work? All right, hang on a second. I want to make sure nothing bad shows up here. All right, yeah. Yeah, so this is a video I recorded. If this is going to load. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so this is the game, and this is a very different kind of game from what you might be used to. So this... Oh, I have sound on. Yeah. Anyway, you can take a look at the blog post. I thought it was an interesting idea. It's a very... yeah, you'll see. You'll see in the blog post. Okay, let's update some things now. So that is done. Commit to a new branch. Modifying the code is done. And then updating today. What was my job before Botland? So I'm not sharing what the actual job was. Like, I'm not saying it was a company X, but I was a game developer there. So I was a... Yeah, I think that's it. That's all I'll really share there. All right, help command. So today, Adam is back to working on bot bays. while that's true, Adam, I'm going to make it more specific. Adam is making it so that game servers now require the, how do I say this? Adam's making it so that game servers now require you to use the bot bays that you'd configured. All right, and then we just update the last updated. There, let me make sure I typed that right. Nope, you guys did that too. Okay, cool. So Adam's making it so that game servers now require you to use the bot bays that you'd configured. Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about yesterday. Let me see if I can show this really fast. So if I launch a whole bunch of stuff here. All right. So what you currently have, this is going to take some time to start. I'm going to close these tabs while that's working. So I don't need this stuff anymore because I committed this. I shouldn't need this either, or these, or, well, these random thoughts are going to be helpful. And I don't need that. So I'm going to put these random thoughts into here. And I updated today. I don't need that. This is something I don't know if I want to keep. Let's just say DB stuff. All right. So yeah, the game started. Right now, and I've said this a lot, so you guys can just kind of zone out if you've heard this before. I'll try to make it fast. Right now, the way that the game works is you configure a bot on the fly. So you can have a very reactionary way of dealing with the hardware of your bot, missiles, landmines, whatever. So if you say, I want to test out landmines, you find out it's not working, you just get rid of it and change it with melee or something like that. What we're changing to is this. You will configure your bays before you even enter the game. So if you have a lasers and missiles bot and you need a lasers and missiles bot, great. If you have a setup like this, let's delete this one and put this one into artillery 3, I don't know, regen 3. Imagine if these are your 3 bots and all of a sudden you're like, I need landmines. Too bad. That's pretty much it. Too bad. Like you can't do it in the game. So this is part of a strategy game. There's some strategy that happens outside of a game server, but it's still strategy. You want to figure out what is the meta game. And I think the biggest corollary, the biggest comparison I can make is card games. Before you even entered a match with someone, imagine if you're playing Magic the Gathering. Before you've even sat down at the table, you already made your deck. You've already decided what strategy do I want. Do I want lasers and missiles? Do I want a bunch of green cards? Do I want a bunch of big creatures? Then in the game, you make different decisions based on what deck you've created. So it's the same way here. You create your deck, so to speak, beforehand. And then in the game, you can make certain decisions based on that. So that's what I'll be working on today. I hate Dutch on. Will you stop streaming Botland when it releases, or will there be a stream when you're working on an update? I would very much like to continue to stream Botland. Part of the issue, so there's a lot of stuff you guys don't see because it's off stream. For example, this to-do list that I have here, well, this is like, it's called PS because it stands for post-stream. I try to take care of this every day. Well, yesterday, for example, that took, I don't know, half an hour or an hour. People link me things throughout the day, and I want to go read articles. I want to look at whatever other things people send to me. I follow up with certain people. Once the game is released, those tasks are going to like blow up. They're just going to blow completely out of proportion, where it's like, this bug is something I need to fix immediately. This thing is something that needs more attention. This server went down, look into why that happened. So streaming I think will be a little bit harder, but I'd still like to do it. So I'll see how that works, but I'll know more information later. Also, I see it's a triple follow, but I only see 1 follower. Well, thank you for following, Batman. Not sure why it said triple follow. And hey, Pettermaster. Alright, so here we are. We've finally made it to this. After joining a game, you should only be able to use bot bays that you've configured. So the game server needs to fetch your bays when you join. It should probably do this right after authenticating them so that it's still async, but it's all one logical set of actions. Yeah, and then I'll say store the bays in the player. So I'll store references to bays in the player object. But yeah, So I think make a shared class. Yeah, for a bot bay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Dutchon says, how did you get the idea to make Botland? It was about 5 years ago that I was just sitting around. I had just made it to Washington State, and I don't remember exactly what I was thinking, but I thought, I wonder what it'd be like to make an RPG. Oh, I know what I was thinking now. I remember. I was playing Diablo 2. And Diablo 2 had a big problem even 5 years ago. It's gotten even worse since then because not many people are playing it, where bots have ruled the game. There is no way you're probably going to grind to level 99 without the help of a bot, even if it's not your own bot. So the way this works in Diablo 2 right now is there's a bot that'll go make a game, it'll go seek out the bosses, it'll kill the bosses, it'll pick up all the best items, and it'll go make a new game. So you basically are just along for the ride. Well, I thought Diablo 2 is a game that was super fun for people to play, and now people with bots are kind of ruining the game. I'm not going to go into more about whether or not that part's true about them ruining the game, but I thought, what if there was a game where everyone could bot? And that's where I came up with the idea of Botland, and yeah, that's how that happened. Hey, Nasimiko, your birthday's coming up. I'm gonna not be streaming on your birthday, but I'll hopefully remember to wish you happy birthday tomorrow for it. So make a shared class for BotBay. This should contain ID, code, name, hardware, config, basically the stuff that's in the database. Serialization function, deserialization function. So store references to base in the player object, and then serialize the base to the owner and no one else. Hey, Spurtman. Okay. So this is the infrastructure of this. This should be very doable. Like, it's straightforward. But then I think things get a little bit tougher. Yeah, I think this is a good first step. At first, I could just require that your hardware loadouts match your base, then make buttons to load your various bays and prevent editing. This means it really shouldn't even be Blockly when I prevent editing. Yeah, maybe they're just text inputs. Text outputs, I'll say. That's kind of silly. Bave KT says, what did you do for a job before working on the game full time? So I worked as a game developer, and I saved up some money. My wife also has a job, so even though I'm not making money from this, I should still be able to do it for at least another year. Alright, so it's this. You no longer need to send a bay configuration. Ah, yes, that. Alright, so when telling the server what you want to deploy, you send a bay ID required, and then optionally name/code. For now, the name and the code is also required though. Alright, so I think I can get rid of this stuff. Yep. Great, cool. And maybe I put these inventory thoughts over here. Are you modifying your floating bay? If so, its current hardware is considered to be part of your inventory. I don't know if I want to put random thoughts anywhere else then. Alright, well, I think we just start working on this now. I should be at a clean state, no code, outstanding. Yeah, good. That is true. Alright. So let's start this. The game server needs to fetch your bays when you join. It should probably do this right after authenticating so that it's still async, but it's all one logical set of actions. So that all happens here. And more specifically, it happens in this function. So player join game. Well, actually, no, it's not here. It's here. Connect user if they have a pre-beta account. So this is what calls into get user by token. Then we need to fetch the bot bays as well. Now, I believe that this is going to get the user details back. Yes, it does. So we need to change this a little bit, or cram their bot bays into the user details. All right, let's do that. User details. So cram bot bays into their details. I don't know. Maybe that's not the best idea. But either way, right now, what I need to do is this. To do fetch their bot base. So I have the server REST client, and I have fetch user, what did I call this? Get user by token. Get user by token. Okay, great, there it is. So I need to just get their bots. Let me open this up. I see you fixed the mod point bug. Yeah, I fixed that actually the day after I noticed it was happening. So mods were making something like 5 times the normal amount of points. The other thing I just updated last night that I wanted to get done for a while was if you go to wiki.bot.land, actually you don't need to do that. You can just type bang commands in chat. Let me do that. There we go. Okay, yeah. So I filled out a couple of commands that you guys had that you probably already knew about. Gift, lunch BRB, points help. Maybe that was it. I don't know. I could just look at the history, but it's not that important. All right, here we go. So I'm going to do get super token. This should work. Good. And now what user was I logging in as? Who am I over here? Let me just join the game and find out. I am Adam. Okay, great. So Adam is user ID 1. So when we say get bots for user, we're getting user ID 1's bots. And we get back this. All right, cool. So this is what the server is now going to get back. Let's make that happen. So I don't think I have anything about getting bots. Yes, I don't. So get bots for user. Why does this take in an auth token? Ah, that was the user's auth token. Okay, get bots for user, user ID. I think that's all we need to do here. Oh, see you, Void Dreamer. Superman. Who am I? I am Adam. What I meant is, well, actually, it's the same reason you have the. Let me make sure this isn't going to do anything stupid. Yeah, you have the who am I command on most OSs. Because you forget who you're logged in as. All right, so it's pretty similar to this function. Let's just copy paste this for now and then modify it. And as we go through, we'll find out what's necessary and what's unnecessary. So there is the get bots API URL, which is this URL. It is users/1/bots. So users/1/bots. Okay, good. Next, hitting URL. Yep, that looks good. So we fetch a token, get the response. This is actually kind of stupid. We should have a way of doing this as a class, but I'll do that later. Yeah, one of the... So I noticed there was an Oddshot link. You guys, this is not that funny actually, but I showed this to my wife last night and she got a chuckle out of it. The latest tweet here. Wait, no, not that. The second latest tweet here. My computer is going like very slowly right now. Let's see if I can link this in the chat. Yeah. This happened at 9:30 yesterday morning. And it immediately was turned into an Oddshot. So now I know what it's like to be a real streamer and have your life on the internet. So fetch super token, we get the response, we hit this API. I don't think it takes any arguments, it doesn't, and that's it. Then we get a response back. So the response contains bot base in the body. So we can just say return resp.body.botbase. That's it. That's all we need to do. Otherwise, we throw the response as an error. All right, cool. Yeah, I like Oddshots too right now. I know there's some controversy in other games where Oddshot is not providing revenue to the streamer, and that's changing. I've read about all this stuff. Since I have no revenue either way right now, I'm pretty neutral about this. Hey, Panda. Okay, I think this is all I need to do. Let's try to use this. So what we have here is we can say return this.rest client.getBots for user, user details.id. Now there's one other thing I need to do here. See, I need their user details, and I guess I could do this. Let user details equals null. User details response. Hey, smooth dog. Tom Ado. What do I want to call this? DB user? Yeah, DB user. Alright, so let's save this off. And then fetch their bot base. And then duplicate this code. So now DB user turns into bot base. And now we can just save this off here. We can just say bot base. Whoops, that's not how I want to capitalize that. Bot base equals bot base. Okay, what's going on with my computer right now? Why is this so slow? 47% isn't bad. Oh, Chrome is using a lot. All right, let's just hit the home button here. That should make Chrome stop using so much. It's still at 7%. Something's wrong. Something is wrong. What's going on here? It's Flash. Can't tell you how annoying that is. All right, let me. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Darth Maul says, "Wouldn't you need curly braces at the end of statements?" So I'll put this on screen over here. I don't need curly braces at the end of statements. I need them at the end of block expressions, and I have them here actually. So this is a function body. It's an arrow function, which is ES6 syntax. I can go into this more if you want me to. And yeah, this is JavaScript ES6. See a lot of .then function calling in your code. Is that from a framework? That's from promises. So I highly advise reading about promises so that you don't hear a watered down explanation from me. Wow, I don't know why I search this stuff and just imagine that it thinks I mean JavaScript. This is actually a pretty good thing to read to find out about promises. And hey, Wouter. Okay, so the issue here is that Flash is taking up 11% of my CPU, and I have nothing obviously Flash running. So I'm going to refresh this page, chat, and we're going to find out what happens. So let's see. CPU went down to 0. Look at that. So this page, which is just chat and a video preview that wasn't even showing, was apparently taking 10% of my CPU. Man, that's annoying. I want to pause this. I can't even pause this. Got to load an ad or something. Come on. This is why my computer is slow. You disabled my Flash virus. Okay, I can't pause this. This button does nothing. Run Firebug and delete it. I'm worried that Flash is still going to be running in the background somewhere. I guess I could try to do that. Because this could be controlled by some external controller that's already running at this point. And by deleting this div, all I'm doing is not seeing it, but it would still run in the background. But it is kind of weird that this isn't even loading. Whoa. Whoa, bad news. Video quality pop-out player. Like, what is going on right now? Pop-out player. All I want to do is, oh, there we go. Finally. All right, there. Now I can pause this. Good. And now hopefully it's not taking a whole lot of CPU. 2%. Well, whatever. We can live with that. I just don't want things to be laggy. Let me put this back over here. Hey, Raging Slippers. What did you link, Spurman? Oh. Okay. All right, so I think we're good. We have now stored off the user details. So we get rid of this and we say return user details. All right, good. Now, Now the very important part of player join game should now have all of the bot bays. So let's do this. Stringify user details. We just save that, and then we go into here and restart the server. Now what happened to... Yeah, here we go. So here's what should happen. We're going to connect. We see all of our bot bays. So just remember just overarching things like lasers and missiles, cloaking, and artillery. Those things. All right, great. When I hit join game, all of that should print on the server here. So I hit join game, and we should see... Actually, let me just take this out of here. It's probably there because I see things about cosmetics. Oh, come on. Let me copy paste this. All right, there we go. So now we join all of these lines. All right, yeah. So here's everything we got back from the server. And we can see that our bot bays have indeed been put in here. So that's good. And sure, there's some weird spacing issues, but that's because I copy pasted from the console, not because this is how the data actually is. So I think this is pretty good. Now I just need to store these in the player object. So I need to go make a class called BotBay that keeps track of most of this stuff. I'm gonna have to do that. What do you use for your hosting? So I have a web host, and then I have like a VM host. My web host is just some cheapo thing I found online that I don't even think is worth telling you the name of. I could, but it's not. It's like a restaurant you go to and you think is okay. You wouldn't really refer someone else to it, but it's not like I'm trying to hide it. And then what do I use for the VM hosting? That's Azure. So for you to actually go and play the game right now, first of all, it would cost loyalty points. I just made that change yesterday. It used to be free for like 2 or 3 weeks. But anyway, this server, play.bot.land, this is on Azure. So when I hit connect here and then join, this is like the live server right now. And just no one happens to be playing. Oh well. Digit says, I'm thinking about using Linux for a year. I don't know if you're saying you're thinking about trying it for a year or you've been thinking about trying it for a year, but either way, I'd say just dual boot, install it, see if you like it. So I'm going to make the BotBay class now. We have shared player. This is eventually going to share, it's going to store BotBays as well. I wonder if I should serialize that inside the player object. I think it makes sense. There's no serialize function here? Oh, right, it's game server that has serialize. Player.js. Yeah, here we go. So I could store, you only need to know BotBays for your own person. I guess they could be stored in your player object. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. So I think I put these in the shared player. All right, let's do this then. Shared player.js. We're just going to save this as botbay.js. Then we rename everything to BotBay and get rid of most of this stuff. So params are going to be, what did I say? ID, code, name, hardware config. So at the very least, we need ID and hardware slot configuration. What else? Name and code. Yeah. All right. Then let's save all this stuff off. I'm gonna just delete all of this. This.id equals ID, name, and then code. What am I missing? Try this for chat. So Panda, I like having the whole dashboard here. Really, all I want to see when it comes to chat is chat and then the number of people currently watching. I wonder, does this have this? Because I know there's a better way to just look at chat. This is probably that way. Yeah. This is much better. But then I can't see the number of people watching. Yeah, I should look into this. Because this UI is... Anyway, I'll write this after the stream. Look into whether I should just use this for chat. Alright, then what else did I miss from chat? Hey, Xdoc. Everything go good yesterday? Kind of. And yeah, I use better Twitch TV. It kind of went well. There was one part that I got stuck on, and I'm gonna come back to it probably in a couple of weeks, actually. Anyway, yeah, let's move on. So I have botbay.js. I've saved this stuff off. We can delete all of this. I don't really care about that. And then, yeah. Okay, good. So now I have the shared botbay. Now I will also need a client version of this and a server version of this. So let's go into server player.js. Save this as botbay.js. Import botbay from botbay. I really call this server bot. Alright, fine. Whatever. So these are going to take the same parameters as before. Hardware, slot configuration. Let's just copy this entire thing. Or let's copy none of that thing and just do this. And do super. I think this will work. I think there's precedent for me doing this. Let's try it. This takes a long time. Raging Slippers, what is that for? 80,000? Roger says, I learned some very basic Java in school today, then ate 2 chocolate muffins, 2 massive chocolate cookies, and drank. What is this, the Hungry Hungry Caterpillar? Or the Very Hungry Caterpillar? Oh darn it, now I gotta look that up. Very hungry, yeah, it's very hungry. That's, I don't know what to say about that. That's a lot of calories. Alright, let's do this. What do I type to play the game again? Well, Xdoc, now it costs the right amount of points. So you probably don't have that many points. It is, so if you go to bot.land/prebeta, you'll find out how many points it costs for each day. And today it's 90 points. So I know you got an account yesterday. Because all the accounts that people got yesterday were free, I just reset them all. But I'm going to run a giveaway sometime, probably at about 11 a.m. Oh, chat. Okay. So let's just get rid of all this. No, we can keep this. Let's put that there for now. So we have server botbay, and this is going to need a serialize function. And then we're going to need a deserialize function, static deserialize, serialize botbay. Is that even worth doing though? No, I don't think it's worth putting this here. I think it would be, I'll need to see how this works. Because, yeah, botbays are only ever sent to one person. A botbay is only ever sent to the owner. For all other cases, we just send individual bots across. Walshy says, so when we buy this time, they'll not reset for the 3rd time? No, they reset every Sunday, no matter what. And I'm on the west coast of the US, so it is currently 9:42 for me. So I should have just said how many minutes it would be from now. It's about an hour and a half from now. I'll run the giveaway, I think. So long as I remember. Okay, so botbay is only ever sent to the owner. For all other cases, we just send individual bots across. All right, and then I think it's probably not worth making a client class yet. So what did I write here? Make a shared class for botbay. So this is where we need to inject this into the player. So when we say connection manager, player join game, we finally get a player object here. Now, if the player didn't exist, we need to give them their botbays. So give them, construct their botbays for them. Hey, Miki. Haven't seen you here before. All right, so constructing their botbays, we want the ID, the hardware config, the name, and then code. So this is going to be a tiny bit of a problem. I mean, not entirely. I could make a, how do I want to do this? I'll just say this. Construct bot base for player user details. Yeah, let's do that. So this dot construct bot base for player, taking the player, we taking the user details, and then we go up to that function. Whoops, construct bot base for player. So how do I want to do this? We go through each of their bot base. Const bot base equals user details dot bot base. We go through each one. Const bot base. And this is going to be these are, well, this is an array of objects from the database. How does it feel to be behind on my schedule? All right. So in order to use this, I need to go get the bot bay object. So we're going to get this from here. No, we're not. We're going to get it from bot bay. I don't know if that's right. Let's go take a look. Yep, there it is. Okay, great. That was easy. So now that we have the bot bay, we can say const id equals botbay.id, hardware, a serialized hardware config equals botbay.hardwareconfig. I believe that's how this looks, right? Yeah. Then name, and we don't have code yet. Name equals botbay.name. So then the actual hardware config, hardware slot configuration equals, we need to go grab this. This actually really shouldn't even be done here. Hardware slot configuration. So this is going to be from shared client and game server hardware slot configuration. And then this has a deserialize function, which I'm going to need to use. So let's go take that, deserialize the serialized version of that. All right, now this needs to exist. There's no way that this shouldn't exist because it should have been validated. But let's say it didn't. Then what happens? I have no idea. Because none of this path could have errored before, and now it finally can. I'm not sure. I'll need to put just an assert here for now. Assert util.exist. Do I even have assert here? I do. Assert util.exist, hardware slot configuration. The hardware slot configuration did not deserialize serialized hardware config. Okay, so to do eventually figure out a proper error path for this. For right now, well, yeah. Did I miss something in chat? No. All right, eventually figure out a proper error path for this. This shouldn't happen because we're getting the bot bays from the REST server, which we trust. So they should always be valid. But then again, you don't know. Maybe something changed names or who knows what. So that's fine. Then, actually, this is the DB bot bay. So this should be, no, that's not what I pressed. DB bot base. Let's do that. Hey, Splinty. All right, so now we can make the real bot bay. We can say bot bay equals new bot bay ID. What are the arguments here? Hardware slot config name and code. So ID, hardware slot configuration, name, and code is just going to be null, I guess. and then shared player.js. Actually, we can save all of these at once. Const game bot base. This is an array of bot bay objects. So we save this off, and then on here we push bot bay. Finally, we do player.set bot bays game bot base. All right, so that part, let's put that into shared player.js. I don't actually know where I want this to go eventually. Bot bays. So to do this function may not belong here. Figure out if it's going to be server only. So let's do that. But then how do I want to save bot bays? It could be by ID. Is that necessary? You'll only ever have up to 8. So even if I didn't store them by ID and I did a search for them, it'd be like an O of n search where n is always a maximum of 8. Storing them by ID probably makes more sense though. So let's just do that. This dot bot bays equals this. So the bot bays that this player has access to, all deployed bots. I'm not gonna write that. All right, so then keys are a number. So this is number to bot bay. Keys number values bot bay object. The ID of the bay. All right, great. So then here we just iterate over all these things. Bot bays. Yeah, great, fair, live. And we say this dot bot bays, bot bay dot. I'm gonna write functions in here to get these things because I think it's pretty good to do this. That way I can find any instances of this stuff anywhere in the code. Those are the ones I'm gonna use for now. So let's just put those there. So we can say const ID. Actually, we don't even need to do that. I can just say get ID here equals bot bay. All right, there we have it. Now, since this is a set, I should probably clear the ones that were there before, or just make sure that they're empty. I think this is fine for now. So in Connection Manager, here's what we have as our logic. So we go through everything we got from the database, which is bot bays. We take, and that looks like this. So we take out the ID, the hardware config, and the name. And the hardware config is just a string. So first we need to deserialize it. We make sure it deserialized here, although we don't have proper error handling if it doesn't. And then if it did deserialize, we can make the bot bay, push it to an array, and then later set that that player has those bot bays. So that's pretty good, I think. Why did you use a let statement there instead of just saying I equals 0? So in JavaScript, if you have a function and you say I equals 0, this will be global. So if I said something like this, so if imagine program 1 calls bar and then foo, this will be an error. Now imagine program 2 says foo and then bar, this prints 0. So you typically, and hey Hecko, you don't want to make things globals, and in fact it's considered a code correctness issue that you probably shouldn't be spewing things into the global scope. Now there's one other tiny little point there, which is that if you have use strict on, you can't write this code. This will not be valid. So because you're not allowed to save things in the global scope without explicitly doing so. That way you can't write mistakes like this. So and I can explain that more if you want me to. I don't know if that explanation makes sense already or if you want me to talk about that more. All right, so we have construct bot bays for player. Now that they have this, where do we serialize the player? Hopefully after this. Send all existing players to the connecting player. Perfect. That's perfect. So check this out. Here's what we can do. We just need to go modify the serialization logic, and then we should have this on the client. So after writing all of the serialization code for a bot bay and for the player, we should automatically get this information on the client. So botbay.js first needs to have serialize written. So we can just say return ID, this dot ID, name, this dot name, code, this dot code, and then hardware slot config, hardware config, this dot hardware slot configuration dot serialize. That's the only part that's kind of strange. Maybe I should leave that serialized so that if you ever need to get it, I don't need to call this function again. No, that's a pre-optimization that could be dangerous. So I'll just say this, const serialize slot config equals all of this code, and then we just take the serialized slot config there, put this here, and we're done. So now this represents a bot bay. Great. Now we should have a deserialized function. Probably in here. Serialized bot bay. Oh, but this is only ever done on the client. This is only ever called from the client. That's, I don't know if that's a good assumption to make here then. I like having the deserialized function in one place. Yeah, I shouldn't make any assumptions there. Let's see. Hecko says, is this only in JavaScript? Yeah, it is. Why does everyone use foo and bar as example code? What do those words even mean? So typically it's not a great idea to use foo and bar as in example code because you can come up with more descriptive meanings. But when I am writing things out quickly, I'll still do it. It basically only indicates that the name of this function does not matter, nor does the functionality of this function matter. It's whatever's pointed out that will matter. So if you wrote something like function connect to database, and the only thing I was trying to show you is, hey, look, you can return values from here, like return 5. You'd say, wait, why is this called connect to database? Is that something I want to do here? And you get thrown off by the detail that I happen to include. So you just put foo instead, and now this is totally reasonable to anyone who's looked at example code. Like, oh, the name of this function doesn't matter. What they're trying to show me is just this code in here, or maybe the structure of a function in JavaScript. But yeah, if you're ever writing a blog post and you want to show off example code, you should probably try to write the smallest possible reasonable thing. Like I could write sum x, y, return x plus y. This hardly complicates the code, but this is a real function that's obvious what it does. It adds 2 numbers, so it's called sum, makes sense, takes 2 arguments. And this might make a little more sense than just putting function foo x, y. All right. Now, what I wrote here is I've got to write the serialization parts of these. So I have started to write it for this. Here is the serialized function. So in the deserialized function, we need to say return new. Now this is going to be the wrong kind of bot bay. So it's, well, anyway, let's write this, I guess. Serialize bot bay.id. This needs to know how to deserialize a hardware configuration. Import hardware, let me just get this from here. Hardware slot configuration. And this is where I should probably be doing things a little bit differently. So I'm going to look at this code at the end and we're going to figure out how I can improve this, because that's what I like to do before every commit. So I can say const hardware slot configuration equals this dot deserialize serialize bot bay dot hardware config. Great. So now I have that, and it takes in these 3 things, and then in name we say serialize bot bay dot name and serialize bot bay dot code. All right, there we go. So now I can get rid of this too. So this is now serializable, but it's not stored in the player object yet. Not on serialization, it isn't. So I need to go into gameserverplayer.js, and on serializing to the network, if it is your own player, we're going to add in the bot bays. Serialize player.botbays equals, and now this is an array, so I need to do this in a slightly different way. Serialize bot bays equals this for, can't even iterate over things in this way. I could make it an object. Yeah, I could do that. Then I could say for let bay ID in this dot bot base serialized bot base bay ID equals this dot bot base bay ID dot serialized. Yeah. Okay, let's test this out before I get any further, because there's a lot to do here. Okay, here we go. Here's the test. Oh no, I screwed this up. All right, hang on a sec. Let me repeat this. All right, I gotta be very careful about how I test this, because I won't have this information more than once. So let's figure out the one place where I have it, which is a very good question, because I'm not totally sure where this is. So when we send a player object, we say serialize to network here. Player entered arena. Where do we use this thing? It's in one of two places. And I found it in neither of those places. I think I know what's happening here. There's pub/sub topics coming from somewhere in here. This, and then player entered arena must pub/sub something out. Pub/sub topic equals player entered arena. So then where is this used if not in either of these two classes? Oh, perhaps in the arena. Yes, what a stupid way of doing things. We received a, oh, that's not that bad, I guess. Received a player object. If is my player, set my player. Here, so player entered arena. This is where I need to put a breakpoint. Let's go into client arena. Where is this? Java arena. Yep. Player entered arena. I put a breakpoint right here, and now we try this out. I hit connect. Hit join game, hope that nothing crashes. Good so far. Does serialized player contain the bot bays? No, it doesn't. Oh wait, no, that's actually fine. It's when it's my player, it should contain the, wait a second, what? Name Adam. No, this is wrong. It's all wrong. Something's wrong here. So here, if is your player equals true, I should have printed that. But anyway, then the serialized bot base. So this might mean that there are no bot bays. Let's put console.log serializing bay ID plus bay ID. I'll just say it's serializing all bot bays now. I don't know if this is gonna work. First of all, what's even going on here? Oh, this crashed a long time ago. Parse error, unexpected token. This can't happen. So this didn't happen. So we just move on like it didn't happen. That's very strange because this happened in a lot of places. Actually, I crashed all of these. Wow. JS transform. Unexpected token. Right curly brace. So much for Gulp Plumber. Man, how did I break this? I gotta figure out, so unexpected token on line 15, but in what file? Whatever came after botbay.js apparently. Or, oh, it probably was botbay.js. Oh, I know what caused this. This is stupid. I gotta rerun this, which I can't even do from right now. Gulp server watch, or maybe just watch. Alright, let's take a look. Gulp server watch, yeah. I shouldn't have broken. I gotta write that down as a bug. Bug Gulp server watch broke when I had invalid JavaScript. The plumber should catch that. Adam, is that good code you write in your files? So, okay, the way that I typically code, and I think this is worth clarifying here, is that I'll just spew a whole bunch of stuff out after having designed it on a basic level. So my design on the basic level was over here. Like I'm going to make a shared class. I know roughly what's in it. I'm going to have a serialization and deserialization. Then I go write it all. I try to make it much better when I go to commit it. And then if I haven't made it better and I still feel like something's wrong, I add it as a to-do item for later. So this is that whole programming is a balancing act thing. My most important goal right now is this February 8th one, which is to figure out, how long was that a typo for? Anyway, to figure out, is this fun? All of this stuff. You can't figure out if something is fun on paper. You can't figure out if it's fun by only having half of it complete. I need to just code all of this and then say, is it good? Do I like it? So I'm kind of putting off all of this other stuff for right now. And hopefully that doesn't necessarily mean a dip in code quality, but if it temporarily does, then I'm okay with that for right now. So I think this is fixed. It's very hard to tell. Cannot find module hardware slot configuration. This is actually, I know what this is. We got to search for this. You even upgraded your chatbot. You've been awfully busy. Echo, when did you last stop by? You said, do chatbots support command outputs through private messages instead of typing them in chat? Yeah, they could do that, yeah. Okay, it's right here. This is a bug. Because it doesn't need that or that. Yeah, that was the issue. But that's the kind of thing that should have been caught by... Okay, fine. Oh, last year. Wow. Okay, I think this should be working now. Let's try it out. I haven't modified the client, so the breakpoint should be in the same place. So, ignore this. Wait, unexpected token illegal. Main is not defined. Oh, man. You gotta be kidding me here. Did this trigger? Oh, it did. All right, never mind. That's normal. Refreshing the page should fix that then. Good, it did. All right, so player entered arena. We're gonna hit this 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't care about any of those because those were AI players. So AI players have been created in the game, and I guess your player has been too. Then I hit connect, and we'll hit this for real when I hit join game. Good, and now this should contain your bots. Bot bays, perfect. Lasers, missiles, cloaking. Yep, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Wonderful. I'd say it was around when you first started testing if you could spawn bots on your playing field. Whoa, really? That was a long time ago. That was like, it's like October time frame, I think. Wow. Also, there's a car alarm going off outside. I should probably take a quick look at that. Hang on a second. Just your friendly neighborhood murderers. Leisure Time with Geeks says, hey, new to the chat. Might have missed it in your panels, but what language are you working in? I am using JavaScript. It is more specifically ECMAScript 6. Someone is stealing your car. Oh, just nothing to worry about. It happens every day. Okay, so since this worked, I'm on to the next part here, which is I guess deserializing it on the client. I want to do that separately, I think. No, maybe I don't. How do you search the whole directory for files? Which hotkeys? On Windows, it's Control-Shift-F. On Mac, it's Command-Shift-F. And I have a very crazy search string here. So I want to search all of my Botland code, but nothing that's in node modules, and nothing that's in the vendor code, and then nothing that's in the logs folders. or in this dist folder, and then none of these extensions. So it takes a very long time to search. So if I were to search for just update, let's say, nothing is showing up right now. You see that? And then finally, there we go. We have the results. Does it say how long it took? No, it doesn't. Well, anyway, I don't like how long that takes, but I don't know how I can fix that. Because it only had to search 300 files. So, whatever. It's not terrible. Platinum says, been here since day one. Haven't had the time to watch a lot, though. Hey, Platinum Wolf. Yeah, I'm surprised at the number of people who are still here who have been around since like the first or second week. So thanks for the support, everyone. And for those who don't know, the stream started on September 8th of just last year. So it's been, 4 months? And I had only streamed one thing before that. I think I had a total of like 12 or 18 viewers, unique viewers. At any given time, I had like one person watching, I think. So that was it. How are you searching the files themselves? Like you can switch between files. Oh, that is Control P. So you can press Control P. This will search through anything that's in your project or anything that's open as a tab right now. So if I want to go to the connection manager, I could type conman, and there I am at the connection manager. And then just hit enter and I'm at the file. And then Control R will go to any functions in it. So if I want to go check out the, I don't know, some pre-beta function, I can just go to it that way. You can combine the two as well as if you want. So you can hit Control P and then type conman and then an @ symbol and then any functions you want to go to, and you can go specifically to a function from another file entirely, but that's not very useful. All right. So just deserializing this on the other side, that is something for player to do, but it's something that might be happening in kind of a weird place. So let's go to client main, received a player object. Yeah, received a player. And then this calls into received my player, which is here. So how do we deserialize player objects then? Not here apparently. Maybe here? Create player. Yeah, that's how. Well, that's not great. And I think I even wrote this in here in gameserverplayer.js. I think I wrote, make sure whatever you add here is being set in the player constructor. Do I want to do this? Do I? Params. Is it even considered a parameter? I don't know. I'm going to have to look at this. So let's put these two things next to each other and just close out of a million of these things. I don't need this anymore, or that, or that. So we return a serialized player. This is going to be, I guess, all of the different parameters that we have. So we will get this in here. So if I were to rerun this entire experiment, well, I don't even need to do that. I can just see right here, create player, serialized player. That's actually not here. What is this doing? In the player depot. Does this call into the... Indeed. What is this doing? Ah, I went to the wrong class. Follow is yep, that is true, Hecko. But it's only since I had the bot running, I think. Actually, maybe it's not. I'm not sure. Wow, yeah. Okay, no, it's not since I had the bot. It's just the follow age of that person. Because, yeah, Platinum Wolf has been following for 4 months and 5 days. The only way for that to be possible is if... watch. Number of days since 9/8/15. Oh, that was already one of my searches I did. It's kind of... So this should be... The answer to this should be 4 months and 5 days. 4 months and 4 days. Okay, well, whatever. Close enough. Who knows what happened. Yeah, I think it's since you followed the channel. That's something that PhantomBot is doing, and that's not code that I wrote. That's why I wasn't sure about that. But yeah, it appears to be that. Okay, so create player, we have the serialized player in here, and then we call into the super function here. Okay, so it doesn't really totally matter where we put this. We could deserialize bot bays, though, and put them in, too. Only if they exist. They don't necessarily exist. I guess buffs always exist. Is that true? Yeah, it always exists. But the bot bays only exist if it's your player. I don't know. I think the player code, it's all deserialized a bit strangely. So then the question becomes, where do I want to do this? Because I have player entered arena. And if it's your player, then I say set my player. I guess this could do the extra deserialization, or I could just check this in here. Set my player. I'm going to do it here. It doesn't make sense to do it anywhere else. Do I have util in here? I don't. Oh, goodness. Okay, so fine. Import star as util from util. Then in here, what I do is I say const serialized bot base equals serialized player dot bot base. If util dot exists serialized bot base, then we deserialize them. So for serialized bot base, say const serialized bot base equals that. And then I want to deserialize it. So I need to get the botbay class. This is client code. Yeah, I guess I can do this. Botbay. Alright. Deserialize botbay equals botbay.deserialize. And finally, we say const botbase equals this. Now this will, I'll say this will exist even if it's an empty array. So no matter what, we're going to get in this code. Then we get botbase as this. We say botbase.push deserialize botbay. And finally, we call player.set botbase. Now, that is actually wrong. That's not how we do this. We do this way. Oh, wait, no, we do take it in an array. Oh. But this is not serialized correctly. No, this isn't serialized correctly. In here, it's an object. Botbase is an object of 1, 6, and 7. It just needs to be an array. We're passing extraneous information. Not extraneous, duplicated. It's necessary, it's just duplicated. Joe says, and this is what makes a game. Wait, did I miss something? Joe, I'm not sure what you're responding to. But if you're talking about what it is that I'm doing, yes, this is all part of making a game. Wait, did I? Mr. Silvermatch just said, util.exists serialized buff. Oh, thank you. Bug found. I appreciate that. Okay, so then the only thing I screwed up here, besides that typo, is serialized. This should not be an object. This should be an array. So all we do is we push the serialized bay. And actually what I want to do here is, I guess, put this way. Serialized bot bay. Serialized bot bay equals that. Push that. Get rid of this stuff. In fact, I could do this one slightly different way. I don't know if this is better code or not, but okay, so I could try that. Is this still running? It is. It worked. So then the only thing I need to fix, actually that's it. Now my player object should have this thing in it. All right, then yeah, I'm gonna go get water after that. T-shirt. If only. Alright, did this work? Yeah, alright, let's test it out now. So I believe the client code has changed a little bit, so I'm probably going to need to put breakpoints in different spots, or at least delete the ones that I'd had there. Let's take a look. So yeah, I don't care about this one. But something weird happened. I don't have a breakpoint in here. And I need one here? Yeah, here. Okay, great. So now I join the game. This breaks in. And now we should see serialized player.botBase is 3 objects. Great. And those are set correctly. Good. So now when I deserialize these, let's make sure that that code works correctly. This should exist. Good. We iterate over them. There should be a string, or an object, I mean, that has a string in it. Good. And then we should deserialize this correctly. So perfect. And we have the hardware slots of exactly what we needed. So lasers tier 1, and then I believe missiles tier 2. Yeah, okay, missiles tier 2. I didn't actually remember the number there. And then we call in the set bot base. So when I hit the play button here, this should just work totally fine. Yeah, okay. And now we can verify this by doing one other thing. How do I do this though? Debug main dot player depot dot my player dot bot base. Perfect. That is 100% what I needed to happen. So we're off to a great start today. So then the only other thing is clean up the code and commit. So bot bays are now serialized from the game server. Well, are now fetched by the game server and then serialized to the owning client. Adam, with Python, can you access a variable from another file which is in a function? For example, variable 1 equals. So it doesn't work that way. You need to export it from Python. So let me go find some Python code that I've written. Decode Python Pokemon. Alright, because I haven't done this in a while, so we're going to go find out how I do this. Main.py. Import G. G is my global thing. This is all bad code, by the way. I just want to see how this worked. So I set a bunch of globals in there. Do I have anything else like map? Class map. So in main, when I import map, this is map.map. Okay, so yeah, here's how this works. Anything in the global scope in Python. So if you said something like global x equals 5 or class foo def init self whatever pass. So this is going to be like module.py, some module.py. And then in your other thing, so like main.py, you can say import some module, and then you can say foo equals some module.foo. So does that make sense? And you could say print some module.globalx. I'll just put this in the paste bin. And by the way, I'm not totally sure if this is correct, but I think it is. Put this on for one day. You export the file then? You can say what you've exported in Python, I'm pretty sure, if you want to be explicit about it. But if you don't, I think it's just everything that was in the top level scope. Don't you think you lose too much time with those notes? I mean, you should keep notes, but only like important stuff, not something you need to do in the next 5 minutes, like you did with cleanup code and commit. So the reason I wrote that is because I'm about to go get water and then heat up this heating pad. And that's a minute and a half where I could forget what I was doing. And it only takes a few seconds to write out. But yeah, I think there could be a point where note taking just becomes extra process. I think for me it works. No, I mean import. Sorry, import the file. Yeah. You can do file import from file import function. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go heat this up again because I need water and I need heat. Basic human needs. I'll be back in like 30 seconds or something. That thing is still in the microwave. And yeah, Skynet, I could understand that it definitely looks like a lot, possibly too much. But when I don't take notes, I end up getting lost sometimes, forgetting what I was working on. All right, so now we're at the cleanup and commit part. There were enough modifications where there's almost definitely something I can do better. So let's find out what we've got here. So in create player, we deserialize their bays there. I think this should be a different function. Deserialize bot bays. This is something that, like, I could do this here. I could say this dot deserialize bot bays. Whoops, deserialize bot bays. So I could do this, and I could say just take in the player and the serialized player, or just the serialized player even. And if it contains the bot bays, then fine. But I don't know if that's a good idea. Set bot bays. Yeah, I think I want to make this a function. I'll just call it this. We will take in the player and then, yeah. All right. And now this is everything that we need here. So if this doesn't exist, then we can just return. That way over here we don't need to indent this as far. Oh, and Skynet, I didn't take any of what you said as sass or anything. So no, I think it's a valid question. And yeah, Splinty, Tortoise Git is an interface on Windows for Git. And if you want to know what Git is, I can tell you about that. So yeah, Git is just a kind of source control. I would call it a repository. So it's a code repository. Git can be hosted anywhere. So GitHub is one of the most popular hosts that people use, which is for repos. You might go online and you see an open source project. That's GitHub, but that's just one host for Git. You can host Git locally if you want. I happen to be sourcing it from a different service called Bitbucket, which is just another source control host. And the reason I do that is so that I don't just have a copy of the code on my machine. I would absolutely hate to have to recode all of this because I just lost the code. That would be really, really annoying. In fact, I don't know what would happen if that were the case, which is why I have like 3 different backups of this. Actually, more than that, probably. All right, so here, deserialize. This is now deserialize and set. So deserializes a player's bot bays if they have any, and sets them in the player object. It doesn't return anything. So yeah, this is only intended, this only has an effect if on your own player object, since that's the only time you are sent the bot bays. Yeah, I think that's good. And then I think this function is pretty straightforward. We take a bay, we deserialize it, we push it into this. In fact, this is where using the more functional programming things of just .map is probably a better way of doing this stuff. I wonder if I should start structuring things that way. Let me take a look. If I had function deserialize some string, and all I did was return parse int on the string, and then I said that I have a list of these strings, so a equals 5, 4, 6, and I said a.map deserialize. Can I do that? Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's actually probably a much nicer way of writing this. So basically, I could have rewritten all of this code as just const bot bays equals serialize bot bays dot map botbay.deserialize. Yeah. Let's try that out. I think that's a much cleaner implementation of this. So let's rerun this. Ooh. Yeah, I end up saving my code to my like a cloud thing that's not Git, so that it's like that's one copy of my backup. I have it on an external hard drive, and then I have the Git repository itself. Yeah, I screwed this up. So let's do this, player and serialize player. Or I could just have this pass in the bot base. Set bot base. Yeah, I could do this. That makes this much better. So let's take in serialize bot base. Yeah, okay, let's try that out. So then this will run immediately. This part is going to take some time. And unfortunately, it's not even really needed. But I have to wait for it. All right, let's test this out. So I press connect. I press join game. And now I should have my bot base. I do. Perfect. Okay. Well, I think this is a neater way of writing the function, so we got rid of like 7 lines of code. I should really probably make this change in other spots too. In fact, I'm going to write that down because I'm going to forget that. Change how I do simple deserialization so that I make use of map. That changed into this. Yeah. All right. So I can delete all of that code now. And then check to see if I'm happier with what resulted. So import stars util. Am I using util? I am. I'm deserializing the bot base. I don't need these extra lines here. Maybe just one. Yeah, that's good. All right. So code 1 out of 7 complete. Now let's check for 2 out of 7. User details equals null. So we get the user. We save their details. We get the bots. We inject that into the details, and then we return that. So now we've gotten all of that. Now construct bot base for player is something that I haven't commented yet. This will take the database response for bot bays and turn them into bot bay objects. So the player is an actual player object. This is a database object representing the user, and then it returns nothing, I'm pretty sure. No, nothing. Yeah. All right, so this is an array of objects from the database. This is an array of bot bay objects. We iterate over each database object, and we say, we get the ID, the hardware config name, we deserialize that, we make a bot bay out of it, we push it, and we set the bot bays. Pretty straightforward, I guess. And set them in the, actually, should this set them? Maybe it shouldn't. Also, actually, oh man, I don't know what to do about this. Hang on a second. There's a game design question that is lurking here. All right, so here's the scenario. You make a bot bay that has lasers 1. How about this? You edit your research bay so that it has lasers 1. You join a game. The game says, I see your lasers 1 bot and nothing else. So all you can use is the lasers 1 bot. All right, so far this makes sense. I'm totally fine with this. Now you disconnect and go create another bot with missiles 1. You reconnect to the original game, something you probably shouldn't even be allowed to do. The game will not let you use missiles 1. Yeah, actually that's, yeah, I like how this is working. This is how this should work. Okay, I need to go get that heating back. I'll be right back. Make sure I don't drop this time. Alright. This thing sucks. Alright. Yeah, so I need to stop this from happening. I'm going to write this down explicitly in here. We only do this if they're a new player. Otherwise, they may have left/rejoin the game in order to update their bot base, which is not allowed. Alright, I think this is fine. Let's go take a look at the code now. So I already looked through all the deserialization there. I think that's fine. Oh, console.log, that's not allowed. Get rid of that. That's why we look through the code. Yep, perfect. Okay. I think that's fine. Alright, so that's 2 out of 7. 3 out of 7 is here. This is, let's go take a look at this directly in the player object. Wait, where is this? This is game server player. Game server player.js. So it's this code. So we take in the serial, we get their bot base, we go through each one, and we serialize it. And push it here, and then store that in the object. Yeah, that's fine. And that's it, that's all that changed there. So we're 3 out of 7 is done. Server, REST client, get base, get bots. I think I should change this to get bot base for user. Yeah, I'd rather do that. Get bot base for user. Get bots for user. Yeah. Fetches all bot base for a particular user. Alright, cool. So we go to the URL that lets us fetch it. We log that we're going to that URL, get a super token so that we're allowed to do this. Then we go get their bot base. That's it. Done. Super simple. 4 out of 7 complete. This is 5 out of 7. Alright, so set bot base is only ever done on the client. Is that even a true assumption? I don't think so. Because I believe the connection manager calls set bot base. Yes, it does. Aha! So we are okay keeping this here. Yeah. So it sets a player's bot base to the given base. So this takes in an array of bot base. And then we iterate over it and set it in the object. Hey, the original Pepper. Yeah, so this is a pretty simple function. And I already commented what bot bays are up there. So we're good there. There are only 2 more things, and these are the bot bay classes. So I need to write some comments here. This represents a bot bay on the server. At the very least, it needs a... I don't even need to write that. I don't think there's too much to this class right now. It doesn't make use of constants. It doesn't make use of util, so I can delete these things. Then there's the shared bot bay class. So this represents a sort of template that for what a player is allowed to deploy. It is typically okay, so the information is sourced from the central server. Where the user would have configured their bot base. Yeah, okay, so let's comment what these things are. This is a number. the Bayes ID as represented in the database. Hardware slot configuration is actually a hardware slot configuration. Name is a string, and code is a optional string for right now. And this deserializes a Bay, get ID and get name. I'm just gonna write the simple, this returns a number, and this returns a string. There. Okay, that's everything. So let's test this one more time. I'm gonna start the server again. We're going to make a change to the last file that I'd updated here, this one. That way the client gets updated too. Refresh, oh, I can't refresh that. Stop. Where's the client page here? Yeah, here. So I gotta wait for this to finish building. Then I can comment this, I guess. So the game server now fetches a user's bot Bayes from the REST server, then saves them into the player object, then serializes them across to the connecting client. The client does not make use of this information yet. I can type. Yet. It is simply stored in the player object on the client for now. All right, here comes the test. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna connect, join game, check our player object. We got our 3 bot Bayes. Now we're gonna do this again. I'm gonna connect, but I'm gonna change one of these, and it should not get reflected. So I delete this, and then I change this to something completely different. So melee 1, commit. Now when I join the game, and I look at my bot Bayes, I still have the artillery bot Bay that I had before. So the only way for that to be totally different is if I logged in as a different account. So let's say I log in as Adam2, and I make a Bay of something, let's just make something I've never made before. Landmines 1, melee 1, and teleport 2. Update. And then I join the game. And now, all of a sudden, I have my landmines melee teleport bot. Let's take a look. There's landmines level 1, there's melee level 1, and there is teleport level 2. Perfect. Yeah, cool. So as far as I'm concerned, that was a very smooth 1 hour. Nice. All right, now there's some annoying things to do, which is, so that part's done. Change how I do simple, I'm gonna do this later actually. This is the annoying part. Gulp server watch broke when I had invalid JavaScript. I don't know how it broke, but we're about to figure out how I could have prevented this. So my invalid JavaScript, I had something typed out here like foo 5 g5, whatever. I hit save and now this thing breaks. Yeah, it did. That shouldn't have happened. Unexpected number. So I totally understand why this is happening. It doesn't, this is not syntactically correct. However, my gulp file should have caught that. Like I pass in plumber at first, and then any errors that occur, unless JSX doesn't know how to handle errors. Gulp JSX. What's on my right shoulder? Oh, this is a heating pad. I hurt my back actually like 2 months ago, and then a week or two ago it started flaring up again. I had to take some days off of streaming, and so my doctor said to use a heating pad. So this is the strap so that I happen to be pressing it against the chair so that I don't need to have the strap on. So if you want to see a video of me being a moron trying to put this on yesterday, you can find that video right here. When you say serialize, what exactly do you mean? I've only ever talked about serializing when I was learning Java. So serializing is basically taking one format. So you might have something like hardware, lasers, or something like this. I don't know. taking something from one format and putting it into another. So I could say something like this: lasers level 1, and maybe I've got another one of these with like missiles level 2. So I take an object that looks like this and I turn it into a format of lasers 1, missiles 2. Now, why would you do something like this? It might be that I'm saving bandwidth, for example. So in this case, I totally am. If I were to send this across the network, I have a whole lot of sort of, they're not really control flow, but they're data structures here. And then I also have the word hardware, the ID is duplicated, level is duplicated. So I've now changed it into this string. So if I were to take this entire thing and just consolidate it into the smallest possible representation as a string, that alone would be 59 characters, whereas this is 22. So I've saved roughly like 65% of the space just by doing that. But then there's going to be processing time in deserializing it. So what I could also do is I could compress this or something, or come up with a better way of representing this. So lasers could be represented by the number 1 and missiles could be represented by 2. And then all of a sudden I've saved like 90% of the space that I've used. So just changing things into a different format so I can send it over the network. Keyword is pretty cool. What model is it? It is this. Its purpose is not to save characters, not serialization. That's not serialization's purpose. That's part of my purpose in using it, though. Anyway, how do I fix this? That's the part I'm wondering about. JSX transform. So it has no error handler. Oh wait, options and other usage information. Here we go. What is this? Uses given pattern for unknown tags. All I want is for this thing to handle errors better. And I thought that's what the plumber was for up here. We say got an error. So how did this thing print out? It just says error. Where's this coming from? ESPrima is the one throwing the error, but that shouldn't matter. None of that should matter. At some point, this should be coming from my code. And it's not. What do I do? What do I do at this point? I don't think it's as simple as just doing this. But I'm going to try it, because if it is as simple as doing that, then that'd be great. Let's go into the game server and run watch. Actually, I'm going to change this. Let's go into the gulp file. We'll make it just watch that one file in shared. So let's get rid of this stuff. Oops, no, that's not where I get rid of it. I get rid of it here. Get rid of that and sure, that stuff. All right, now we run watch. I wonder if this doesn't work, how would I even fix this? Because I don't want this interrupting the gulp task. Is it just me, or is dealing with local storage and session storage in IE 11 par for the course in dealing with IE at all? What are your issues, Void Dreamer? Oh, whoa, what? Bot base succeeded? That's not possible. I have this code here, though. What? Weird. So if I save this file, oh, I'm in the game server version of this. Darn it, I screwed that up. Okay, let's run this back. Let's just do this. I'll just make one string here. We'll say it is ./source/botbay.js. So there's exactly one thing that this is going to watch. Will it error? Because right now it is not syntactically correct. I just threw some garbage in here. It did error out. No, I don't want it to do that. Maybe if I just yell no at this long enough, it'll just fix itself. All right, well, it says unexpected number. So that's fine. I want to catch this error though. Call catch thrown error. Seems to be more of a hassle than other browsers. Is it the same interface though? I thought it was just local storage dot something equals something. So if this talks about Gulp Plumber, you have to catch the error event on the stream emitting it. In Node, if something emits an error event and nobody is listening, it turns it into a throw. Adding on error listener. Okay, I thought, all right, let's just try it. Fine. On error function error console.error got an error from JSX. All right, let's try that. Nope, that didn't work. Because yeah, I don't know what to do here. Gulp JSX catch error. Don't crash on syntax error. This is open like a year ago. The transform should be wrapped in a try catch. Okay. Wonder if there's a stream way of doing that. Gulp try catch closure. Enclose JS files content with the try catch statement. No, that's not good. That's not what I want. I don't want this to totally screw up the stream though. How do I do this? Is there a Gulp Plumber way of doing this? Prevent pipe breaking caused by errors from Gulp plugins. Remove standard on error handler on error event, which unpipe stream on error by default. This just removes that error handler and puts something else on here. Gulp needs a plugin to try catch. No, it doesn't. I just so Spearman, the plugin that I looked at was, well, originally was if you had code like this, console.log high, what it would do is it would wrap, it would put it inside of a try catch, presumably to console.log the error or something like that. I don't know. So that's what the plugin I looked at would do. It just wrapped your code in a try catch, which is not what I wanted. What I want is just for this to not break the stream. And I could put this entire thing inside of a try catch, but by that point it would be too late. I need to restart the task. And the whole point of this is not wanting to restart it. So I don't know if there's a way to do this. Gulp try catch stream. Watch stops on errors. Prevent errors from breaking and crashing. To me, your swallow error function should look like this. This dot emit end. You know, this is a big waste of time. And I think the best way of doing this would be maybe to write my own stream function that would take in everything JSX would. And if this thing failed, would just raise an error event. The problem is I'm not totally sure how to do that. So let's go take a look at node modules, gulp, JSX, index.js. So they import from lib.jsx. Okay, good. So this is it? Wow. So return through. This is their export. It's a function that returns through. File encoding next. Wonder if I could write my own that does this better. This dot push file next. This dot push What is the this in here? Huh. I'm actually not sure. And the only two places it's used is here. I wonder, okay, let's try writing my own thing for this. I'm not totally sure how I do this. Writing a gulp plugin. Let's just take a look. That way I can get some information on what these arguments are. Sample gulp file, incremental builds, want to contribute. Probably not exactly that way. Making a plugin. Here we go. See documentation. So writing a plugin. Essential do's and don'ts. Guidelines, a must read. Should not do something that can easily be done with an existing one. Should do one thing and do it well. Should do things that other plugins are responsible for. Must be tested. This is if you're making a plugin that people are going to end up using, and not just me. Just use Gulp Plumber. So I'm using Gulp Plumber already. I'm not. So what I think is happening is there are two different ways in a Gulp stream of showing that you have an error. One is emitting an error event, and then the second is throwing an error. So I think all Gulp Plumber does is going to handle the emitting an error event, which is not what JSX is doing. It's throwing an error. So I need something that's going to catch it and then continue the stream with a regular error handler. So that was, I believe, do I still have this open? Yeah, this. How to catch errors without stopping gulp.watch. Wait, no, this is not the JSX thing that I found. Darn it, I don't remember where it was. Yeah, it was this. Don't crash on syntax error. Throws at syntax error, which crashes all gulp tasks, including watchers. Wait, added a commit. They apparently fixed this. What? Wait a sec. When was this done? October 2015. So yeah, how old is this? Oh, maybe I just don't have the updated version of this. Well, not like I run into that problem a million times a week. All right, what do I have? Gulp JSX more .. package.json. So Gulp JSX is 2.0.0. What are they up to now? 2.0.1. Well, there's a slim chance that this actually got... Whatever, let's try it. Worth a shot. Changes to 2.0.1 and then npm install dash save gulp JSX at 2.0.1. In fact, I shouldn't have modified this here. I should do this. Let me try that out. Many Alpaca says, hi, just joined the stream. Can you show me the game so far or explain what it is? So yeah, Spurman linked the video. I think that's a good intro to the game. It's a stream solving gulp problems. There's a bug in Gulp JSX that causes crashing. You can find a pull request in the repo that fixes it though. Yeah, and the other thing I could do too is just fix it myself, I guess. I want to see if this worked. Let's go take a look. Oops, not run. Let's watch. Does this work? Nope. Alright, well, let's take a look at their pull request then. No more crashing on syntax error and buffer. Files change 1. All I did is put this in try catch. Oh man. Alright, what file is this? lib.js. Oh, it's the only file. So it's this. But then how do I guess I only run the watch on my own machine. Kind of stupid that I would even need to do this. Alright, well I guess I just put this here. Get rid of all these pluses. And then I'm done. Okay, let's try that now. Yeah, alright, that's how this should work. Alright, let me give you a point, Max Chillax. So this is a problem still, because why did they not want this in their plugin? Why was this not incorporated into the code? If I search for jsx.js, wait, what? No write CB, what was that thing? No write CB in transform class. Got an error, okay, that's fine. So then if I were to fix this, everything would work totally alright, right? Save, yep, cool, it's working. I type in a syntax error. It gives me a ton of errors, but at least it doesn't crash the stream. Stupid, just stupid. One whole point. No, so points that I give for helping out is somewhere between like 1 and 3 usually. Points I give for finding bugs are usually between like 2 and 6. And points don't mean anything anyway, so it's all arbitrary. Last indexed on October 3rd. Alright, so what I wanted to see is their main file. Where is that? Let's just go look at their code. I want to see if they'd updated it in here. It says 8 months ago, so I don't think that's possible. Yeah, it's not. They didn't update it. Huh. Strange. So then what do I do when I want to... like let's say I wiped out my computer and I did an npm install. This is going to be an issue again. I don't know. Remember when doing programming, you usually don't assume that your toolchain is buggy? Not the case with JS. I'm laughing at chat and the whole points thing. Alright. I'm not sure what to do. So problem, in order to fix JSX, I needed to manually modify its code. So what happens if I were to try building on another machine? I need to apply the same fix. So solutions, one is just comment this somewhere and deal with it later. 2 is come up with a way for me to version my own gulp JSX. 3, wrap gulp JSX in my own stream that try/catches. Heard a rumor that if you reach 1 whole year of chat time, you start winning golden points. Yep. Alright, so I'm inclined to do solution 1, which is just ignore this because the likelihood of me running into this again is pretty low, and when I do, it's copy paste some code to fix it. But I just don't like that solution because it's not a long-term thing. I don't know how I would even do number 2 here, which is version my own gulp JSX. Either I make a public repository or wait a second. Is there a way to clone a repository with a pull request at the same time? Oh. Apparently I can. How do I search this person's repositories? Gulp JSX. Updated on October 7th. Yeah, this person's lib has it. I can just point this at... I could do that. Aha! Fork gulp.jsx repo in GitHub. Apply your fix as a commit and use the repo's SSH URL. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, Max Chillax. Except this guy already did that. So I could take that. Although, as soon as this person fixes it so that they steal all my code, then that's a problem. So, I should do that. I think the procrastination solution is best. And then original Pepper linked a video. Points don't matter compilation. I feel like that a lot of the time here. Okay, so I like the solution by Max Chillax. That's another point for Max Chillax. The points don't matter, but Max Chillax is winning. So I want to take their main repo. Although actually, you know what I could do here? I could just, no, I'm going to take the main repo. I apparently trusted that. So let's go back to there. Gulp.jsx. Let's fork this. So now I have my own version of this. And now I make a commit to this. Can I just change this online? Oh, you can! Nice! This is super cool. Alright, let's go change it to whatever this is. Yeah, good. Now can I diff this before I preview changes? Yep, put a try catcher on this. Added a try catch as was done in this person's repository. Yeah. That way I don't crash gulp when JSX can't parse the file. Commit directly to master, commit. And yeah, no, points are worth something. Yes. I'm glad you read that, many alpacas. Yeah, there are two things you can spend your points on. And yeah, I was supposed to run a giveaway. All right, that's what I'm going to do. I got to use the bathroom too at some point. So run a giveaway or two today. I'm going to say first one after bathroom, because I was supposed to run it 5 minutes ago. So let me fix this up. Now I can use the URL of this. I've done this once before. Time traveling. How do I do this? I wrote this down somewhere. GitHub. Ooh, I don't remember where I put this. Let me look through my node notes here. JavaScript. Wait, where did all my node notes go? I lost them. Or what? Oh no. Oh, Node.js, there it is. Okay, yeah. So this should have my information on how to fix this. Aha. Yeah. So here's how I got to do this, because I did this once before. I did it with mpromise. So I just got to do this same sort of thing here. So what is this linked to? What is this? Is this a particular commit? It is. So I shouldn't need to do that exactly. I should just be able to do I don't know. I haven't done this before. Can I just take this URL then? Yeah, maybe this is how I can do this. So let's try that. So we're going to paste this into the gulp file that I have at, the package JSON that I have at the root. So JSX is going to go to this URL. Does that even work? Who knows? Let's try it out. Gulp JSX, delete. Yes, delete it. It's not going to work because I have the file open. There. All right, cool. So now when I install it, what happens? npm install. Do I get a gulp.jsx folder? Dependency gulp.jsx exists in both dependencies as dev dependencies using, oh no, I didn't want to do that. No. Yeah, it's only a dev dependency. You don't need this to run it, right? Or is it? Yeah, it's only a dev dependency. All right, I screwed that up. Let's fix this. Delete again. Wait, what did I say? I'm gonna have to look back at the VOD for that, because I don't remember saying any of that stuff. Many Alpaca says, would you ever make it so people can draw their own sprites? I wouldn't have used that for sure. Probably not. No, because part of the monetization for this game, which by the way, the monetization is described there. Part of the monetization is cosmetic items. And yeah, there are a lot of dependencies. In fact, is this thing working? Oh, there it is. Gulp JSX. We look at lib JSX. Try catch. Perfect. Problem solved. Thank you, Max Chillax. How big is your project on disk? So many dependencies. So the dependencies alone are probably a lot. Here are just the dependencies in one folder. It's only like 40,000 files. I mean, come on, that's not a lot. Sperman hates JavaScript. Yeah, there's like 200 megabytes of dependencies. Probably a little bit more than that. And half of these are just for Gulp and Babel, and that's it. The other dependencies are actually, so if you ignore all the Babel ones, I'm using Browserify, CodeMirror, ES-CodeGen, ES-Prima, Lodash, Victor, and Winston. I don't really even need MemWatch next. So my real dependencies, I've got like 5, maybe 6. But then I need Gulp and Babel as well, and so that's where all these other ones come from. Unless you could monetize custom graphics. No, I know, but then I think that's, yeah, I think that's like way distant future. Who named it Gulp? I have no idea. Molesterino, I'm not sure if you saw what I pasted before, but the monetization of this is described there, and it's not an open source JavaScript app. It is closed source. I know it seems like it's open source because I'm streaming the whole thing, but that's not actually open source. Okay, let's take a look. That was all to fix one problem here, which I have now fixed, and I should really document this as well. So this thing doesn't matter. Let's revert all of this. Good. And then this matters. So I'm going to write, well, how about this? Let's restart all of these programs. So I go into botland, watch all. There, perfect. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, why is this happening? What did I screw up this time? Is this gonna fail? It is. Oh. Module depths. What did I screw up? Package.json is the only thing that changed, and it was here. And Gulp JSX does exist now, right? Node modules, Gulp JSX. Yeah, something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Molesterino says, isn't JavaScript client-side? What I understand if you use PHP for the server. So their JavaScript is just a language. So browser JavaScript is client-side, and then it's not possible to stop someone from getting the JavaScript that's executing. But I am also running a lot of the code on servers using Node.js, and that's code that you wouldn't have access to. And also, I don't know, I think there's a connotation with open source that it's intentionally open source. The JavaScript that I serve through the client is only open source as a result of it having to run in a browser. But it's not licensed for reuse, let's say. So if someone did, let's say the entire game was just a single player, you go to your browser, you play a game, it's like, well, it's a different game at that point. But if that were the case, that still doesn't mean that people can just go copy paste it on their own website and use it. Many alpacas. What's the name of the keyboard you're using? It is this keyboard. All right, so how do I fix this? I'm not even sure where this is coming from because I changed one line of code and it was this, and now the dependencies aren't present or something. Can I even run Gulp? No, that fails too. Well, what is broken here? Shared. I don't care about that. I don't care about that one. Yeah, I don't know how to fix this. Weird. Okay, well, I really need to use the bathroom. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. Let's kick off the giveaway. I'll figure out how many I'm going to run later. I just got to use the bathroom. So let's have this thing work. All right, now let's put this here. All right, great. And then, yeah. So I'll be right back. All right, so what did I miss in chat? Oh, by the way, as I'm going through chat, let me show you guys. Actually, let me just go through chat on the screen. How about that? So, yeah. Remember, you need to type botline exactly as how it's written here. So capital B space capital L. Copy based unless you're willing to spend money. Yeah, no, I agree with that, Masterino. And I guess what I meant is when I said can or cannot, I meant legally can or cannot. So they legally couldn't do it, but they could still do it because yeah. But that would be the client anyway. So and that's my point is that I have server code here too. So I'm at the example of single player JavaScript. Yeah, yep. Yes, I totally agree. Okay, cool. So let's run the giveaway. I'm going to, and yeah, leisure time. Yep, good. There you go. So the people who are over here are eligible for it. I am now going to roll the dice and figure out how many of these I'm going to give away. So let's do randint 2, 4. So somewhere between 2 and 4 people, it is 4. So let's generate 4 people. Hecko is the first winner. How do I generate another one? The player ZFTP and VCAD and Skilled Bubble. Okay, cool. So congrats. I will close this thing and then I will give access to those people. So we just do this. Great. I got to run this. I don't know if this is going to work. Did that work? Yeah, it did. All right, so there's number 1. There's number 2. Hopefully this is getting processed. Good. There's number 3. And there is number 4. Okay, cool. So for anyone who just got access to the game, I highly suggest you watch this video. There probably won't be too many people playing right now because it costs points to play. Number 2 giggles. Ugh. Still haven't won anything at him. All right, let's run a normal giveaway just for light control. All right, yep, everything's rigged. So yeah, if I join the server, I'm the only one on right now, but I expect that at least one of those 4 people who just got access will start to play at some point. So I'm going to deploy just a very basic bot. Let's do this. I want life leech. I'm going to hide the chat too. I'm going to make a missiles, and let's put level 2 cloaking and level 2 regen. I'm not really going for like top strategy or something like that. I just want to make a simple bot. And we'll put this there. And what team am I? I'm on the red team. So let's move left. Now I did another deploy last night, so I have fixed the bug with team imbalancing. So that is totally fixed. And yeah. All right. So the reason I can't deploy yet is because the game hasn't started. It starts in 25 seconds. I still don't know what I'm supposed to do about this bug. Cannot find module depths. I wonder what this is even trying to say. Oh, is this coming from JSX? It's coming from Browserify. Oh, that's not good. Jogger says, I'm not really following. For what reason do you want the project to be closed source? So I think the company that I'm working at, the one I co-founded, it's only really 2 people. So if it were open source, I think getting money from an open source project as a team of 2 people is very, very hard. And that's my biggest reason. It's not that I don't want people seeing the source code. That part, that's not so much a concern. All right, anyway, this came from here. Module depths. And that just doesn't exist. Oh, so this is a real issue, but then Browserify would have had to list this as one of their dependencies, and it didn't apparently. Did I delete something I shouldn't have? Module depths is here. Oh, very strange. Maybe whoa. No, this wasn't the problem. Not there exactly. Oh, darn it. I screwed up. I screwed up big time. Oh, man. All right, let's go into the game server and do an npm install. I think I don't know how, but I screwed up which node modules are on my machine. What's the role of the other co-founder? I'd say the primary role was game designer, and now it's any number of things. So we still have game design talks relatively frequently. We have a lot to manage. There's a lot to do. So any other random tasks? Oh, VCAT says I'm in now. Okay, yeah, I see the couple of players who are in. Oh, and I can deploy my bots too. So there we go. So you guys have some bots to play against now. Well, player ZFTP is on my team, so you're not playing against me. But VCAT is playing against us. And what else did I... yeah, people who follow get control over my lights. And there are actually 5 different lights. You guys just can't see one of them. Oh, wait. No, there are 4. Where did it... Oh, I moved to the other room. Never mind. No, there are only 4 different lights. I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Did this install correctly? Let's try now. Maybe this will work. Maybe it was just... I don't know how it got screwed up, but nope, it didn't. Oh, what do I do? And how did I bork this so quickly? Where is this coming from? Browserify? Is that in here? Where do I use Browserify? Yes, it is here. Set node env. It's development. What is going on? Okay, let me take a look at something. If I go into Botland and I go into node modules and then Browserify, yeah, this doesn't have any node modules in it. Something's wrong. Let's just delete Browserify Try this again. Can't be completed because it's open in another program. Oh, whoops. I think I know what I did. Oops. Okay, don't mess with node modules when you have a whole bunch of things running, because Windows has exclusive file handles open to those things. No. Okay, so if I do, let me delete this. It still says it's open in another program. What is the program that it thinks it's open in? Is it this? Yes, it was. Okay, now let's do npm install, and then we should see Browserify reappear. All right, I think I'll be able to fix this. Then I finally get back to the code. Screwed this up enough times. All right, so I put a comment here. So whenever I need to make a minor change to a node module that hasn't been maintained in a while, e.g. like I had to do for gulp.jsx, I can fork the repo, then put something like this in my package.json. And the something like this is git here. Perfect. All right, let's take a look. Is Browserify coming back? Yes, it is. Oh, thank goodness. All right, I'm pretty sure this is going to fix it. Oh, by the way, anyone who gets control over the lights, while they're looping colors like this, you've got to turn color loop off. You'll see once you see the UI, but otherwise, if you try changing it, it won't work unless you turn that off. All right, did I fix this now? Not yet. It's missing map generators. All right, I got to do an npm install everywhere, I guess. So let's do shared client and game server npm install. Oh, the lights just went back to normal. Okay, must have been long enough. All right, that finished. These finished. Doesn't make any sense though. This should just start working if that finished. And it I don't understand. What is missing now? Source maps wants source map generator and can't find it. And that's coming from Gulp Babel. Oh, this is not good. Why not Webpack? I should use Webpack. I just haven't gotten around to trying it yet. See, these are the things where I think, yeah, some week I'm going to just spend all of the time doing these little tasks that I've been putting off for a while. But that week is going to happen after I've gotten done with this Botland vertical that I wanted to do. So I should just move into the camera frame. All right, why is this install taking so long? Do I have anything open? Is that why? JS hint. I shouldn't have JS hint anymore. I got rid of that, didn't I? I did get rid of that. Why Webpack? Well, it's pretty much Webpack or it's Browserify. Alright, one of these things failed. Watchify requires Browserify but will load. Package does not satisfy its siblings peer dependencies requirement. Oh, what did I do? So if I were to try running my gulp file at all, is it still going to screw up with some missing module? It is. And is I don't know how I got into this state given what little I did here. So gulp babel, node modules, vinyl source maps apply, node modules, source map. Source map requires, which one of these is failing? Source map generator. So that's this. And I apparently don't have that in the lib here. I don't. Wow. What do I even do at this point? I don't know what's going wrong. And I didn't want to spend a bunch of time on this, especially given how smoothly this morning went. I just wanted to fix this one issue. And I fixed that, and I apparently broke everything else. Okay, so this is finding new versions for all of this stuff. I think I'm just going to update it all. If I break things, then I don't know. Also, how much of this is duplicated? If I look at just the package JSON versus the client's package JSON, are there a lot of similarities here? I guess things like Browserify being in both locations is an issue. Yeah. I'm not sure. Alright, so this upgraded that and presumably upgraded everything else I needed to. And now if I run NCU here, what happens? Because I doubt this works anymore. Yeah, it still doesn't work. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I hope it doesn't take longer than 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, NCU found a ton of upgrades for this. Alright. The other thing that makes no sense is why is CodeMirror here? CodeMirror should be a client-only thing. And yet it's required as a dependency for everything. Why did I do that? Let me take a look at this. I think it was just a mistake. CodeMirror validators in the client. Okay. CodeMirror, fine. Client code, client code. Client, client. Alright, let's just search for this. Oh, shared code needs it? No, it doesn't. It's just a comment. That doesn't matter. Oh, because it's in the tools folder. Oh, it's so stupid. I'm deleting this. I'm deleting this completely. This is stupid. Remove CodeMirror from the shared dependencies. Hey, Locke. Alright, I guess let's update all of these things. Oh, man. SQLite. Why is that used? That shouldn't be needed. Yeah, I gotta fix all of these things, I guess. Remove SQLite. Check for any other dependencies. Okay, this upgraded that, and now it should be upgrading the final thing. So we'll rerun watch. I don't know what's gonna happen. It's probably gonna fail again. Yeah, but why is this failing? I do not know. Maybe I should just get rid of Gulp Babel and let that get reinstalled. I've had issues upgrading this before. Gulp Babel, I mean, that specifically. I've had issues upgrading a lot of things, but that's one in particular at least. So is this coming from this package JSON or a different one? No, it's coming from this one. So npm install. This should at the very least give me Gulp Babel. We can go take a look at it and figure out, does it have the component I need, which is that generator thing. Right, is this getting installed right now? Gulp Babel, yes. Yeah, there's node modules, final source maps apply. Alright, good. By the way, at some point, I wanted to stream Hearthstone another time because I want to get Golden Priest and Golden Mage in Hearthstone. I might do that tonight. I don't know if there's any interest in that. My Hearthstone streams get a record low amount of viewers. I'm the world's least popular Hearthstone streamer. Alright, let's try now. I wonder if NCU installs or if it just... Oh, it worked! Well, I wasn't expecting that. I resigned myself to like another hour of just struggling with this. Did that really work? Wow. Wow. Okay, that's great. That is totally great. Let's cut this off because what I really want to do is run this from here because I need like 5 of these processes open. So let's see if all of these worked. Whoops, didn't mean to resize that. This'll take some time, but hopefully none of them fail. Oh, and Digitate, no, I know. I don't expect, especially in a game like Hearthstone, to ever be a popular streamer, and I don't want to get to that point, not with Hearthstone, because I think that's too much of a time sink for me, given that I have a game to develop. All right, cool. So I'm just waiting for, yep, good, that's working, and that's working, cool. So then the only other thing I need to do is just update anything in here. And then the important part is retesting everything. NCU was great though. Void Dreamer suggested that, and it's worked out pretty well. Okay. So this is gonna finish sometime. I don't know when. Also, what's my CPU use at? Oh, and by the way, did people actually try playing online? Yeah, oh, so it's me versus... Alright, let me put some bots down. There we go. Alright, cool. So yeah, you guys will get to experience Botland a little bit. Is there something going on in chat at all? 2v1 is kind of unfair. Well, it all depends on your strategies. 2v1 can actually be unfair for either team there. Yeah, it depends on what people are doing. Oh, and by the way, something that wasn't in that video is if you check this auto deploy box and your bots die while it's checked, they'll just get redeployed into the arena immediately. So that's why I don't need to press anything at this point. My bots will just continually deploy. If I just stand here, you'll see. Eventually it'll shoot me down. There we go. So now I only have one of my bots there, but if I just scroll out or zoom out a little bit, there's my second one. So yeah, they'll just keep marching toward you. What's gulp file? So gulp is a task runner, and a gulp file is what tells it how to run tasks. Yeah, it's a build system. Adam just give up and converts the Hearthstone streaming. Alright, I think all these things worked. This is the only one that's still running. The client takes a very long time. But since all of these other ones passed, let's try this out. This is the important part. We run the test and hope dearly that it works and that nothing broke here. Okay, it started. Hey, cool. It's working. Yeah, looking good. Alright, gulp rest test. Let's try that out. Could you create a voting system to scramble teams while it's in this stage so that if someone's solo and idle on the team, you can still play? So I could do that, and I actually think it would be a good idea for this part in the game, but I think it would take a lot of time to do something like that too. Oh, hey, the test started. And it worked. Alright, we're not in bad shape. We just updated everything, and it only caused like 20 minutes of anger. That's better than 8 hours of anger, which is my previous record. So Browserify was updated. And wait a second, something's wrong. I don't want this. But something is wrong. The console, it told me that it was going to update a lot of stuff. What's happening here? Right? Where did that go? Yeah, here. Look at all this. The following dependencies are satisfied by the declared version range, but the installed versions are behind. You can install the latest versions without modifying your package file by using npm update. If you want to update the dependencies of your package file anyway, use dash. Oh, I thought it was going to update all these things too. Oh, so that's not so surprising that this just started to work. Okay, but at some point I should do that. Try doing NCU-A. Hey, Business Kitty. You said it went too well to be true. Oh, my gulp file stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I think we're finally in good shape here. I can check this in. Updated. No, that's not even. None of that's correct. The whole reason I did this, I'm gonna write this down from the beginning here. So gulp JSX was crashing my gulp watch when there were syntax errors. When it found syntax errors. I set out to fix this and somehow screwed up everything. So I ran ncu-u and it updated some other packages. I believe everything should be fine now, including that when you have an error in JSX, in a syntax error in a JS file, it will not crash the watch. So in order to test that part out, here's what we do. We look at any of these, so this for example, then we go over to botbay.js and let's put in a syntax error. So 2 curly braces, save, and we see there's an error, but it did not crash. So now when we save it again without the error, it worked. Cool. So perfect. That was the bug I set out to fix, and I got caught up in all this other stuff. Just annoying. So let's get back to what I wanted to do. So that is done. This was a JSX. This was the result of JSX not having a try/catch. Wait, this has 140,000 views, so it's not a picture of me. Oh, I've seen this. The duck that stomps its oh God, what are those called? What are duck feet called? Why is the name escaping me? Alright, I don't know. I think I'm an idiot. Delete the user-defined code tool and remove code mirror from the shared dependencies. So this is something I wrote a long time ago. User-defined code. I don't even remember entirely what this was supposed to do. This. Where's index.jade? Here. There was a code input. Can I even run this? I don't even think I can run this. BL tools user-defined code. There's a run.cmd there. Set port equals 3090 run. This can't work. There's no way this can work. Localhost 3090. What is this doing? Oh, interesting. Does this work? Maybe I shouldn't delete this. Failed to load resource, favicon, validate. Well, this does work. Wow. That's incredible. No, wait. Oh yeah, X is not allowed. H is allowed. Oh, this does work. Wow. Hey, Hecko. Alright, I gotta go back to studying. Bye, guys. Bye, Adam. I'll stop by if I get a chance sometime this week. Okay, cool. Wow. I am surprised this still works. I guess I shouldn't delete it. Wait, I can look at this picture that you just linked without actually navigating to. Oh, wow. Oh, that's pretty good. I thought your friend said it didn't work though. And I'm Drastic says, what language is that? This is JavaScript. So I'm not actually going to delete any of these things. But I should remove SQLite. That's something I should do. So let's go into the server package JSON. I don't... Wait, where is SQLite? It's not even in my folders. What? Find stir/snip SQLite package.json find stir/v node modules. I am pretty sure I deleted this. Huh, strange. Yeah, I don't think this is going to find anything. Because, oh, whoops, I'm searching the wrong folder. Well, I was technically searching just more than the correct folder, not necessarily the wrong folder, but I'm pretty sure I removed this a while ago. I'm just going to let that run. If it finds something, it finds something. If not, we're fine. So I can delete this stuff, delete that. I think we're back in business here. Change how I do simple deserialization. This is something I'm going to write down for later. Did this find something? Oh, it found it in the... Oh, that's stupid. The deploy versions of these have this? Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's really not good. Oh boy. Alright, let me take a look at this. Dist staging, package JSON. This has SQLite in it, but the game server's package JSON... Oh, it does. It's right there. What? Why did this not find it? Oh, it did. It's the last line. Oh, I'm stupid. I thought I looked in here. Didn't I load this file and I said, I don't see SQLite in here? Did I just not see it? Was it being covered by duck feet? Well, alright. I don't think we need SQLite anymore, because I stopped using that a long time ago. Ooh, this also means that there is not a huge problem here, which is good news. Yeah, I don't use this anymore. Well, delete. Okay, cool. Let's commit. Got rid of SQLite from the game server since I stopped using that a while ago. Alright, back to work then. So, store references. Ooh, whoop, nope, something's on my clipboard. I gotta get this thing off the clipboard. Be gone, foul paste. Alright. This is just a minor refactoring effort. Business Kitty says, I'm also an indie dev, so I can't help but be curious. What's your history in game dev? I'd love to know how you got started. My history in game dev is not a very storied history, I think. I mostly have been working as a hobbyist as far as game dev goes. My last job happened to be in game development, but it wasn't for very long. That is the job I quit in order to start working on this full time. And I got started just a very long time ago. I have something a little bit written about this here. Adam's Code Journey. Webbed feet. So they are still called feet. I just didn't know there's a special name for a duck's foot. I know it's a very strange question to ask. Alright, where's the next part of this? So this part's done. This needs to fetch your bays when you join. This is done. This is done. This is done. Okay, so at first I could just require the... Yeah, okay. So we finally got to this point. It took long enough. Also, how's this game going? What buffs have you guys been choosing? Increase damage dealt by your entire team by 3%. Regen life. You each have regen life. Actually, you each have almost exactly the same buffs. So that means that every time I shoot you, you should be regenerating 15 life. Like, this bot is going to heal the full... Well, unless I kill it, which I did. Huh, neat. Alright, anyway. So, yeah. Where we are right now is, if I ever wanted to change this, I want to get rid of, let's say, missiles level 3, and I want to change it to missiles level 2, I can just do that on the fly. We're about to prohibit that from working. Yeah, the game is for points now. Yep. Business Kitty says, hot, nice. The quitting your job part tells me you're passionate and stubborn, which are important indie qualities. I don't know about stubborn. I mean, I may be stubborn, but I don't think that's an indication of it. So yeah, this is the hard part. How do I go about doing this? So right now, I need to change the flow from the client. Right now we do deploy button pressed. When you deploy, we pass in a slot configuration. We've got to stop doing that. No, wait, no, we don't have to stop doing that yet. But this is a silly intermediate step. I don't know if this is necessary, since it's an intermediate step that is not totally trivial. I would need to match your hardware to that of existing bots, which means I'd need a sorted serialized string or good dot equals method. So I think I'm going to cancel this. And I think that instead, I'm going to figure out how to get this to work. So maybe we make the UI show your bot bays, and then we pass over an ID. Make buttons to load your bays and prevent editing. This means it really shouldn't be Blockly. Okay, yeah, that's the first thing. Then, yep. Yeah, so I think I do things in this order. Player says, I'm playing the pre-beta and the game is good. Oh, I'm glad you like it. And I have not spent a lot of time on the game itself in the last entire month. So the last month is where I finally, before, here's how things worked. You would sign up for an account and I would tell the game server, hey, this person has an account. So when you signed into the game server knew because there was no other machine there. Well, at some point, I split that functionality out into two different VMs. So now there's a game server and there's a REST server. And the REST server keeps track of the database and all of the account information. So when you sign in, you first contact the account server and make sure you have an account. Then you go join a game server. The game server queries the account server, gets your details, and that's the phase I'm working on now, is what's communicated between you and the game server. Do you get points for watching? Yeah. You get 1 point every 10 minutes, I think. And then, yeah, the 15 points for following. Anyway, what I got to switch this to. So what I had before here, like I said, I had this. Oh, whoops, I stopped running everything. Oh, man. All right, darn it. I just got to restart all this. All right, let's close out of these things. All right, so BLCE run, BLGA run, BLCL run. All right, now I just gotta wait for these things to boot up. That has already started, that started, and that started. Oh, that was fast. It took a lot longer last time, didn't it? Oh. Okay. Oh, and then how does single player work? I'm probably gonna screw that up too, huh? This is not good. Also, there's an error here. React.render is deprecated. Oh no. Probably shouldn't have updated that. Please use React DOM.render and require React DOM instead. Invalid prop children supplied to provider. Ooh, that's not good. That's really not good. Oh man. All right, well these are warnings, but then this is an error. So let's go figure out what's causing this. This is actually uncaught. So by just refreshing here, I should find it. This isn't good. But this is from updating React. Yeah, so here we are. So where did this come from? This came from the render function of... Actually, don't know what. But it probably came from root in some part of this. Yeah, React.render root. So only child must be passed a children with exactly one child. Does this ever actually call into root? Oh man, I don't know what I'm doing. React.render is deprecated. Use React DOM. All right, let's just do what it says here. Maybe this is going to be helpful. Client main. We got to do this then. Const React DOM. And then we do this render function instead. Well, this should be down here. All right, so we had React.render. Is this the only place in the code base where this happens? Hopefully it is. But I'm supposed to change it to this and then save that. That is the only place. All right, maybe that's all it's going to take. Cannot find module React DOM. Oh joy. And then pure invalid. I'm pretty sure this only resulted because I updated React a little too hastily here. It was coming from here, client package JSON. Browserify went up to 13.0. Did React get updated? It actually didn't. What happened? Did I? Okay, here's the thing that I think happened. I think I updated React without realizing it. So React is here. Its package.json says it is version 0.14.6. The client's package.json says 0.14.4. Yeah, so it did get updated. So I can't even install this. Peer invalid. The package React does not satisfy its siblings' peer dependencies requirements. So I think part of the reason for this is because NCU didn't update my package JSON. I suppose I should be thankful that I have a bunch of people watching me try to update something, and not that I'm just doing this on my own and hating the process. Okay, the only React thing that showed up here is React Code Mirror. What happened here? What happened? NCU help. How do I do this? Alright, what does -A do? Upgrade all. Include even those dependencies whose latest version satisfies the declared semver dependency. I am in over my head here. So not being able to even install this thing is because these React Code Mirror 3.0.4 wants React between those. So I actually would need to update React Code Mirror. So let's do that. npm install React Code Mirror 3.0.6. This is probably, well, let's just try it. The Wanted Bro says, hello, what's the thing about the lights? Oh, that's when you follow, you can control the lights behind me. What? eperm lstat. You know, part of this could be because this thing is running. All right, let's close this. Was that the problem or no? Okay, so we got to work through these dependency issues. There are warnings, unmet dependency. Watchify requires Browserify 11.0.1 but will load. Alright, great. So now what happens when we try doing install, save, React DOM? This couldn't work before. Can it work now? Are there any other issues here? There actually was one other one. What was that? React Redux. Did this work? Oh, it did work. All right. I am not totally sure if this is all going to work, but let's try this. There is one very unfortunate part here, and that's that when I restart this, it takes so long to build. So what can I do in the meantime while this is building? Probably just move on with my code. Make buttons to load your various bays and prevent editing. So I don't have this open anymore, but I can have it open over here. Yeah, so we're going to get rid of this UI on the right side because you won't be able to do this anymore. And instead, I think I'm just going to put some text boxes over there and make them all uneditable. They're already bot based. I guess they need to be a deploy button too. with 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 radio buttons next to them. So what I'm trying to figure out is what's the best temporary UI for being able to deploy a bot from here. So what I'm thinking of, let me just kind of draw this out, is what if we just got rid of all of this space here, just delete that, and instead I put in something like lasers 1, missiles 2, artillery 3, cloaking 1. Alright, so you had this, and then you had little radio buttons next to them, and you got to choose which one you wanted. So now this is what the UI would look like instead. I think this is a good temporary UI. It's not great, obviously. There should be something more visual. It would just be showing strings for what represents your hardware configs. But it's pretty clear you can only choose from these bots now. Yeah, the police. Alright, did this finish building? It did. It took 1 minute and 40 seconds. So now let's try refreshing this, only to be dunked on by, wait, what? No, maybe not? No, it did fail. So failed prop type. Excuse me. Invalid prop children supplied to provider. Expected a single React element. Check the render method of root. Alright. Render. Provider. Invalid prop type children. So why does it need to be a function that returns this? It can't just be the thing. Maybe I can just get rid of this now. Alright. Let's try that out. Is that going to rebuild? You called police and swatted you. I think I'd have to dock you some points if you did that. Okay, so I updated React and now I'm running into issues. I don't know what the issues are and I'm not sure how to fix them since I just blindly updated React. So I'm going to keep trying some things and then we're going to go look at upgrade documentation somewhere. Oh, that worked. I'm a genius. All right. Wow, that's great. I, again, expected this to take another hour or so, and it's just done. Go me. Oh, this I didn't mean to get rid of. Let's do that. Wow. That was super easy. I really have React to thank for that. Okay, so updated React somehow. I'm honestly not sure how since it isn't reflected in packet.json. And it broke my rendering. I fixed the issues thanks to React's warning/errors that printed on the console. Oh, Emperor-X. There have been better puns in this channel. That was not one of the better ones. That's it? Okay, great. Yeah, this works. Alright. So yeah, I can just start putting in this UI over here and get rid of the current UI. So it would just be radio buttons. I wonder how much it's worth mocking this out. And one of these would have to be selected by default. Which you'd get, we'd say set. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to change here. Alright, so here's what this changes to. So mock the UI in a separate HTML file. Then what? Get to the point where I either gut the existing UI, which I don't think is a good idea. I just don't think that's good. I think I just don't show it. Stop showing the existing UI so that I keep the code around. Or do I just get rid of it? Like, one of the things that I have a problem with right now is in actions temp, I have all this set bot bay. This was setting the bot bay before you even connect to a server. So it's set bot config bay. There's going to be a lot of issues with this. Stop showing the existing UI so I can keep the code around. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do here. I just stop showing it, or do I gut it from the code base? I will eventually want it back in. Although if I got it from the code base, I could still just look through my Git history. I think I got it. I don't think it should be kept around for right now. Let's take a look at without involved. So there's bot config. This has a toolbox, git default toolbox, bot config toolbox. Where's this taken from? Setup Blockly. Oh man, I don't want to get rid of this. This is gonna be painful. The toolbox is this giant thing of HTML, which is what specified these categories and all the different levels of things. So for example, teleport only has a level 2, so I had to specify that somewhere. All right, let's gut it. Let's gut it. Gut the UI. It will be saved in Git history. All right, so after we've mocked up the UI, we got that UI. I guess we set up the UI in React, and then set up the reducers for it, and then set up the reducers. So I already have set bot bay. I guess I should make this new one set bot config bays. It's only a set that's needed, nothing else. There should just be ID and hardware config for now. Maybe code. See, the whole point of making temporary UI is so I don't really need to come to any of these conclusions right now. We are eventually going to be designing this very thoroughly. It's going to be a pain though, because one of the things I did here is this is just how you select the hardware for something like this. Where's the rectangle of this? This is just how you select the hardware. Eventually this is going to contain things like name and code, or at least it would be there. But then I guess they'd be load buttons. I don't know. Business Kitty says, all right, time for me to focus on my own stuff. Thanks for the dev stream. All right, catch you later, Business Kitty. Thanks for joining. What is that emote? Beep love. Wait, are you the person who... Wait, darn it. I'm about to ban you because I accidentally opened a UI that I didn't mean to open. Oh, darn it. I don't know how to get out of this. Oh, there we go. Okay. Whew. All right, I'm going to look into Business Kitty's channel. Don't ban me. No, I'm not trying to ban you. I was trying to click your name. So what I expected to do is, like, see how I can right click and go to open link in new tab? If I right click someone's name over here, it opens up some ban UI that I didn't want to open. And I couldn't figure out how to close it, but apparently I just left click and it closes it. I have accidentally banned people before. And then I feel very guilty after doing that. No one got banned. No one got banned. I didn't intentionally ban anyone right now. I'm not trying to ban anybody. Unless someone did swap me, then they're getting banned. Okay. So name and code are going to come up here eventually, but I don't think they should be here now. So set up the reducers. I already have set bot bay. I guess I should make this new one set bot config bays. It's only a set that's needed, nothing else. I could store name and code in there too, but I don't need to show it on the UI for now. Yeah. Yeah, safe. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do then. I'm going to do step number 1 and maybe step number 2, and then I'm going to go get lunch because I've been streaming for, I guess, 3 hours. So I haven't eaten in 3 hours. So mocking up the UI, let's go take a look. Half of the Robot Loves Kitty studio. I don't stream from this username though, so there won't be much to check out. Ah, okay. I see. Robot Loves Kitty. Half. Yeah. Alright, I'll have to go look into that. Because I was going to say, the name Business Kitty, I wasn't sure if I'd seen this channel before, but either way, Robot Loves Kitty, I've seen the channel. I don't think I've managed to catch it on stream yet though. But I'll have to take a look into it. So yeah, mocking up the UI. Let's go take a look at that. So on desktop, I believe I have test HTML, and right now this is the Ralph Wiggum Choo Choo Choose UI. Yep. So let's mock this up here. How do I want to do this? So we're going to make all buff choices. This is going to be something else, which I call this like all bot base. Sure. All right, and then in each bot bay, there's going to be a div that is, I guess, just a bot bay. And this div is going to have a radio button. So HTML radio buttons. It's an input, I'm pretty sure, of type whatever. I'm about to find out. Input type radio. Yeah, so do they use this anywhere on the page? They do. Great. All right, let's try this out. I wonder, yeah, not totally sure how this is going to work. Name, value. So let's say this is lasers1. Type radio, name equals test, value equals 1. Yeah, let's just do that. And let's duplicate this 3 times and do value 2 and 3. We'll say this one's missiles and this one's artillery. All right. Now the bot bays themselves, this should not be an inline block. I really don't care about that right now, actually. Let's just refresh this page. All right, cool. So are these all mutually exclusive? Yes, they are. So I set that up correctly. Unfortunately, clicking this does not let me select the radio button. I want that to happen. Okay. See you, Business Kitty. I hate Judge Bacon. Out with the cats, in with the pigs. So in order to do that, I think I need to make a label for label. Or what I could do is put an input handler on this. That's probably a better idea. Label for mail. Now let's try this out. Yeah, weird. And then I get rid of this, I guess. Did that work? No, because I don't know what I'm doing. All right, how do they do this in here? They said label for, and they had an ID. Oh, I guess I just need an ID. ID equals first. Oh, perfect. Okay, cool, that works. So now I can select either the radio button or the text for that. So botbay-1. I guess that's what I can say for the value here. So we can just copy paste this now. And then instead of missiles, instead of lasers, we can do this. And this can just be botbay2 and botbay3. Good. So now we can, nope, that stopped working. I screwed this up. Oh, first, this needs to change. Yeah. All right, there. So that works. Now I want to make these be next to each other and not how they currently are. So all bot bays, bot bay has display inline block. I don't think I want that. Yeah, that's better. And I also don't need this to take up some crazy amount of space, just as much as is needed. Yeah, that's much better. Now what I'd really like to happen, I guess, this is fine, right? Yeah, this is probably fine. Yeah, okay. I'm happy enough with that. This is temporary UI anyway. So there was step one, mock this up. Everyone, well, tuned into Adam saying, I don't know what I'm doing once again. Maybe I just say that too much. I don't really feel that too often. I feel like I have the tools to know what I'm doing, but I don't know exactly what's going on. I just know where to go roughly. The Wanted Bro says, I'll be honest, for my engineering degree, I need C standard and don't know anything about C++ or Java. I love this stream because of how good you program and because of the sound you make writing. Well, thank you, The Wanted Bro. I appreciate that. I shall capture this into the feel-good note that I keep for myself, so that if I ever forget what I'm doing here on stream, I just go back to this and read The Wanted Bro's words. Yeah, cool. Oh, wow. Everyone, 8 hours ago, you would have had pie time. Too bad. Watching while I reprogram all 3 profiles? You shouldn't have needed to reprogram them. There's an export on here, right? Somehow? I don't know. If you're reprogramming them, that means you must not have exported it, so what do I know? What's this button? Share? It's not the kind of share I expected. Follow us on Twitter. Yeah, no thanks. Alright, so I think I'm probably going to save this too for later, because I kind of want to get some food. And I think this is going to be a very involved thing. Oh, it was sort of the mouse. The mouse went completely dead. Let's see. Let me just do this kind of visual map of what the rest of today is going to look like. So I had this stuff set up. I think this is all possible to do today. And again, if I got just that stuff done today, I think I'd be happy with that. Well, these things. So this is the happiness bullet point. If I get here by the end of today, then we're cool. This is the super extra happiness bullet point, which is starting to design the inventory. Just put these notes down here, this stuff. Now, inventory, and this is what I talked about before. Right now, you can just type in, yeah, I want lasers 3 and missiles 3. You don't actually need to use those items. Eventually, it will consume parts of your inventory to use that. This part is going to take several days, I think, but it's the next big step. So that's why I'd be happy if I got to here today. That way tomorrow I can start working on this. So yeah, I think I'm going to go get lunch now. One thing break, I mean the company replaced it without even checking I owned it. That sounds a little alarming, actually, Digite. I can only imagine buying something. Someone comes and knocks at my door. Just says, you know that mouse you ordered? Yeah, it's broken. Here's a new one. I'd probably wonder how they got my address. But maybe you register the product or something. Utrolig says, I've been doing mockups and project management for web app development for 2 years now. Looking into learning Angular. What are the prerequisites? I know HTML and CSS and basic JavaScript. Thanks, love the stream. I haven't used Angular, but I imagine that the prerequisite is possibly a little more than basic JavaScript. But I don't know for sure. So I think knowing HTML, CSS is pretty good. I don't know how intense the JavaScript coding is for that. But I think it's really good that you're doing mockups and that if you're doing project management. Okay, anyway, lunchtime. So I am trying to do extra long streams as of this week just because I feel bad for missing the last Friday because of back pain. So I'm going to go get lunch and then I'll be back for probably about 5 hours actually. LOL Beginner says, I hate this bot game because you have to watch this stream to play it. That's not eventually going to be the case. It's just for now. And that's actually an intentional thing, so I probably won't be changing that. Let me go check who's on BRB lunch. CD token, just Wraithy. Okay, cool. So BRB lunch, 45M, Wraithy ZZ. All right. So I'll be back in a bit. Got to go out and get food today because I don't have it here. So whoops, didn't mean to start that up. So catch you later, everybody. I'll be back for, like I said, about 4 or 5 hours once I actually am back. So see ya. So let's see what chat said. Actually, let me make sure there are no whispers first. Yeah, okay. People said see you for lunch. Who is Wraithy? Who is Wraithy? I realized the caps were accidental, but it's... Wraithy is someone who just happened to spend 25 points getting into my lunch screen. What kind of programming skills do you need to be good at Botland? You don't really need programming skills. Also, I don't know if you're here right now. LL Beginner, you should let me know if you're here, because I realize I'm responding to something that's half an hour old, and it's possible that you're no longer even in the channel. Are there any other AI games out there yet? Yeah, there are. I could actually give you a list if you send me a message. Again, though, I don't know if you're currently in the... let me just check. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean you're at your computer. No. Okay, well, then I'm talking to nobody. All right, cool. Well, hey, everyone. All right, so got the existing UI, and then set up the new UI. So I don't need this. Just send it. Oh, so I need to go like find the list. It's something I compiled only for myself. Let me go get it anyway. Yeah, this is gonna take a decent amount of time to load. Hey, Nick. All right, let's see. I have a market research section in my notes. I haven't even gone and checked out a lot of these things. It's mostly just been people told me about this stuff. Let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna copy paste this stuff. Oh, that didn't work. All the links are gone. How do I even do this? I can't paste the links. So I can't show you what I'm looking at my screen. And I can't paste this in. Well, fine, I'll just paste the names in. Let me get rid of this stuff. I had a username and password. I don't care if you guys even saw that. It doesn't matter. It's a username and password for a throwaway email address. They had an Indiegogo. I'm just going to get rid of my notes from here. Yeah, so it's these. I'll put these in a pastebin link. Like I said, I can't vouch for a lot of these. I don't know if they're good, they're bad. I only played a few of them. But I'll put them in here anyway. How's that last for a day? Spam detected. Okay, there. Yeah, so those are a bunch of games like this. Now, some people were asking, hang on. Excuse me. Sorry, that's probably going to happen a lot for the rest of the day. Some people were asking me at the beginning of my streaming timeline entirely, so months ago, they said, hey, what makes Botland different? And it was a question I hadn't gotten because I'm not trying to pitch this to investors or anything. And what I think makes Botland different from a lot of those other games, there's no programming knowledge required. So you can always just drag little blocks on here and say, okay, I want to fire lasers, I want to fire missiles, and then I want to just, get closer to enemies and then lay landmines or something like that. And there, within about 5 seconds, I just dragged a bunch of things on here and I'm done. So you don't need to know anything about coding. The other thing is, it's very strategy focused. So I think other automation games focus on some persistence, something that you automate because you don't want to do it manually, maybe. And I'm generalizing because there were like 10 games in that list. Then there might be like a more RPG focused thing. This is a strategy focused automation game, so it's not necessarily about coding, and it's not something that you need to invest 2 weeks into being able to play. You can just play a game, 15 minutes later, you're done. You feel like you accomplished something. You had fun playing the game. That sort of thing. Factorio is great. I probably still have this on my clipboard. Let's see. What is Factorio? Because I don't know if I've even been to this site. I probably have. Try demo, buy alpha. Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, well, anyway. So I said I'm going to gut the existing UI. Oh, man. All right. I'm not actually sure which one's better to do. Taking out the existing one or just adding in the new one? Maybe I want to add in the new one. Yeah, let's do that first. I'm gonna do that. Set up new UI. Okay, so I had botconfig.js. This is now going to change. And it's going to change to something like this, which I guess is better represented by this thing. So each one of these, it's going to be its own choice, but they're radio buttons. So let's see, radio buttons in React. This is my code. You shouldn't use refs to get access to DOM nodes and inspect their value. Instead, you should link the input's value to a property on the component state. Let me see. Simple form example without using React link. Set state, render. See, I don't want to use an add-on here. React is so 2015. Well, excuse me. The other thing I could do, see, I could just code this the way that I wanted to code this. I could use an add-on, and I could use a like a library for this stuff. So this React radio group, for example, how does this work? What does this do? Exports the radio group global. This is your average radio buttons group. A few problems. Repetitive field, name type checked on change. Hard to set the checked value. You need to put, hard to retrieve it. Here's the better version. Radio group name equals fruit. Selected value equals this. Then a div with a bunch of radios in it. Repetitive fields are either lifted in the radio group or implicitly set on the radio component. So do I want to use this? It seems pretty easy. Since you're getting that as the argument of your children function, you can name it anything you want, really. Okay. Yeah, seems easy enough. So then these radio value, I don't know what I want to do here. Maybe I do just make my own. When was this last made? Last updated a month ago, but the real code was updated like 2 to 7 months ago. So is it worth trying? Here's a better version, full example here. Div label radio value apple / label. Because I want to make sure I can later put in more if I want more in here. I think this is fine. Let's try it out. Might as well give it a shot. If I don't like it, I don't like it. I'll just uninstall it. So npm install save. Let me make sure though that, yeah, this looks good. I'll save it here. Nice it, bro. Did you always have a 2016? Am I just realizing this now? An hour and 13 minutes. Just found out this mouse has automatic profile switching based on what programs in the foreground. Yeah, but I think you need to have the profile saved on the computer if you're going to do that, and not saved on the mouse. Okay, so this installed. Then require it. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's test this out. Where should I put this? Where's the best place? Just right in a Botland app, I guess. We'll just spam it here, and then later I'll go change this. So how do I include this? As radio group. So const radio group equals require React radio group. By the way, Monadic Binder, you here? I wanted to tell you the result of apostrophe related things. Alright, so I have the radio group. Alright, next up, we're just going to make use of this. I'm just going to put this somewhere. I don't really care where. I'm just testing this out. So where do I do the rest of this? Yeah, here, timer, game phase display. Yeah, so I'll just put this here. We'll just do radio group. Radio group. And then, see, they have this here. What is this? What is this? Like, the part I don't understand here is this looks like it's a function that takes in a single argument radio. But what calls that? Oh, I guess it's the contents of a radio group. Oh, okay. All right, so let's just put in exactly what they have. Label radio value equals apple. Apple. And then we just paste this here a couple times, orange and watermelon. I mean, I could modify this to be whatever I want, but I want to take exactly their code. All right. So did that build? Yeah, everyone. I wouldn't want to lose all that stuff again if I were you. Okay. Let's go to localhost now. And we should see somewhere on this page, probably hidden somewhere. Yeah, there they are at the bottom. Apple, orange, watermelon. Unfortunately, they are all selectable at once. That is not what I want. That is, in fact, the opposite of what I want from radio buttons. If I were to say there's one thing I want from radio buttons, it's that there's mutual exclusivity from these buttons. But nope. Actually, when I navigate away from the page and come back, they all get closed out of. Weird. Oh, probably because this gets reconstructed. But still, this is really strange. Oh, I never made this stuff. Whoops. Okay. I forgot to put name equals fruit. And selected value, I don't care about that. On change is, I don't want to make an on change function yet. So maybe it's that I just didn't have a name. In fact, that's probably it. If I lost it again, I'd straight up get another mouse. Computers are disposable to everyone. Okay, that worked. I just needed a name for the group. Okay, cool. That's it. I guess I'm using this because this is super easy to do. Now instead of apple, orange, and watermelon, we need more combat-related fruits like lasers and missiles. So let's just use this. Just realized I can make a profile for Photoshop. Okay, so this needs to be in its own component entirely. And then these things, I don't know how I'm going to do this exactly because I would have wanted these to be their own component. Let me actually look into this for a sec. If I put an onChange function here, get rid of this, delete those. So test RG, test radio group, dot bind this. Let's just try this out. I don't know what's going to happen. It should just be a normal event at this point. I doubt they would have done anything differently here. I'll just put a debugger here. I don't even, and you know what, a console.log, no, I don't need that, whatever. Yeah, just that. That's fine. All right, let's try running this. So then when something changes, it should show me that it should be in like event.value or somewhere in there. We'll find out. All right, so let's pick orange. Should be there. All right, event. Oh, it's just orange. It's not an event. It's just what was chosen. Are there any other arguments to this function? Ah, there's an event after it. I see. So value comma event. And then the synthetic event probably tells me the exact thing that was targeted here. Let's find out. Target is an input. And that target has the value of orange. Okay. So I wonder what the best way to do this is. And actually, maybe it's not worth worrying about yet. Maybe I just save this off as a new thing. So I have botconfig.js. This has its own render function. I want to add a new one here. So this would be like bot bay chooser. Yeah, let's just call that bot bay select. That's a better name than bot bay chooser. All right. So then we go into here, bot config. Why did that not search? There we go. And we're going to change this to bot bay select. Okay, great. Now we get rid of this. Probably want to keep all of that stuff. That's fine. Save this. Do I need any other actions or anything? Maybe not. Let's delete all of this. Okay, so in Botland app, we are going to export all of this code out of here. Let's go find radio group, get rid of that, put that into here. Good. Then where did I use radio group? Here. All right. Put this over into here. So this render function is now going to be like that. Good. Don't have a style on it yet. That doesn't matter. Test RG is a function I should go grab too. Although I'm not really going to be doing anything with it. Not yet at least. And finally, I need to include the bot bay select in here somewhere. So here's what I'll do. Let's go get where bot config is. We'll just put this there instead of that. Or on top of that. I don't know. No, maybe we'll just put this here for now. So instead of bot config, we want bot bay select. So it has offset X and width. Let's just get rid of both those things for now. And then let's go include this. Delete that and that. So bot config is in components. Bot bay select is also in components. So this should just work. I mean, it won't do anything yet, but it'll show up on the screen and it shouldn't error or anything. So let's refresh and find out. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. It's underneath this stuff. Oh, man. That's too bad. So how do I not make it be underneath all of that? I put it in front of bot bay select. Let's try something. Let's just find the element that corresponds to, which will probably be kind of tough. Let's just go through here until we find it. Wait, it should be underneath all of this. Let's just search for orange. What am I doing? Like, doing this in the dumbest possible way. Okay, there. So, what's going on with my browser window right now? That was weird. All right, here we go. Nope. This is super laggy. Oh, warning. React DOM component. Do not access get DOM node of a DOM node. Instead, use the node directly. This DOM node was rendered by Blockly component. Okay. That's probably never going to stop yelling at me. But I should definitely do that. So, I have this. This span is coming from bot base select here. And it should be on top of these other things, but stupid Blockly got in the way. Alright, well, let me fix this. Get DOM node should apparently never be called. What are my PC specs? Ah, Judge Bacon beat me. Just barely beat me. Yeah, and it's not doing terribly as far as... Well, what was I even going to finish that with? CPU usage used to be pretty high. When it hits about 61%, that's when it's at load and it can't do anything else. I don't know why it doesn't get above 61%. I don't have parked CPUs or anything. Memory usage... Yeah, I'm using about 8 gigabytes. Oh well. Alright, so get DOM node. It says instead of doing that, to do something different, instead use the node directly. I don't understand. Just use refs.injective? I think the only way for me to really figure this out is to just put a debugger there. So let's go find out when this error happens. Oh man, this is slow. There, alright, so what? When I click one of these things, is that when this happens? Oh, when I open it, I see. Okay, so then it must be coming from here, yes. Component did mount, and it's in blockly.js. Let's go take a look. Component did mount here. Good. Alright, so this.refs.inject div is a div. Get DOM node is the same div. I guess we just get rid of get DOM node everywhere. And we fixed all of the problems. There. I just got to make sure these things all got picked up. So it says Blockly was changed. Bot config was changed. It might not have caught that. I have a bunch of AHK stuff I want to migrate over to. I used AutoHotkey for a while, and I made one program that was like the best program. And I should show that on stream if I can. I don't have AutoHotkey installed. Okay, well, what the program did is you would press a shortcut. So in my case, it was like Alt Windows key Z, which is not used for anything else. And it would spawn a window that looked like this. Like one Chrome, or well, it might be like C Chrome, I don't know, whatever, P Photoshop, G some game you play, and so you'd press this shortcut. It would spawn a window like this, and then you'd just press the next key like C, and it would spawn Chrome and then close out the window. So that's it. It was just a very, very quick way of navigating the programs. It's not so useful just for programs. You could also have put something here like I edit PhantomBot a lot, so I could put something like this here: c/path to PhantomBot/help.js or something like that, and then it would launch this thing. You could have it run macros or whatever. That was like one of the greatest things I've ever made, and I don't even use it, and probably can't even show it unless I go install it. So yeah. I actually, you know what I probably could show you? Let me find this. Hang on, this is gonna take a second. I remade the program outside of... Aha, I do have it. Check this out. I put in like color schemes and everything. Look at that. Anyway, so you could add a shortcut. So I could do something like add, and I could set this to, the shortcut's gonna be P, and I tab over and I say that this is going to be PhantomBot, and the target is going to be, what is this thing? PhantomBot scripts, commands, help command. Yeah, so let's paste that in there. There. And now I just press P, and it opens up here. That's it. And then you can edit these things if you want. You can, I could launch Chrome if I wanted to. You can launch Notepad. There's Notepad. Such a useful program. The coolest thing was the... Wait, was there? Rainbow Eyes hotkeys. Look at that. This is what I do with my time. Sounds just like Launchy. So Launchy might do that now. The way Launchy used to work was, I used it a long time ago, you would launch some dialogue and then you'd start typing the name of something and it would go to that thing and then you'd have to press enter. This is literally, you launch the thing just like you launch Launchy and press one key and it does something. But yeah, I really like that program. I never used it on this computer because I didn't want to install AutoHotkey and I didn't want to register a global key handler because I couldn't figure out how. I actually did want to do that. I just couldn't do it. All right, let's test this out. So if this works, then it shouldn't spew warnings at me because that's the only thing I just fixed. Yeah, good. The warnings are gone. And now that thing is there. The only problem is it's behind all of this. So I could probably fix this by, is this the thing that contains apple and orange and whatever else? Yeah, it is. So I wonder if I could just fix this by saying like Z index is 5,000. No, that doesn't do anything. Okay, then something else is going on here, but what? Oh, these things show up later in the DOM. Why is that? That shouldn't be the case. Well, we're going to get rid of that thing anyway, so let me just get rid of it now. Hey there, Mr. Banks. Yeah, I did enter like a pleb. Yes, Lefko, I do. All right. So we're going to change this. We're going to get rid of bot config entirely. How do I do this? Can I just put /star here? I could just delete all of that, but I think this should be valid. And then we set this to be located. So let's do, I don't know why I called it offset X and not just left. Width equals bot config width. Okay, so now bot base select needs to make use of this. So bot config used to make use of this. Offset X, blah, blah, blah. Bot base select goes here. Position absolute, left, don't need the PX there. Top, looks good. Opacity, I don't really want that. Width, props.width, did I put that in? I must have. No, I did. Of course I did. And height. And then we just put this style here. Now we want the same thing that bot config was. That was a span with a div inside of it. So I guess this span, why did I make a span with a div inside of it, not just a div? I don't know. All right, there. That didn't trigger anything. Oh, because that's not how client watch works. All right, I'm gonna need to respawn that. Z index only works if you have a non-default position, so like relative or absolute. Yeah, it shouldn't have been, well, it's temporary UI, so I think I have a fix now. Let me launch this again and find out. And hey, oh no, I lost the name. Hey, the Dusty King. There you are. Ha. Think you can hide from me by saying, hey, I found you anyway. All right, cool. So we got our radio buttons over here now. Now we should probably just make a background color of white. Is it just background or is it background color? I never remember HTML for some reason. I always just rely on this box right here. Background white. Yes, it is background white. All right. So we'll kick that off and then I'm going to restart this. I just got to wait for it to finish and then we're good to go. So once I have that UI, I need to populate it with real data. In fact, I think I rearranged the to-do list a little bit so that it goes like this. There, I got the stuff when I'm done. titanium white. All right. Yeah, so now that we've refreshed that. All right, we got it. There we go. Apple, orange, watermelon. So Botland is now about fruits. It's all about feeding hungry bots. Bots are people too. We have watermelon. Yeah, okay, good. All these events worked. And in the end of the game, you get feel-good points. And whoever has the most feel-good points gets to cast a compliment spell on somebody else. And whoever generates the most compliments becomes the nicest player of the year. I think it's going to be a pretty good game, guys. So quit the naysaying. Setting up the reducers, I want to make it, basically the first thing is this. Change fruit names to bot hardware configs via Redux. Let's see how easy that would be to do. How many days do I think Botland will be? Well, it's been 4 months and I've had about 70 days. And it's going to be another, let's say about 12 months. So it'll probably get up to about day 250 or 300. Probably more like 300. Dusty King says, I'm new to coding and I'd like to know what you're trying to script. So I am making Botland, which that video is now in chat. Oh, also I can see which Birdman has. Okay, there. These Twitch memes are off the chain. Oh, is that a Bob Ross thing? I'm gonna say, hadn't recognized that. Bot Fruit Harvest Simulator 2K16. That'd be an interesting game, right? You write bots to go through like an apple orchard. It's a very relaxing game. How do I want to do this? These should really just be arbitrary strings that are taken in. In fact, we have those strings. But okay, here's what I can do. So for now, make use of the strings that I get when I press connect. How is this going to work? How will this work? So these should be, this all needs to be one component, right? What if, okay, let's put extra divs here. First, I just wanted to fix the styling of this. All right, that should fix that. And watch should have been, oh darn it, I hadn't kicked that off. Okay, fine, that's okay. So then the next thing I get is, in reducers, I have the bot bay reducer. This is not exactly the right reducer, but it's good enough for right now. So I have bays inside of here. So whatever's filled, I can use from there. So let's connect bot bay select to, how do I do this? Botbays.js. I think this uses it. Yeah, it does. All right. Oh, so we'll put this here. And then in here, I would want, actually don't need that. We can just get botbay state. All right, and then inside botbays, we have the individual botbays. So let's go grab that too. I'm going to build this up. Now here's where things get a little bit different. We have a function that takes in this and returns just that JSX blob. So I want to change this to do a map like how botbays does. I wonder what the best way to do this is. Let's do this dot render radio group dot bind this, and then I make a render radio group. This takes in the radio object, so I can get rid of all of this and just put this there instead. And now this would turn into return Okay, then I would want a map in there somewhere. I probably get rid of that. Okay, let's try that out. It's bound to work, right? Let's find out. All right, well, it built. We should have exactly what we had before. I didn't change anything. I just moved a function to a different place. No, I broke it. What's going on? What did break? Reference error underscore is not defined? Oh, whoops. This is Lodash. I need to keep this open on my other monitor. I don't think you guys need to see the build progress. Alright, it's done. Let's try that out. I'm not making use of any of that information yet. Okay, good, that worked. And they're showing in the right spot, and that's good too. I don't care about this. Alright, we're almost there. So now, instead of these things, I want to map bot bays to radio buttons. So what's the best way to do this? Well, let's duplicate all of this, save that. I should be able to just do this. Bot bays dot-map, and basically what I had here. Bay index. And it goes to something like this, right? Wait, there's another parenthesis. Oh, right. Okay, cool. So then this goes inside here. And instead of value equals apple, apple, we do... What do we want to do here? I guess I want to change this to this. Bay dot... Oh, I need to know what's in here, though. It's a... I think it's called hardware. Let's try that out. And then we put bay dot hardware here, too. All right. I think we're good. Nope, we're totally wrong. Line 26, unexpected token. So what I'd originally done is botbase.map, and then I had this going to a single element. It is no longer a single element. I think there should be parentheses around here. And this is hard for me to figure out. Okay, so that didn't do it. Maybe I do this. Nope. Huh. Okay, let me take a look at botbase.js. What do? I put all this inside a div. So this is what it looked like over here. So I need to return something similar to this. Yeah. But this is already in a div. But given that it's JSX, it needs to be in another div. Okay, let's try this out. So I know for sure I want that. I guess I'm just going to make a div here for the sake of argument. And then I want to put this here. And then get rid of this. Is this valid code finally? Yes, hooray. You need to wrap it in a JSX element. You can just return an object to JSX. Well, let's see if this works. If this... Wait a second. What's this going to do? When I press B here, yeah, there's nothing there, but then I connect, and then I should populate it with data. Okay, I guess that worked. We need to also put something like cloaking1 here. So I hit commit, and then we see cloaking1 show up. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that actually worked. That worked fine. All right. Yeah, we're good. So now you can modify these. So I could say something like artillery to regen 3, hit commit, and now it shows up as a usable bay over here. Oh, let me just close that. Yeah, so now these are usable. This is at the wrong section in the UI. But not too bad. I just need to make sure the one is selected by default now. Oh, and that it's the ID that's going to be remembered, not that thing. Oh man. Okay, so there are a few things here. Set up the reducers. I still need to do that. Make sure that the ID is discoverable from the change handler. What? How did I even just open that? From the change handler. So there's that. Then there is make sure that that's pretty much it. No, that's make sure I'm populating the reducer with data after joining the server. Adam, what are you using for the node Windows notifications? I am using Gulp Notify. So Gulp Notify is actually like super easy to use. Wait, no, I'm not using that. I'm using Node Notifier. My bad. Okay, so one of the things I never answered is how is this going to work in single player now? Yeah, actually, this is going to be a much more complex thing than I thought. Single player will be broken unless bot bays are determined at player creation time. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. That means you can't even play single player until you connect to the server, which means there can't be a title screen anymore. It's really, really not good. I'm going to need to fix that. Alright, well, making sure that the ID is discoverable. Is there any way I can jam extra data into here? Because that's what I'm going to need to do. So in botbase select, we have all this stuff. There's radio value. Oh, actually, could I just make more props in here? Test equals hello. I guess it would just be an attribute on the element. It might actually, this might work. Let's try this out. So here's how I'll know if it works. If I can access that from inside that event, so I click this. Now I get event.target. Oh, it just says type name. No, I don't have that stuff, do I? Has attribute hello. False. So React probably stripped that. Which is kind of strange because that should have gone into props, right? Event dot. Yeah, these are DOM elements at this point. I want to get the props of this thing. Let me think about this. Okay, well, there are a couple of ways I could do this. One is I could make a map of the bay hardware string to the bay. That actually won't work because you could have two duplicated bays. So what I want to do is I want to store this somewhere in here and then have access to the properties. But I don't think from this event that I could get the React element. And even if I did, I don't know if it would help me. Yeah. All right. So React.js get React component from event. Someone has asked this. My case, I had this with n children. This dot ref's ref name. So they just bound a different handler for this, but I can't do that because this is the handler for the radio group. this would work. Can you re-explain the problem? Okay, so first of all, this has nothing to do with the problem, but I asked if you were here earlier, and apparently you weren't. A while ago, we were talking about, oh, maybe this is the thing I was trying to tell you in person the other day. Yeah, I think it was. I think this is it. So a while ago, you said, hey, Adam, when you're typing something like, don't do that, see how it just swallowed the apostrophe there? And you said, why do you have that option enabled? Well, for about a week, I turned that option off and I hated it. So, because I found myself doing this, like hello world, and then I would type apostrophe, parenthesis, semicolon. And what I would end up with is this. 2 apostrophes and 2 parentheses. So anyway, that was that. That has nothing to do with that, but that's the thing I was trying to tell you the other day. Second, the problem that I'm running into now is that I have a radio group. So there is this radio group, and this has 3 different configurations. So it's got like lasers, missiles, and artillery. Well, underneath, these are identified by IDs, 1, 10, and 13. So when you click one of these, I want to be able to get the ID that's associated with this stuff. So what I want to be able to do is just, like how I do this in any other place, is I would just say ID equals, and I'd put here bay.id, and then I'd get its props somehow. But I can't seem to do that from this event handler. So I have a synthetic event, React.js synthetic event. I want to be able to get like the props of a component from there, but I don't think that's doable. Maybe, no, I don't know. I don't know how this would work. Bind an extra parameter to the pass function. So the issue there is that the function that I pass in is on the radio group. So yeah, I don't know how I would do that. I guess what I could do is this. I could figure out which order this appears in. I'm not sure. Yeah, Redux could handle this too. Like I have the bot bays. I need to know which number bot bay I clicked then. Also, I kind of want to take a look at this radio group thing. React radio group. I want to see how their code is set up, just to see what are they doing here exactly. /lib. I don't even see lib in here. Wait, what? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Require /lib. There's no lib folder. What? Yeah, what? Alright. I guess it's just coming from here. This is all they do. Yeah, that makes sense. You're not passing a function to your radio button? No, I'm passing a function to the radio group. I could probably pass a function to the radio button, but it's the group that... Maybe I don't need this. Because, no, I would need this. I'm not sure. Options unchecked. There's an onChange function. And where's the... Oh, there's nothing else. The server offset value. Pass an array of functions. To the change handler? On change. Children will be passed to a radio component, a thin wraparound input. Type name inject already said. Map each button to one of them. Oh wait, any prop you pass onto it will be transferred to the actual input under the hood. Wait, that doesn't sound right. At least I don't think that was happening. Oh, it is happening. Dot 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 this dot props. But I don't have that in the end here. Weird. Can't you pass the ID as a value? I could, but then it would show up. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Maybe you're right. Maybe if I set that, then this just doesn't become a problem anymore. Yeah. Let me refresh this. Oh, maybe that's all I needed to do then. I was making this much harder. Yeah, value equals 9. All right, I'm stupid. All right, call it all off. That was dumb. Points give Mr. Silver match 1. Okay, so if I can do that, then given the... So in here then I can set... All right, yeah, I know what I'm going to do then. So this is going to be this dot changed bot bay selection. So then the value we need to store is store the value in Redux. That way we know which bay ID we have selected. In fact, we can go do that now. Reducer temp selected bay ID is null. So we want to emit an action that lets us change that. Set selected, yeah, we don't have that. Set selected bot bay. Export function set selected bot bay, bay ID, return type bay ID. Okay, cool. We import that same thing over here. Set selected bot bay reducer, and then over here, return object dot assign selected bay ID action dot bay ID. Okay, good. Now we need to dispatch that action. The only way for us to do that is to hook up the dispatch to this, which I have done here. And let's just see how we do that. Yeah, so we just call into one of the actions that we have. Set selected bot bay. This dot bound actions dot set selected bot bay value. Okay, that should be it. Now, the only other thing to do is possibly to set the checked state in there. Let's take a quick look at how they suggest doing that. Children, type name and checked already set. Selected value. Oh, I see. Selected value, and then I can say which one is selected by default. Okay. So that would go here. Selected value equals this dot, what's it called? This dot props dot bot, yeah. Bot bay state dot selected bay ID. All right, I got it. I think this is it. And if this is null, I'm not sure what this is gonna do. Let's try it. All right, I'm waiting for this to finish building, and it's done. So at first, when I hit connect, nothing's going to be selected. So nothing selected here. Now I open this again, yeah, and that is selected. Good. Okay. So then the only problem now is that I want something to be selected by default. I guess when I get bot bays, I need to set that default selection. Okay, let's do that. Make sure the ID is discoverable. That part's done. Make sure I'm populating this after joining the server. And then call with any valid ID so that something is selected by default. If I don't gut all of the underlying code, then on a game server, you'd still be able to manually specify what your bot bay should be. I'm going to totally screw up single player. I think the way that I should handle this is by having a switch that will allow you to call into the old API. That way the code base is still there and lit up. In fact, if I don't do this, this will... It's testing too. Yeah, I pretty much have to do that. Okay, so in development mode, I guess I allow it. In production mode, I don't allow it. Yeah, that's how this would have to work. Okay. So now make sure I'm populating the reducer with data after joining the server. Well, I'm finally able to do this. So instead of pulling from... I need a new reducer for this. Will there be new models? Yeah, all of the art that you see is temporary. So there are two different things I could give you there. All right, make sure I'm populating this. I think I need a new reducer for this. Just be ID and hardware config, keep everything else temporary, change fruit names or not, yeah. So make a new reducer for this. Bot bay, what did I call the other one? Bot bay reducer. I could reuse this. No, I can't. I can't do that. The issue is that you edit bot bays in single player, essentially, not on the account server. Then when you go to use them, you could be using them in either single player or multiplayer. Yeah, I wonder what happens in that case. What happens in the case where you're in a single player game and you edit a bot bay? What happens when you're in a single player game and you edit a bot bay? Are you able to use it in that game? I don't think so. I should have never done anything about single player. That's not even true. I should have. It's just that now I'm running into a little bit of a wall. I'm not sure what should happen here, but I don't think you should have access to the new bay. It wouldn't make any sense, because that's not how it works in multiplayer, so I don't think it's how it should work in single player. Anyway, this thing is done. This new reducer. So I have this concept of is showing, then the bays, and then the selected bay ID. Selected bay ID, I guess I would drag out into another one, and then bays would just be an array. No, it would have to be an object still. That's fine. Bot bay reducer. So I guess I'll call this the workbench. Maybe that's a good idea. Workbench initial state, and then this becomes the workbench reducer. So the workbench is going to be where you can edit and update, and then there's going to be like the deploy or something like that. Deploy reducer, I don't know. Okay, yeah, we can just change this everywhere. Workbench reducer. Let's change that all over the code base. All right, good. Okay. So now I would have the ability to make a new reducer. I don't think that's worthwhile to do yet. So store the value in Redux. Okay. So I think I commit first. Set up the bot bay reducer. All right, commit. Yeah, I'll get to the point where I'm committing. So this lets you choose which bot bay you're going to deploy from. All right, let's take a look. Well, this is still working. Got a lot of work left to do with this stuff today. The goal still being that I get to the point where you're required to use the bot bays you configured in a game. So let me connect here. We should see nothing in the screen by default. Oh, I screwed up. Bot base state. Where is this coming from? Workbench reducer, bot base state. I think I know what happened here. This didn't get all of my changes because of how quickly I'd saved everything. It's annoying. What are you going to do? By the way, I bet this will happen repeatedly, so I need to fix each and every one of these. Maybe I don't. Maybe that just worked. Oh yeah, okay. I still have a find DOM node somewhere. Oops, that was find DOM node. I don't know where that one's coming from, although that could be from anywhere. That could be from code. This could be from code I didn't even write. But then there's each child in an array or iterator should have a unique key prop. Yeah, that's coming from bot bay select. I just never put in that prop. That should fix that. Eventually, man. Wonder if there's any speeding that up. Wonder if I could have it. I think Webpack might do it. I really should look into that sooner rather than later. All right, are we getting any warnings? There's still this one. And where's that coming from? React Event Listener. Yeah, none of this looks easily identifiable. All right, well, fine. What do we have when we click these things? Oh, nothing. I should probably say which one you clicked. Console.log. You selected bot bay ID equals value. So where is that coming from then? Find DOM node. I wonder if it's just searching here. This may come up with tons and tons of results, but that's okay. I can let it run. We'll find it eventually. I don't know if there's any other way to get a better stack trace about that warning, where it originated, because it's definitely coming from some code I didn't write, since I don't see it in my code base. Anyway, when I click this, it should say selected 9 or 10 or whatever that is. Yeah, 10, 2, and 9. So those are the 3 bot bays that I have. And at this point, I could delete one of them. Cannot read property num empty bays of undefined. Alright, where did that fail? Was that on the server? Done deleting a bot bay. Let's take a look. Use botland select star from bot bays. Does 10 exist? No, it actually did work. This said that there was a problem. Problem in delete bay. Cannot read property num empty bays of undefined. Where's that coming from? Num empty bays. Store.getState. Workbench reducer num empty. Oh, I know what's happening. It's the same issue I had just run into. I should just rerun the watch entirely. Did it get reflected here? No. But that's because it caught an error. I think this should fix it. So let's take the bot bays we had from before, cloaking 1, artillery 2, or gen 3. All right, so we connect. We set this to cloaking 1, commit, set this one. We have access to all of those. Now when I hit delete, yeah, everything worked and it removed it from here too. Okay, perfect. Perfect for now. We're going to change that in a bit. I'll set this back again. There we go. So now these IDs should be much higher than they used to be. Yeah, 11 and 13. All right, let me check this in. And while I'm checking this in, let me rerun the watch here so that nothing else gets screwed up. All right, this will start. It won't do anything. I'll save it, and then it'll kick off a 2-minute build, which is just enough time to go review all of my code. There. Good. Time to review. So let's see what changed here. I believe I added in React DOM, React Radio Group. That's what we got. Workbench reducer. So started working toward requiring the configured bot bays on the game server. This is a relatively large task. So one of the things that I did is rename bot bay reducer to workbench reducer all over the code, as there will later be another similar reducer, and I wanted the names to be descriptive. All right. So a lot of these are very, very small changes, and it's only the new component that's really that different. In fact, it might be worth putting this rename into an entirely different commit. Oh, and then fix get DOM node things. Yeah, this is multiple commits. It's silly to lump all these together. Okay. Bot base select. How am I going to do this? I can't do this with any sort of Git trickery. I need to modify code, or I need to commit multiple features at once. So how about I break this down into just the bug fix for now. Let's go figure out where I fixed that bug. Not there. Not there. There should be 3 instances. There's one. That thing just closed. So the first was this. That's the second. And now there's a third one somewhere. That should be the third one. And that should be every instance of get DOM node should now be fixed. Thanks to me updating React and getting a warning about that. Yes. Oh man, it's so annoying. When I press escape, it's closing the window that doesn't have the focus for some reason. All right, well, I'm pretty sure it was these 3. I'll take a look again, and I'll make sure to just press the X manually this time. Yeah, good, good, good. So React doesn't like get DOM node anymore. Instead, you're just supposed to use the node directly, which is a DOM node now. Right? Yeah. Looks good. Now, what about this? Did this thing finish? cannot find. Hasn't found anything yet. This might be coming from CodeMirror even. They might not have updated their dependencies. Hard to know. Okay, but that's one commit. I believe there are 2 more to make. And this will just get easier as I go through it. So let's not do the workbench reducer ones. Yeah, so we can ignore that one. And this one. Oh wait, no, we should only do those. Yeah, I take that back. So that, good. Don't care, good. Here's where things get a little bit trickier, like I said. I can't just blanket change this. So we go into Botland app, copy paste all of this into here, and then I get rid of all of the other changes. Yeah, it's the only way to do this, I think. Okay, what's left? Selected Bay ID and all of this other stuff. Yeah, so in reducer temp.js, I got to copy paste all of this stuff out too, and then be very careful about how I modify this. So this, for example, get rid of that. Keep that, but get rid of this one and get rid of the action I added. All right, I think that's it. So renamed bot bay reducer to workbench reducer. Yeah. Good. Now I copy paste in what used to be in these files, there and there, and I should let the build finish in between doing this. So this apparently succeeded. I don't believe that that could have finished that quickly. Or it didn't detect a change at all. All right, let's take a look now. So this should only be the new commit, the one I originally wanted to make before realizing I should split that into multiple. Set selected botbay, good. Yeah, this is looking good so far. This, I think I get rid of this one entirely. Yeah. Yep. Temp. I just need to write a little comment in temp and then fix up the final code. All right, we're almost there. This is the bay that you have selected, or null if none are selected. All right, so then there's just this file. I actually don't like how I set this up. I don't think there needs to be a function for this. Or this entire thing should be in a function. But yeah, I don't like how this is done right now. I don't think it's worth changing in this commit though. And I don't think any of this other stuff is worth commenting. You can get rid of that. Okay, that's that. So there we have it. Now we can take the commit message from here. Started working toward requiring the configured bot bays on the server. This is a relatively large task. For now, the bot bays that you're in the process of configuring now show as radio buttons instead of the bot config UI, which has been which has been removed for now. It'll be just stuff. All right, and we run this one more time just to make sure we didn't break anything. And yeah, looks good. Okay, I guess we can check this in. And then move on to the next part of this, which is making a new reducer. So now we can close out of all of this stuff and that. And I guess that too, I don't really care about that. So commit, done. Excuse me. So that was the workbench reducer. Now let's go make a new reducer. What do I call this new one? So it's going to be here, and we don't care about this. Set bot bay. Don't know if we care about that either, to be honest. I'll have to think about that. But delete does not make any sense. And this should not be called workbench reducer. It should be like bot bay select bot bay reducer. Yeah. Select bot bay initial state. All right, cool. So we can get rid of all of this now, and we can get rid of this from up here, and then this from there too. All right. This is looking a little bit better. Now we go into reducer index. We modify this. And then in select bot bay select, I now connect to this new reducer. Excuse me. So this is still called bot bay state. I don't know if that's a good idea. Yeah, I don't think that is a good idea. I think that should be renamed. I think that should happen in the new commit though. Yeah, it's only in 3 files. I'll write it down for the future. Now that are 2 kinds of similar reducers. So bot bay state is the select bot bay reducer. We know what we have selected, and we have bays, although these things are not working totally correctly yet. Okay, so how do we get it to work correctly? It's after you join a game that you should be able to launch this. Yeah, actually, now that I think about this, for the sake of enabling the title screen arena, you should be able to deploy whatever bots you want, unless you're a real game server. So you could set yourself into that state, that would be fine. Okay. Working our way there. So when you join a game, how do we know you joined a game? It's called join game, I guess. But then you don't actually, until you receive my player object. Alright. We need to figure out, this is called from the arena. We need to just make sure that by the time you get here, you have your bot bays. Received a player object. Risa says, when did you start to become interested in programming in general? A long, long time ago. I would have described myself as a kid, but the exact age is not something I'm going to share. Okay, so there are 2 places it's called from. Or no, there's 1 place. Client arena, there is player joined, entered arena, whatever this thing. So we call create player. After this, after calling this, the player object should have all relevant details in it. It's 589 years old. Yeah. The original Lich King. Which means that in here, when you actually get your player object, here is where you can start to dispatch some of these things. So I can say dispatch. Let's do temp.js. Select bot bay reducer. So there needs to be, I need to be able to set all bot bays here. Set bot bays for, how about this? Set selectable bot base. Yeah. New base, clone, state.base. Yeah, this is going to be different. It's going to be totally different. How do I want to do this? Okay, the way you get bot base from the server is a bundle of ID, hardware slot config, name, and code. So do I make this an array? Do I just set whatever the dispatcher gives me? I think I'm just going to set what the dispatcher gives me. So we say action dot bot base. Yeah, great. I respect that you don't want people to know how old you are, but you should be proud of yourself. I don't know if I'm not proud of what I've done. I feel like, okay, if I were to rate myself on a scale of 1 to 10 for coding, like, I would almost definitely not say anything higher than 8. That wasn't, I don't know how that came across sounding, because I'm not a listener right now, and I intended it a certain way. I don't mean to brag. I'm trying to say I'm not the best coder out there. So I definitely just would not rate myself at the top of the scale. And then when I think about the stuff that I've accomplished, I think it was a lot of just hacking away at something. And I think that's how you can accomplish a lot of anything in life, is just by being persistent. So, do I know how to program? Like, yeah, of course. But am I the best at designing this stuff or figuring out what the right solution is or any of that? No, almost definitely not. And in the end, does it really matter? No, I don't think so. I think as long as I'm having fun doing it and hopefully eventually make money. So I'm definitely enjoying it. The part about making money later, I don't define that as a metric for success for my life, but I define it as a metric for success for Botland. Okay, so I have the bays, I have all of this stuff. I think this is fine. I think I need to dispatch these actions now, and that means that I need to keep bays in here, actions temp. So when we have set bot bay, we're going to need this in here. Set bot bay is going to be, man, this is, I don't like how it doesn't drill down to this. Export function set selectable bot bays. We all know that you're not the best coder. You're far from there. We all are. What about Bob Ross? Yeah, I'd say I'm the best Bob Ross. Probably better than the real Bob Ross. My painting skills. Well, have you seen me? Have you seen this mock-up in MS Paint? I'd like to see Bob Ross do that. Look, I didn't even line up the radio buttons here. It looks like a wonky traffic light. So who's the best then? I don't know. I don't try to follow programmers. Like, I follow people who play games. I could tell you who some of the best people are at some games that I've followed, and even that's subjective, unless you're talking about win ratio, which is not subjective anymore. But who are the best coders? I have no idea. All right. With this function, I will be able to rule all of the bots. So now we dispatch this. Now what we put in here is going to be something I gotta figure out. So bot selectable bot bays. It's not an array though, it's an object. Then we say bot bays that you have is going to be player.botbays. That I kind of want to say that there's a get function for it. bot base, yeah, I want to say get bot base, return this dot bot base. So we can say that there. Then what do I want to do here? So this is going to be an object that's returned. We want to iterate over all of these and just make sure that they're set correctly in here. So I guess we say this, for let bay ID in bot base, selectable bot base bay ID equals. This is where I think this gets a little bit iffier. The way that I'd set this before, actually there are a couple places I could look for this. I had an ID, a name, and is editable, which is no longer needed, in the hardware. So I need ID, name, hardware string maybe, because it's not really the hardware. Yeah. So ID, I want name, I want the hardware config string, serialized hardware config, and code. Code is going to be null. We know that. This is going to be const bot bay equals bot base bay ID, and the bot bay itself is this thing, and we have get name, get ID. I guess we get the hardware slot configuration. Get hardware slot configuration. Return this dot hardware slot configuration. So we call into that. Hardware slot configuration equals bot bay dot get const serialized hardware slot hardware slot configuration dot serialize. What did I miss? We all know that we're far from the best. Best use everything properly and most effectively. So the games are 100% optimized. I don't even know. I think this is what I kind of said about how, do I define my life in terms of monetary success? Or do I determine, oh man, I'm sorry, I said that all backwards. Do I define my success in terms of money? No, although I do think that if I had, let's say, $0 a year of income for the rest of my life, I'd probably be hurting pretty bad for like basic needs, for example. So, all right, once you have at least a livable income, where I don't know what you define that as exactly, let's say $35,000 a year. Beyond that, I don't think there's too much difference in happiness for me between, let's say, a $40,000 a year income and a $160,000. But when you're defining best coding, there are so many different metrics that I don't know what most people would say. Like, yeah, efficiently using things, but then there's also how long does it take you to code? How well can you explain it? How maintainable is it? There are a lot of different things, different aspects to it. All right, the ID I can just take directly from the bot bay, get ID. The name I can do the same thing, bot bay.get name. The serialized hardware config, I just formed that. So I guess I could put this here and then put a comma there. So now we have this. Next, we need to set the selectable bot base. All right, that part works, but now the UI isn't sourcing them from the right location. So in bot base select, we're pulling from, actually we are pulling from the right location, but it's, no, maybe this would work. Okay, well, let's try it out. Nope. Set selectable bot base. This looks like I just forgot to include something. Reducer temp set selectable bot base. Yeah, I did just forget to include something. If you have 160K, wow. Wow, alpacas. I read 4 words of your message and had to nope out of there. $2.5 billion. I don't think $2.5 billion is something you can even really mentally spend. It's so much money. There's just no scale I've come close to. I haven't met anyone who's like that. I can't imagine what it's like to have that much money. 2.5 billion. I mean, even things that sell for 2.5 billion, you don't actually get 2.5 billion from them. So like Minecraft, I think was 2.5 billion. But it's not like any one individual got 2.5 billion out of that deal. And even if they did, like, how do you spend that much? You don't. Your entire family for the next like 3 generations is probably set for life if you so choose. Anyway, getting back to Botland. So I shouldn't have anything here until I finally press join game. Once I do, what we hope that happens is that this does not crash. Okay, well, my hope was correct, but I guess there was also the hope that that thing would show up, and it didn't. So let's figure out what's going wrong. I want to go into main, and then there is my player here. Let's put a breakpoint right there, and then just join the game again. That's my inspiration. Only Notch got the money. Okay, what I was saying there is even if only Notch got, let's say Minecraft was bought for $100, you still don't get $100 out of that deal. You have to pay taxes and everything. Okay, so are our bot bays at least 3 of these things? Yes. These are all set correctly. So then the part that's failing here is maybe down here. Let's see, selectable bot bays. I don't care about this anymore. Okay, selectable bot bays. Yeah, we have 3 things. And these are, I know what happened. I changed the name of something, so now it doesn't know how to fetch this anymore. It's called serialized hardware config now. And then there's a name. So bot bay select needs to change. Yeah, this used to be hardware, which was undefined. So what's weird about this is I should have seen 3 empty radio buttons here, but I don't. Yeah, weird. Huh. Well, we'll try this out again. Manny Alpaca says, I heard, I can't remember where, Notch is unhappy being rich. Oh, I've thought a lot about what do I do if Botland is successful? What do I do 5 years from then? What game do I make? Do I let the company get acquired or something like that? Like, this is what I want to be doing with my life. I like solving these problems. I like talking to chat. I like trying to figure things out and learning things. If Botland got, I don't know, let's say 30,000 regular users, and then some company approaches me and says, we offer you $3 million for this, do I take it? And my answer right now, not being in this situation, so I'm not actually really seriously considering this too much, is no, I wouldn't take it, because if this is what I want to be doing, how is my life any better after selling this project I worked so hard on for $3 million? And some people might say, well, you can use that $3 million to go work on something else with maybe a bigger team or better graphics or something like that. But I don't think I'd be any happier doing that. Hey, JNix. I want to make sure I'm saying your name right. You told me how to say it yesterday. JNix, yes. Okay, great. Botland 2. Okay, so let's press connect and then join. And we're going to get down to... Actually, let's just see what this does. Get rid of that and get rid of that. Did it work? No, it didn't. Okay, at this point, what do I do? So, set selectable bot bays. Let's go take a look. Action temp. I have set selectable bot bays. That maps to this, which maps to a totally unique index there, which goes into the reducer here. And it assigns a new state. I don't think is showing is important here. Okay, this all looks fine to me, which means bot bay select is what's screwing up here. I would need to put a breakpoint in the render function of bot bay select. Can you say my name right too? Click the sound thing. It's not alpaca? What, really? Is that alpaca? Okay, I don't want to bother going to find headphones right now, so I'm just gonna write, look into how to pronounce this word. Oh man, I'm disappointed. Nash didn't like Minecraft anymore, wasn't proud of it, so no problem. I don't know. I think if any of you have seen the movie, what was it? Shawshank Redemption? Just want to make sure this is the movie I'm thinking of. Had Morgan Freeman and yeah, this movie. I don't know how much of this to go into. Also, I don't think this is off limits from spoilers, being 22 years old, but I don't think I need to spoil it. People get used to a certain lifestyle, whether that lifestyle is good or bad. So, did Notch like Minecraft? I don't know. But did he get used to the lifestyle he had? Well, that I also don't know. But what I'm led to believe is you'd miss something like that. You have a certain significance in social media. You're working on a game that has a lot of impact, a ton of followers, and then all of a sudden that's not the case one day. Like, it probably feels weird. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna refresh this page. Alpaca. Okay. And no, I know I'm not as on task as I should be right now. This is not particularly exciting work that I'm doing, but I need to do it. So the render function isn't even being called. That should be a wake-up call. Let's go into a Botland app and figure out what's happening here. Bot base select. So this is being used. Oh, or I never put a breakpoint there, did I? Oh, I just never put a breakpoint there. Okay, yeah, let's take a look. So we have this dot props dot bot base state. I have no bays and I have no selected bay. How is that possible? Oh, you know how that could be possible? I probably called it bot bays instead of bays in the reducer. Oh, I did. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so bad. I actually never even named this anything, so it doesn't matter what I've done. Set select. Actually, no, it does matter. I need to put this here. So set selectable bot bays took in bays. Yeah, and then here I named it. All right, so we just got to change that. Vegas says bad fix. Wait, bad fix. Bad fix to name the variable correctly? You must be talking about something else. Alpaca, it's capitalized K. Yeah, there you go. All right, connect, join game. Does it work? Does it work? That part's fine. And now I render this. And what do we have? We have base. All right. It worked. Okay, cool. So finally good. Now let's make sure that this thing's getting hit. Oh, we don't need to even put a breakpoint there. We just need to check this. You selected bay ID 13, 11, 2. Oh, perfect. Finally. So now I can also dispatch not just this, but also it's set selected bot bay, I believe. Is it set selected bot bay? Set selected bot bay. Yeah. So that goes there, and then we dispatch set selected bot bay. It's just going to be whatever first ID we found. Let first ID equals null. If first ID equals null, first ID equals bay ID. Sounds good. Then we just select the first one. All right, error line 616. I accidentally got a parenthesis in there somehow. I don't know if that's going to finish building. Adam, do you know where the term bug comes from? I have heard about this, I think from a while ago. I don't know what an urban legend is at this point. I don't know which is an urban legend and which isn't, whether it actually came from a physical bug or not, because I've heard different stories. Something about a moth being stuck in a computer. Game Robo says, I have not been here in so long. How's it going? Oh, it's going pretty well. I can show you. So if you go to bot.land, I don't know if you've been following the game at all, but on YouTube, I try to post every week a recap video. So I'll just link to the channel. And yeah, you can take a look at how things have been progressing. Oh, whoops, I just closed chat. Okay, well, I can't see what anyone's saying right now because I'm waiting for chat to reopen. So I join the game, we get this thing, then I go through this. It did not set anything here. That's not good. Or this doesn't know what to do based on what's set. Yeah, it could be the latter there. Let's go find out. Bot bay select. This dot props dot bot bay state dot selected bay ID. No, that is set. Yeah, chat is still not visible. This happens every once in a while. I don't know why. I'm just gonna close this. I'm gonna use the chat that someone else told me to use. This thing. Hopefully this loads faster and it's a bigger UI. Yeah, this is better. So what did I miss? Can you take a screenshot at the end of each stream of the battle screen and then make a time lapse at the end when it's out of beta? Take a screenshot at the end of each stream of the battle screen and then make a time lapse. I don't know. When it's out of beta, I think they're going to be a bunch of different games. Well, we'll see how that works. And see you, Risa. Okay. So the only thing I'm worried about now is why did this thing not get selected? And there could be any number of reasons here. Let's go into client main. I really should just track this entire thing. So set selected bot bay, first ID. Go into action temp, set selected bot bay takes bay ID. And then bay ID is here to the selected bay ID, which goes in the bot bay select. All right, so then here's what I need to do in order to figure out whether this is working. We go into the render function of this, there, close out of this, reopen it. It gets hit. We check the state. Selected bay ID is the string 2. That's probably the issue here. Yeah, in fact, that's almost definitely the issue. So let's go into. Do I fix this? Do I fix this in the action or do I fix it? Like, should I do this? Have I done this anywhere else? I don't think I've ever messed with arguments in here. I don't think this is the place to do this. I think I do it in the reducer. Yeah, I'll do it in the reducer. Parse int. There. All right. Now we have this rebuild, and then I'll take a look. If that fixed it, then we're not in bad shape. Then there's gutting everything. Hey, folk, how's it going? All right, here we go. Connect, join. Something should be selected now. Please be the case. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, not everything's going poorly. So now if I close that and reopen it, it's still selected. Yeah, good. Perfect. All right, so next is making that be the bot that you deployed. I think I commit before that. Now this next part is thankfully not really UI driven, so it should be fun. So make a new reducer, call this, rename bot base state to something new. Now there are two similar kinds of reducers. Yeah, so I'm gonna commit first, then do that, and then send the selected bot bay along with the send the selected bot bay ID when you press deploy. It should hit a new function entirely on the server, or at least get routed differently, depending on whether the hardware config is an ID or a serialized config. I don't know. We'll figure that out. How's Botland coming along? I think Botland's coming along pretty well. I think when I was working on just the game, I'd prototyped everything already, so progress was very fast. Now that I've been working on a lot of the back end, and also now I've finally been utilizing the REST server, I think things have been slower. I am chugging right along here. We're almost at the point, and I want to get to this point tomorrow. I want to get to the point where I'm working on inventory. Once I get to that point and I work on salvage and whatever else, these 3 major bullet points, again, this was my February 8th goal. If I can get there February 8th by then sometime, I think I'd be pretty happy. There's still a ton of work after that, but at that point, Botland, the very, very, very basics of it all should be pretty much done. So you can make an account, you can acquire items, you can use those items to make bots, you can join a game and then deploy those bots, you can win a game. There wouldn't be any progression yet. That wouldn't be part of this, but that's fine. I can do that afterward. And what's nice about that is that people talk about an MVP, a minimum viable product, and how important it is to a business to just get a minimum viable product out there so that you can get feedback, so that you can pivot your strategy if you need to at all. Well, we had already prototyped the game and we released that and people liked it. I would want to release as polished an MVP as possible and as secure and everything else. It performs well, and that's all going to be very hard to do. So there is a lot of work left after that. Anyway, commit is on this list next. I think that is what's next. I agree with the list. So after calling this, a player object should have all relevant details in it. Yep, good. This stuff is fine, but it's all kind of crammed into one function here. Received my player object. So we get the bot base. How about this? I make a function out of that. My player object. So I can get my player at any given time. Yeah, I can do this. So set initial selectable bot bay state. All right, and we do this with your own player ID. So player, we're going to say const my player equals this dot player depot. It's a client player depot, and we can say get my player. Can I do that? How do you get the my player? Set my player. There's no get my player. That seems a little stupid, but problem solved. So now we can call into this function. There. All right. So selectable bot bays, get the first ID, select it, dispatch. Yeah, sure. That looks good. So the first time so when you receive your bot bays from from one of the servers, you should call this function so that you're able to deploy using those bays. What time is it there? It is 2:47. Actually, I guess I could have just done this. 2:47. Also, what happened to my background here? Oh, I think that's an OBS thing. Okay, I like that code a little bit better. At least this function stays pretty easy to read, and then this one has the complexity that's all associated with what it says it's going to do. So I think that is a much better way of specifying this. I added a new action for set selectable bot bays. Should probably rename this stuff at some point. This hardly changed. That part's pretty good. And this hardly changed. So then temp changed a lot. This is the reducer. Oh, it's because I added a new reducer. Yeah. Okay. Now my biggest question, if I were approaching this code like 2 months from now, would be, why are there 2 reducers for this stuff? So I should really comment that. But assuming I do that, then I think we're pretty much fine. I'm going to comment this to, what was that, botbay.js, this thing. This is a hardware slot configuration. Whoops. Are you in the East Coast, Cipro? Okay, and then get bot bays and player.js. Player.js. returns their object number bop. I'm not even going to do that. It's pretty obvious what this thing does. Oh yeah, and then I got to comment the reducer. So this reducer handles the information associated with, I should say the data associated with bot bays that you can select / deploy in a game. These are different from the Workbench bot bays in that they are not configurable since you're already in a game when you're using them. So this stuff I don't care about really saying, but then there's also the Workbench reducer, which I should just say, see comments for select bot bay reducer for how the two bot bay reducers differ. Who's the guy standing behind you? I wonder how frequently that gets someone to look behind them. And I wonder how frequently, just like in a horror movie, they actually do look, and then there is someone behind them. But I have my screen right over there, and I can see that no one's behind me. There's a Hearthstone streamer I watch, Dog, and he had a skeleton behind him, probably still does. And the amount of times people would be like, "There's a skeleton behind you, look out." Well, I guess that's funny because he knows there's a skeleton behind him too. Alright, I think we're good here. So split the Workbench reducer into two reducers. The Workbench reducer and the bot bay reducer. Select bot bay reducer. The select bot bay reducer handles the data you get after joining the game server. And it should be after joining the central server too, but for now it's not. That's not the case. I hacked your screen. Man, that'd be a really involved hack. There were these, they're not hacks, but there were these tricks where people would go on, what's that site? Not Skype. Omegle. They'd go on Omegle, which is a video, you get placed with a random stranger and you're both video chatting with each other. And the prank was that they had their video playing something that looked like it was real, and then they did a lot of video editing on it to make it look like a horror movie, and it like terrified the person they're chatting with. I should do that someday to you guys. I should be like, okay, today we're coding this, and then someone comes and murders me. You guys all feel sorry for me. What suckers. I don't have those kind of video editing skills. So if that happens, I'm probably actually getting murdered. You should probably do something about it. All right. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Please no, don't do this. I'm not going to do that. I think pranking chat would be pretty great, but I am a very big subscriber to the theory that pranks shouldn't hurt anybody. So I've already got some things planned out. They just take a long time to do. Yeah, I think all this stuff's fine. Alright, I'm done here. Let me... Whoop, uh-oh. What did I just do? Okay, let me push this code. Alright, where do we stand now? Rename bot base state to something now that there are two kinds of similar reducers, yeah. I just doxed you. Alvitas says, so your loyal viewers are doomed. Oh, is he a Skynet? No, they're not doomed. Like I said, the prank, okay. Pranks where they're at someone's expense, I think are still fine. Just so long as they're not hurt. There's a video I watched online of some, okay, first of all, prank videos on YouTube are not all real. But there was a video I saw where this guy put like really, really spicy sauce into sushi that he and his girlfriend were eating. And she wasn't aware at all. And she was very surprised, and like she seemed like, I mean, it was like the spiciness kind of pain, right, where you eat something too hot. I don't know, I don't think it's anything that'll do lasting damage, but like it's kind of crossing the line, I think. It's an entertaining video, sure, I'm not arguing that, but if I were to prank you guys in chat, it would be something that hopefully you find funny afterward. And even if it's at chat's expense, it's not something where it's like, oh god, I can never go back to his channel again. That'd be bad. Oh yeah, BF versus GF. I think that was it. Is Botland a joke? Am I coding this whole thing? Joke's on you guys. Then I just delete the code base in front of you. No one knows. Why did he do that? Why did he put in all this work? One really long extended prank. So set that part's fine. I don't mind this. The stuff I want to change is this, I believe. This is going to be, I want to just rename this to select bot base state. Selectable selectable bot base state. I think I call it that. Let's call it that. Wait, what did I miss here? Adam pranks us all the time with this code. Ha. When she shot him in the shower with a paintball gun. How did she film that? He was in the shower. Oh, she probably just censored things. If you think that's crossing the line, look at that channel. Why? What does that channel do? The chair thing was kind of a prank. I don't know. The other thing I watched a while ago, I don't know if these are real or not. I watched a little bit of College Humor, and there was the whole Jake and Amir prank series. And at one point, it was Jake was pranking Amir. Amir was at a basketball court for some, I don't know, they tricked him into thinking that, hey, you get to take this shot from half court blindfolded, and if you get it, you get some crazy prize, right? So he's blindfolded, and Jake had told the whole audience beforehand, act like he makes it. So he's obviously going to totally whiff. He did whiff, but he heard everyone cheering, pulled off the blindfold, and like was running around the court and super happy and everything. I don't know. They were in a prank war, so I guess there are different rules then. I actually, at one of my jobs, I got into a prank war. It was a very, very small prank war. And what happened is this. I came into work one day, and the bottom of my mouse had a piece of tape on it, I think, which, if you don't know, will just make it like hard to use. Well, I've heard of this prank before, so I turned my mouse over, I took the tape off, and I went about my day. Then later, this guy comes over with a big grin. You see what I did this morning? And I said, oh, so it was you. And I said, you don't know what you've just done. I said, you've entered a prank war with me. Well, this is for a summer internship. And he locked his computer every time he went away for lunch or something like that. One time he forgot. I went over and I changed his desktop to his own desktop with pictures of icons on it. There's a special thing about Windows where if you try naming a folder NUL, it'll get renamed to just new folder. So I told him about this the same day, and it was really just because I thought it was interesting. So he does that, and the icons I had on his desktop were named NUL, which is not a possible name. So he thought he did it himself, which is a side effect I wasn't intending. So he said, I'll fix it when it reboots. And he shuts down his computer that weekend, he comes back, and it's still there. Well, this internship lasted for the whole summer. It wasn't until the last day of my internship that I finally told him, hey, by the way, that wasn't something you did. I just changed your wallpaper. And I go back and I fix it in like 2 seconds. And he looked at me, finally realizing that it wasn't his own fault. And he shook my hand, and I thought, okay, that's it. It's the end of my prank war. Did I end up getting fired? No. So that's the level of prank I want to do. So like I said, if you ever see someone, come into the stream with a weapon, then no, that's real. I wouldn't do that. That's also probably against the Twitch terms of service. Someone like fake swatted themselves, and I think got in trouble for that from Twitch. This is the stream where Adam tells stories of very mild pranks. And everyone else wonders, wait, what? Is he for real? That was the lamest thing I've ever heard. Workbench state. And then here we also want to just name this workbench state. Okay, there. So the code should work exactly how it used to. All right, I'll watch it, but I'm not going to watch it on stream. The upside down desktop on Windows is pretty funny for this kind of prank. Yeah, so pranks like that, pranks where you have the router serve up a different page for them, and it says like, haha, you, whatever. I don't know. Those things are fine. See, another thing that sounds kind of harmless that I also don't think is a very fair prank is giving someone a lotto ticket that looks like it wins, and then you read the fine print on the back and it doesn't. It causes a lot of bad blood between people. Can you tell stories while you code? Alright, send the selected bot bay ID when you press deploy. It should hit a new function entirely on the server. So this is something where right now, the way that things are happening is deploy button gets pressed and we send your code, your slot configuration, and your name. We need to change this to something like, so this is what we have currently, and this is what we're going to change it to. So current and new. We got to change it to pretty much just something like this, bay ID. So right now, create player bot will end up calling into, what does it call into? Create player bot calls into either the simulation server, create player bot, which calls into this .arena, which so it's all going to get back to the arena at some point. Great. So server arena create bot. Okay, so we have serialized slot config. Now here's where we tried deserializing it. We're only going to try deserializing it if it's what, a string, I guess. And if it's a number, we'll try treating it as an ID. Did you hear about that girl that had a home invasion during the stream? Someone watching knew her address and called the police and saved her life? Wow. That's like the opposite of swatting. So what else did I miss here? Oh, see ya, Volk. So it could be as simple as that. Also, this says array. I don't think this is even an array anymore. Let me find out. Stringify serialized slot config. I really don't want this to take as long as it's been taking. Gotta move on to Webpack, I guess. Still not done. My CPU okay? Oh, it's actually not bad. Alright, so this should have already printed a million times. Serialized slot config is either an empty string or a string with something in it. But it's always a string. That's good to know. So we can say slot config or bay ID, but then we disallow slot configs on any real server. Yeah, that sounds reasonable, I think. Or we make a switch for it. Or I make two APIs. Either one. Any of those things would work. Yeah, I think this API should probably remain intact and it just shouldn't be callable by the player. Yeah, there are many different ways to do this, so it's not really a problem yet, but I need to be able to have two functions for now. Create bot slot config and create bot bay ID. These should converge on the same function eventually. Also eventually, create bot slot config should be disallowed. Why can't I? It's weird. All right. So solution one. One could be make two different functions. Two could be make one function that takes different argument types. Three could be make one function that takes an argument bundle, e.g. type ID ID5 or type slot config. It's pretty much the same way of doing this. 2 and 3 are pretty much the same. I think I want to make two different functions. All right, I won't do a points giveaway, but I'll do a lights giveaway. Actually, Programmer G is probably not there. So there, Max Chillax wins. Yeah, actually, this hasn't... The number of followers has definitely died down. I don't know who's even watching anymore because I don't have any view information here. So I will simply say, if you do follow me, you get control over my lights in my room. So think about that and whether you want me to be in a pink room for 5 minutes, like everybody else seems to want. So I think make two different functions is a way to do this. I think I make like a create bot by bay ID and then create bot by slot config. Manny Alpaca says, how do I change your lights? You should have gotten a whisper after you followed me. And the whisper takes about a minute to get to you. But if you didn't get a whisper, then I could just send it to you. I'll write that next on my to-do list. Send many alpacas token. Ah, there we go. So that's how that works. Who is that? That's Pixel. Oh, you did get it. Okay, well then I'm not sending you anything. All right, so if I'm going to make two APIs for this, then we got to rename this API. Create player bot by slot config. Create player bot with hardware. Yeah, with hardware, I guess. Let's look for create player bot. Get ready to rename this. So this is one place. Here's another. They should be changed too. I gotta be careful about how I save this though. I gotta save all these like one by one. Very frustratingly slow. Create player bot. This is in the test simulation server. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Also, this is gonna be called like 1,000,000 times. Yeah. Okay. I think I just blanket change these now. Create player bot. So create player bot. We search for exactly this. And yeah, this particular webcam is very bad at white balancing. This one is much better, which is why my desk looks orange in the keyboard camera and it looks red in the other camera. And I want to keep it that way. Yeah. All right. I think this is good. I think we can just blanket change all of these. They're all in test code. Yeah, I'm gonna change them all. There. This is gonna be like 300 instances. 402. This won't even load. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to save all these one by one. that didn't even trigger anything. Oh, that's not part of the client build, that's why. So that's actually fine to save. So then that means the test simulation server should be the same way. Well, that's the first thing. Then the next thing is I've got to make the new API. So this isn't too bad at all. Make a new API for create player bot with by ID. Yeah. All right, so that can be saved with no problem. This can probably be saved with no problem. Yeah. That needs to be checked in. Okay, good. Skilled Bubble says, mind if I test and dev my Twitch bot on using your channel? I think it's fine as long as it's not spammy. Yeah, that should be okay. It's too many points to do it again. Yeah, I never coded it, that's why. And see, that'll be the step. It says it takes like 40,000 points, I think. And like I said, that's just because it doesn't do anything when you spend those points. So it doesn't. Yeah, I didn't lower the amount. Send the selected bot by ID when you press deploy. So this thing I got to make next. So I got to set this up in SPMP router. ..args. We copy exactly this structure. I could make this more generic at some point. It has never been a real issue. Okay, so now player deploy bot. This is interesting. This is probably used in what, 5 places in the code base? Probably not many. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and the third one doesn't even really count. So I'm going to say player deploy bot. Player deploy bot by with hardware. Yeah, I'll just say with hardware. Yeah, we'll spell it out. As long as the constant's already that long, it might as well just be longer. My eyes are saved. Okay, so then we want another constant here. Instead of player deploy bot, so we need another one. Oh, coincidentally, the number 14 has not been taken. So we can just make this by ID here. Using a hardware configuration that they came up with. No. Using a custom hardware configuration. And this is sent by client when you want to deploy a bot using a pre-configured bot bay. Okay, so then this gets modified here. And I need to make this function, and I need a listener for this function. I can't save these yet though. So socket interface emit player deploy bot with hardware. Let's take a look at where this is getting called. Also, did that get finished yet? Here, deploy bot. Okay. So this is, oh, it's in the connection manager that does this. Why does it even, this is stupid. This should just be like ... params. Oh, it can't be. Player, owner. Why did I do this? This makes no sense. Yeah, this should just be ... params. So this is a very thin wrapper around a totally different function. We need to validate input. We don't need to do this here though. Why does this function even exist? I don't think this needs to exist. This player, create bot. Yeah, I don't think this is necessary. I think this only obfuscates what the code is trying to do here. Yeah, let's get the arena here then. Do I use the arena anywhere else? I guess here. Okay, so deploy bot needs to change. This is going to change to the arena version of it, arena.createBot. So it's arena.createBot.bind the arena and the player. Perfect. Now we just get rid of this stuff entirely. Tons of code saved. Get rid of that. Now that's deploy bot with hardware. There's also by ID. We're going to call this createBot by ID. Alright, so we go into serve arena, create bot, and create bot by ID. Oh, and we should rename this too. Let's just rename everything. So create player bot by ID, create player bot by hardware. There's the simulation server. Create player bot with hardware. This.arena.createBot. Yeah, with hardware. Then there's also this. And this should be create bot by ID. Okay, almost there. Now we go back into the arena and we have create bot by ID. This takes in the owner, code, bay ID, name, tile x equals null, tile y equals null. And then there's also create bot with hardware, owner, code, serialized, slot config, name, tile x equals null, tile y equals null. So all this is going to do, write a check to make sure this game server is allowed to deploy bots this way. And if they are, then we just do this dot create bot. Owner, code, serialized, slot config, name, tile x, tile y. And here we do return this dot create bot, owner, code. We pretty much do the same thing. The only difference is we need to fetch this value here. To do fetch this. To do make sure they actually own the bay ID that they're trying to get. All right. If only code worked that way. You could just write to-do items and they were just done for you. It'd be a very different life. Okay, so I shouldn't have changed anything just now. I added a new function, but everything should be identical to how it used to be. And I need to verify this. Let's close that out, close this out. We have, yeah, so there are two ways I need to test this. Test one is single player, two is multiplayer. Adam, it does work that way. It's called management. That's oddly accurate. All right, let's go restart a lot of these services. I'm gonna restart this even though it shouldn't matter. And I'll restart this one. This one definitely should matter. All right. I'm gonna save this quote. See if I can remember to go fetch it afterward. What's my uptime? At uptime 6H19M. How utterly goofy. Okay, I'm gonna refresh this page now. So if we see bots get deployed, then we're pretty much fine. Okay, good. So bots are getting deployed. Now what would be really nice is being able to deploy them myself, which actually I guess I could technically do. I just wouldn't have hardware on them. So now I hit deploy. Testeroni. Oh, it worked. It worked. Okay, now we connect to the server. Join game. Ah, that worked too. Okay. I kind of expected there to be more errors. That's 3 times today where something's worked a little sooner than I expected it to. Maybe I'm getting better. Wow. Okay, so this has been created. Now I just need to call into it. Call into create player bot by ID. Oh yeah, and put a gate on create player. What's that thing called? I know I typed Pallier. This one. So that a real game server can't use it at all. So calling into this new one. So we need to fetch serialized config. Also, if they're not allowed to do this, I guess we just return null from here. Okay. That should be fine. So we don't need to know this. If you can't deploy a bot, then just stop it. I don't need to know that here, do I? I don't. So here's what we do. Go into player. And we have get bot bays. We should say something like get bot bay ID. Return this dot bot bays bay ID. Const bot bay equals owner dot get bot bay ID. If not util dot exist bot bay, then we say logger dot error owner dot toString tried deploy. Why am I doing things this way? Time to get smart. Tried deploying bay ID. What's it called? Bay ID. But does not own that bay. Return null. Have you used the Microsoft Sculpt ergonomic keyboard? I don't think so. Maybe I've seen this. It looks almost identical to mine as far as the keyboard itself goes. Oh, it's a chiclet keyboard. Never mind. In the other picture, it looked a little different. No, I haven't used this. I think having the split space bar would be kind of nice. Other than that, pretty much the same. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I take this back. I can never use a keyboard like this with a vertical home and delete insert. I find it very, very frustrating. Yeah. Maybe I could get used to it, but then I'd switch to a laptop or something and I'd throw it all off. I'm not sure. So we get the bot bay. If they have it, so make sure that they own a bot bay by that ID. It's possible that they specify a valid bot bay, but they're not the owner. These sentences should be in the other order. It's possible they specify a valid bot bay, that they don't own. So we need to make sure that they're the owner. Yeah. So make sure they actually own it. That part's here. That's done. Oh, and then here's the next part that I totally forgot. Serialize slot config equals, and here's where I'm running a deserialize for no reason. To do, I eventually shouldn't. How do I do this? Serialize slot config. Here is where I turn it into a slot configuration. Yeah, I should do this in the other function. How is this used? Slot configuration is, yeah. I'll just fix this now. No need to write it to do item into the code. So slot configuration, we say owner.toString provided a slot configuration that was not valid. It's serialized slot config. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. Then we pass the slot configuration in and not the serialized one. So this is now a hardware slot configuration. Good. We don't need any of the other code that I'd had there. Now the bot bay itself has the slot config, so we can just say hardware slot configuration equals botbay dot get hardware slot configuration. There. All right, I think this is pretty good. Yeah. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I'd like to fix there. So where did the client watch go? Here. What changed in your setup? I noticed the stream does not freeze anymore while running your game local. There are a couple of things. One, I changed the OBS stream settings. So there are different settings. I think by default OBS is set to very fast, and by setting it to something like super fast, it uses less CPU because it tries to encode faster, but it could look worse. Well, given that only this much of the screen is changing on a very frequent basis, I didn't think it would really matter, and apparently it hasn't because nobody's complained about it. The second thing that I changed was Phantom Bot. I upgraded it and then disabled all the stuff that took too much time. So the amount of CPU it used to use was like 8%, and now it's down to 0.8%. So it's using like 1/10 what it used to. Although as soon as I mentioned that, it went up to 1.5. I don't know what it just did there, but it went back down, so that's fine. For example, if I ran the top 10 command through the bot, it would take a ton of CPU. If I run it myself, it's done before well, that was just Node taking a while to start up, but it takes very little time to do this. And then you can see who has the most time in the chat. So Timbroya, then Void Dreamer, then Roving Eye, and who has the most points. Timbroya, then Tyrandaz, then Roving Eye. Void Dreamer gives away a lot of points. That's why Void Dreamer is not in the top 10. Okay, so I'm still not calling this API, although I could manually call into it. In fact, let me try that out. Uh-oh. That's a problem. It's a big problem. Slot configuration must not be valid. Lasers 2, missiles 2. How is this being called? Where is this coming from? Create AI bot. Calls... Oh, I'm calling create bot manually. That shouldn't happen. That's not good. Yeah, and the Mr. Banks, that took some time to do, upgrading that bot and then fixing everything. And then once I'd upgraded it, it stopped saying when people followed. I found out why that broke. Then I eventually filed a bug, or at least I went to, and then I found out, oh, someone else has filed this bug, and they updated this. There's just a lot of issues. Rebirth says, one day I'll get there. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you stay in the channel, definitely. Well, not definitely that you'll be in the top 10, but definitely that your points will get up to the 2000s. So this is being called here, create entity, create bot. Ooh, this is, I don't know what this is doing. Not good. Oh no, that's fine. No, I don't care about that. This one I care about. This should be create bot with hardware, and it takes in the serialized config. Although if I have the configuration in here, I can just call into the regular function, because all this is going to do is deserialize it. So I guess I can call this create bot and then just not serialize this. I shouldn't ever do that though. Oh, this is for the giveaway. We need to just delete the giveaway function. This is stupid. Delete the giveaway function. That's throwing off my find results. Now what are we doing here? Create bot, and then we serialize, and that's for creating an AI bot. So I think we can assume that this is only going to create valid bots. So we just don't do that. All right, what next? Game server. Redeploy bot. Oh, this is actually pretty interesting. In order to redeploy a bot, we redeploy it with the exact same slot configuration. And that slot configuration should never be modifiable. Otherwise we run into a big issue. All right, let's go find out whether that's an issue. So create bot. We call in to make bot assemblage. Yeah. So bot assemblage. We make a new. Oh, we do a lot of stuff apparently. But there's a hardware component. The hardware component has a slot configuration. So note, this should never be modified. It could be shared with, yeah, this particular object could be shared with other bots. For example, when bots get redeployed. Slowly. Hey, Merlin. You need determination. All right, so then back here, I just changed this. I don't need to serialize this anymore. I can just simply say const slot configuration equals that. Then I just put this into here, create bot. Yep, looks good. All right, what's next? That's okay, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay. That's fine. This, oh, no, this isn't fine. No, this is far from fine. Whew, it's a good thing I looked at that. All right, so that's all fixed. This stuff, this all needs to be changed too. Slot config, or this is doing debug deploy bots. Or I could just do this. Is there anywhere else I need to modify this? Create player bot with hardware. Did I write this right now? I did not write that. What? Oh, simple wrapper on this that will reading the code is the best way to see what extra functionality this provides. But yeah, as in I'm not going to maintain this comment because I know that's always the case, but yeah, I'm not going to maintain this. So we're going to do, how do I change this? Create player bot with hardware. So I serialized this. I don't want to serialize this, I guess. Okay. What else? Is that it? That's everything. Thank goodness. Okay, we gotta run the test for this. This is too much. So let's refresh the page for now. Okay, bots are deploying just fine. So now we connect to the server and hopefully bots still deploy just fine. So what did I write here? Test single player, multiplayer, try deploying a bot by a Bay ID, try running that. Let me just run the real test, BLT run. Yeah, so if these tests fail, it's very likely that I just missed a reference to create bot somewhere. Oh, surprisingly, this seems to be working fine. That's 4 times today. Huh. Huh. Well, I have no reason to believe that there's any problem with any of the create bot flow then. It just worked in single player, it worked in the test. And it works on the server, does it? Yeah, it works on the server. Okay, cool. So let's do one more thing. How do I test this? I need a bot that has a laser. No, this has landmines. Okay, we can use this. So landmines, let's do join game. What is the landmine ID? It's gonna be a little bit difficult. 2. So it's 2. So we need to do debug main.socket interface.emit the number 14. I know, this is gonna be crazy. W14, yeah. Deploy bot by ID. Okay, great. Then we take in the serve arena by ID. The code. So the code is going to be update equals function if can lay mine move. That's our code. So let's write this entire function out here. Index is off. Yeah. All right, code. So we have the owner, the code, the ID. The ID I determined was 2. Then the name. Hello. What a unique name. All right, now let's try this out. This is the ultimate test. Are you ready for the ultimate test? It didn't work. Oh, I know why it didn't work. Reference error, what? And what's the reference error? Fine. Fine. The ultimate test failed. So we go into the game server, and then the botland server logs errors only. What is the reference error we just saw? Serialized slot config is not defined. That is largely unhelpful. What serialized slot config is not defined? It shouldn't. Oh, or I hooked up the functions wrong. Capillar says, why do you always make me hate Thursdays? Hey, by the way, hey. I should go get that heating pack again pretty soon. Oh, you check for exactly the word hi. Okay. Skilled Bubble, what are you writing the bot in? Is it from scratch? Is it using an existing bot at all? Alright, so I have screwed something up here. Oh, wait a second, never mind. Looks like you just turned it off for that time. C#, okay. So how do I call this without totally screwing this up? I could probably do this. Simulation server has an arena, which is of this kind, which has an owner. This is going to be annoying. All right, so debug main.simulation server.arena.create bot by ID. I need to get, so var my player equals debug main.player depot.get my player. Then we pass that into here, my player, and then the rest of this stuff. It's very, very unlikely that this works. No, it's impossible that this works. The game server doesn't know about your bots. Okay, how about this? Let's say logger.info in create bot by ID, bay ID. And then down here, we say that we're in the other function. In here, serialize slot config. Then we restart this. All right. Wait for the client watch to finish. Yeah, then we try this out again. All right, here goes. Here goes. What happened? In create bot by ID 2. Did it make it? It worked! Oh, it worked! I didn't expect that either. Also, sorry if I shouted that it worked into the microphone. I just really didn't expect that. You can see it down here. Wow. It worked. So what this means is, check this out. So now you can deploy by using these radio buttons. Frank, no, nobody can code in C++. No human can understand that language. You'd have to be some kind of super genius to understand that. So no. Yeah. So now you can deploy with these checkboxes, basically, or the radio buttons. Except for that, I haven't hooked that up yet. Did I? No, maybe I didn't. I don't know exactly. we gotta call into this by default. Oh man, Frank, you actually know C++? It's pretty impressive. Yeah, Panda, you must be a super genius too. Because JavaScript is a language for noobs, and that's why I'm using it, because I'm a noob. C++ is the devil's work. Alright, I'm going to stop just tabbing around randomly. I got to call into this function from main. So when you say deploy button pressed, we have create player bot with hardware. This needs to be changed completely. Yeah. So how do I want to change this? This is passed into React as on deploy. So Botland app gets the on deploy and passes it to where? Oh, this doesn't pass it any farther than that. We get a hardware slot configuration somehow. Code input showing. Hardware slot configuration code. All right, I'm going to need to modify this. I'm going to need to do it in such a way that I break everything. We'll get there. If the devil was a fluffy unicorn indeed. But he's not, so it's even worse. Hey Fuzz Distor. I don't think I've seen you before. Alright, so here's how I gotta change this. This needs to take in, instead of a hardware slot configuration, it needs to take in an ID. So what I should do is I should just track down where this is coming from. Can I even do that at this point? I don't know. I think I just... Let's find out. What happened here? Oh, did that just take a really long time to load? That's strange. Okay, so I need to set a breakpoint in Botland app deploy. Yeah, right here. Let's put a breakpoint there. I hit the deploy button. What happens? So the stack here, it came from on deploy in Blockly, which set up the hardware configuration. Okay, good. That makes sense. So then if we call it from code, we hit deploy. Now it's called from the on deploy and code input. So the way deploys work now is actually totally reasonable. Need to change on deploy from code input and Blockly. Any idiot can go to Haskell. I hear Undertale was written by dogs. So codeinput.js, we have the deploy function here. Here's where I get the hardware configuration from XML. Oh, this is something I'll never have to do again. I take that back. I'm going to have to do it again, but I won't have to do it here. How do we get this? This.props.get slot configuration from XML. And the bot config XML is taken in from the state. So main can just figure this out on its own. In fact, I don't even need to change these if I don't want to, although I definitely should. Frank, I actually am learning how to code this in C++ right now. You probably can't tell because this is the like C++ advanced version. Bot Game says, what games you making? So I'm working on Botland, which Capillara has just linked in the chat. Oh, just one dog? Okay. Capillara just linked in the chat, so it's that video. It's a strategy game about automation, and I'm super excited about it. Been working on it for about 4 months now. So here's what we're going to do instead of this. We're going to do const bayId equals, and here's where we could get this. We do store.getState dot, I don't remember the name of the reducer here. Select reducer, yes, this one. This, and then this has in it the selected bayId. All right, so let's get rid of that and change this to deploy by ID. We take in the code, we take in the bayId, and then the name. Will this work? No, it can't be that easy. The code, the bayId, and the name. Maybe it is that easy. Maybe I'm about to wreck this thing. Totally own it. Bot Game says, wow, 4 months, when could it be finished? It'll probably take another 14 months. So it's a very, very extensive game. There's a lot to do. All right, what happened here? Tell me this is just a JavaScript breakpoint. Oh, good, it is. All right, great. So here's the final test to see if I did everything correctly today. Hit connect, hit join game, and now I have 3 different bays. So I'm gonna kill off my bots, and we're gonna try this really simply. So I'm going to just do this. Let's put cloak, and let's pick a bot that does not have cloaking. So landmines, melee, teleport. I'm gonna hit deploy. Actually, after cloaking, let's just have it move randomly. So we're gonna just hit deploy here. This bot is not cloaked. Now I'm going to press this button. I'm going to deploy this new one under the name cloak, and it'll hopefully cloak. Oh, it worked. Okay, this is great. This is really good. This is like what the last month and a half has been leading up to. So all this stuff I did with databases and splitting out the REST server and getting data to propagate from your computer to the REST server to the game server back to your computer, it has just paid off. I'm just going to watch this bot dance around now for like 2 hours, and then I'll get back to work. I'm very happy about this. Bot Game says, are you getting paid for it, or is it just a hobby? So I'm not getting paid for it, but I wouldn't say it's a hobby. I am working on this full time. I started a company with a friend of mine about 4 or 5 months ago. And actually, I guess it was 5 months ago because it was before I started the stream. But I'm not making any money off of this, not yet. I want to be. And if you want to find out how I plan on making money off of the game, you can go check out that link. So I'll show this on screen briefly, although you guys can just read it yourself. It's not a very long page. There are 2 things you can buy. You can buy salvage packs, which we're going to get to eventually, and additional bot bays, which this is like what I've been coding, but I just haven't coded the additional part. There's only 3 right now. So yeah, you can read about that online. Right now, here are the bot bays that you have, and these are editable. So if I were to restart the game server here, let me check this out. Good work, you made a cloaking bot. All right, let me just press the ban panda button. So do you have any income now or not? No, I don't. My wife does, but I don't have an income right now. Not really pulling my weight right now. All right, we're gonna restart this. And wait for this thing to load up. Okay, so now we can change this around. We can configure a bot on the fly if we want. Not on the fly. I take that back. I'm going to delete these 2 things. And then I'm going to make thrusters 3, melee 3, regen 1. And then over here, we're going to put, actually, let me update that. Update. Okay, good. Then over here, we're going to say landmines 3, teleport 2. Commit. Now we join the game. We should have those bots set up. Yeah, we do. Okay, good. So I'm going to make a bot that just moves around. We're going to call this the thrusters bot. We're going to deploy one of those. So this one should move very quickly. Now we're going to make the landmines bot, and I'm going to write this in JavaScript. So let's try this out. If can lay mine. If can teleport x minus 5y, teleport x minus 5y. Otherwise move right. Yeah. All right, let's deploy that. This is going to be the teleport bot. Okay. Hey, look, it worked. So the bot lays landmines, and then as soon as it can teleport again, it'll teleport to the left. You probably can't see it. It's probably underneath my camera right now. But there, just teleported back. What else did I miss here? The Bumbleum says, wow, I just watched that explanation video and it sounded incredible. I'm sure I'll play loads with that. Keep up the good work, man. Well, thank you. And if you want to play it right now, you actually can, although it costs points to do so, and you probably don't have enough. Yeah, 17 points. So it costs, I believe, 90 today. But it is playable. But thank you. I do appreciate the feedback. And then it says, Han says, wait, no, I missed bot game. It's okay to not have income, but yet it's not. Coding all day is fun. I do it at school. Yeah, it's enjoyable work. It'd be enjoyable if I were making money too. Han says, you're doing something you love. Would you do software development as a job? Yes, and I have before too. I just noticed, is that Sublime as the JS editor? Yes, it is. Okay, so this is done, but now there's a lot of code cruft around here. So to remove the ridiculous amount of code that led to this point. Or leave it in, I don't know what I should do there. Put a gate on this, delete the giveaway function, yeah. Oh, in-game, no it's not. It's just the same, oh sorry, I didn't realize what you were saying. No, this is just the same syntax highlighting, I think. Monakai. It might not even be the same syntax highlighting, I'm not sure. But this is called Code Mirror. All right, well, I'm really glad I at least got this thing working. One thing that's probably not working correctly is if this were a string that's too long. So what if I just change this to like, what does that look like? Yeah, okay, I was afraid of that. I should make this word wrap. In fact, I can just do that, I think. Word break. What can you set this to? Break all. Yeah, word break, break all. That's what I got to do. Now the question is, how do you do that through React? So I would capitalize it like this, but then do I hyphenate this one? Possibly. Let's let that build and find out. Then I got to clean up some code. Then maybe I'll run some more giveaways. Let's see. How will a user know those functions like lay mine? So let me link you a video from a very long time ago. There are two different ways of coding in Botland. So how will users know it when using Blockly? Well, they'll just go into the menu, they'll see offense, and then they'll see lay mine, and they'll just use lay mine. How will they know it in JavaScript? Well, one thing they could do is they could go through Blockly and then say edit as JS, and now they know that this function exists. But that's a pretty bad way. It's not very discoverable. So let me search for this video that I made a while ago. Oh man, I upload way more videos than I thought. Where is this? JavaScript, here it is. Okay, this video. And what kind of giveaways? Giveaway for the game. That way you don't need to spend points on it. So in this video, and it's only 2 minutes long, but still I'll just kind of skip through it. You can see There's no autocomplete in here, but what there's a JavaScript analogy of snippets from Blockly. So you can see I don't need to type in anything. It's just automatically filling it in for me as I hover over this thing. So there might be something like that. There might just be autocomplete. It might just be considered, hey, you're on your own for now, and we eventually add it in as a feature later. I'd like to have the coding experience be pretty nice, but I don't think coding is the center of the game. I think it's automation that is. I miss the old home and the LED collar. So the LED necklace is on my wall now. So that's where those lights went. Yep. All right, let me get ready to commit this then. Ooh, I modified a lot of code. It's because I refactored these functions. Const bope. Why did I? Oh, this is in main. Yeah, and I have a to-do item here. So I need to make extra sure to do this. Clean up main.js. Good old memories of the video brain. Yeah, Valand has come a long way, I think, in 4 months. I do think, so I look at other people's games every once in a while, and sometimes you rapidly prototype something and you get to the point where you've got a game that looks more visually appealing than mine in a short amount of time. But when I look at what's happened so the first 3 months, that's kind of what was happening, is things looked very different from week to week. Oh, now there are lasers. Now you could build walls. Then I removed building walls. Now you could teleport. Now whatever else. Then, for the last month, and this is why I was so excited when I finally got something working with this, for the last month I'd been working on the back end, where you don't see anything different from week to week. You say, what's Adam working on today? Oh, he's messing around with databases again. Unfollow. Lurker Mike says, what's on the menu today? So, what did I write there? Adam's making it so the game servers now require you to... Yeah, actually, I just kind of got done with that. So check this out, Lurker Mike. Now, let me restart this. Okay, if I restart this and I go back into the game, just gotta wait for it. So I'm gonna connect. This was already the case yesterday. I could update these at will. So I could take off regen 1 if I want to. Okay, great. Now when I finally join the game, these are going to be locked in. So now they exist in this UI. You can see regen is no longer on this bot. And now I have to pick one of these 2 hardware configs because they're the only bots that I have. This is how bot bays are going to work in the game. They won't look like this. They'll be more visually appealing, but this is how they'll work in the game. So it's going to be a very different strategy. And that's why I was saying before, you could say missiles are the best. I want to use missiles in this situation. But now you can clearly see, well, I just don't have missiles. So for me to have been able to use missiles here, I would have had to know beforehand that I wanted to use them. So this is part of the strategy that happens before the game. Oh, thanks, Capillara. I'm glad you like the concept art. And for anyone who doesn't know what Capillara is talking about, you can watch that video that I just pasted in the chat. Now I need to finish cleaning this up. So let's go through all this code. It shouldn't take too long. Oh, also word break. I never tested this. Let's test that out. So if I just type in a bunch of garbage here. Yeah, good. It broke. And by broke, I meant it word broke, which is what I want. I usually don't want things to break. Also, there's a warning I need to fix up. Fix the warning about... Actually, I did a search for this. The search must have finished by now. It finished without being conclusive? Yeah, I didn't find anything. Find DOM node. I wonder where that's coming from. I should inject... Okay, so fix warning about find DOM node. Inject my own find DOM node so that I have a workable stack. Can't type. All right, but we're going to clean up this code for now. In fact, this is something that can be checked in on its own, so let's check it in on its own. Yeah. added line word breaking, what's that thing called? Word break. Added the word break style to the hardware configs in selectable bot bays so that they don't go off the screen when they're too long. And there are sirens all day. Sounds like there must be a big fire or something. Lurker Mike says, nice. What happens if you put in bogus data into those fields? So if you put in bogus data, I need to reconnect because right now I'm in a game, so I can't show you here. But if I connect here and you put in bogus data, it'll say invalid hardware config. And bogus data is actually more sensitive than that. If you said melee level 4, for example, melee level 4 doesn't exist, so you can't use that. So you have to set this back to 3 and then it works. If you say melee level 0 and you hit update, that doesn't work. If you said something like some weapon that doesn't exist, like turbo 2, it doesn't work. So yeah, this verifies everything. And it validates it on the server, not on the client. So I don't just trust, although actually it should validate it on the client first. I'll do that later. All right, what else do we have here? Okay, so simulation server, I don't think really needs these things. Creates a bot for your player. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious what this stuff does. I'm gonna delete that comment, in fact. There. Yeah, same thing here. So the most important change I made here was that there is now a game server arena create bot by ID function. Is that create bot has been split into and there. So create bot by ID is now the default for a real, I should just say default shouldn't be in quotation marks, is this for a real game server. That way you can only deploy bots that you'd previously configured. It is going to cause a lot of problems for people playing the pre-beta, I think. Which is why I've got to stop people from joining when they don't have bot base. Lurker Mike says, what if I set it to 4 but forget what a valid data is? Will it repopulate the field with something that is good data? So this is temporary UI, so it's probably never going to do that. The real UI is probably going to look something like what the old UI looked like. So right now when you connect, you see these things. Eventually, imagine that you see this UI, where instead of typing out melee :4 semicolon artillery, you just drag what you want on here. So you can't make something invalid using this UI, and if you tried to, it would warn you and you'd get an error when you saved and anything else. So this is going to eventually be the UI. And for right now, it just looks like this because I wanted the fastest possible way of getting this up and running. All right. So much of the code called into create bot that a lot of these changes are superficial. Yeah, because none of this stuff is like, this is all plumbing essentially. This I need to comment. I really need to comment that. So yeah, let me go do that. Create by ID creates a bot using a bot bay ID for the source of the hardware. So owner is a player, code is a string, bay ID is a number, name is the bot name, which isn't even necessary. I could make this explicit here if I wanted to. Yeah, if name doesn't exist, name isn't even specified in here. Name. Yeah, I'll say name equals null here. I think it's the more explicit way of doing this. That way you know you don't necessarily have to have this set. Tilex, I'll just say see create bot for more information about arguments. I'll say bay ID is the ID from which to pull hardware. And it returns an entity. Create a bot bay. Great. Next up, comment this one the same way. Creates a bot using a serialized hardware slot configuration. So that stuff's all fine. The only thing I'm going to comment on is this string serialized slot config. This is, well, this also checks to make sure that you're even allowed to create bots this way, as it's intended that you use pre-configured bot bays. I shouldn't say pre-configured bot bays. I should say bot bays that you'd configured before joining the game. Okay, that's better. Now, do I have any console.logs in here? No. And in case I lose this, let me just say this off here. All right, so connection manager is next. Arena, yeah, good. I bound functions differently. That was one thing that had a net loss of code, which I like. Same thing with this file, technically, although it was only one line. This is okay. I'm not going to read through those comments. I think they're fine, and it's pretty self-explanatory anyway. This should never be modified. This particular object could be shared with other bots. Yep, good. Get bot bay in player.js. Get bot bay. Oh, come on. That seriously just happened? Weird. Gets a particular bot bay that this player owns. All right, just a couple more of these. Arena test, I'm not going to look through because this is all just the same line that was changed a million times. I renamed a function. Oops. Then here it's the same deal. Here it's the same deal. Yeah. All right. Pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Next up, let's run the tests. Close out of that. Close out of this stuff. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Are these going to pass? Looks good so far. Yeah. I am pretty happy with the progress so far. So the remaining things, I might just get done with. Well, I guess there's all this stuff that I could still do by 6 o'clock. We'll have to see. See how much I want to do with this, because I actually am getting a little bit tired. So normally I'd stream until about 50 minutes from now. I'm considering streaming until about 2 hours from now, because I wanted to make up for some lost time from last week because of the back pain that I had that caused me to miss the stream. I'll probably stream like half an hour over, something like that. All right, anyway, send this when you press deploy. Okay, great. So clean up this code. Yeah. So it's not really this code that needs to be cleaned up, although there is a minor cleanup to do here. It's everything that calls into this that needs to be cleaned up. So slot configuration, this doesn't even take that anymore. It just takes code and name, and that's it. So then this doesn't need to be validated anymore. This is no longer needed. We just delete that stuff. So then in Blockly, when we say that the deploy button was pressed, we don't even need this get slot configuration from XML. That's not necessary. So we can probably delete that function and unplumb it through the database, or through the whatever, get the heat pack. Now, Cipro, I don't stream on Thursdays. So Thursday is when I usually have a meeting with the game designer. We talk about everything. Then I go and file away all the notes that we did. I have another meeting that's unrelated to Botland entirely. And then I'll typically do any other work that can only be done on a business day. So this Thursday, for example, I need a call about this. So the doctor I went to see last week said you should go see a massage therapist, and they never called me back. But anyway, Thursday is the prime day for that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna throw this thing in the microwave. Okay, I'll be done in about a minute. Mr. Super K says, is there any way I can watch this from the start? The VODs only go back a certain date. So the VODs go back almost all the way. They don't go back all the way because I wasn't exporting VODs at that time. So I don't think you can watch them from the start, actually. I will show you the development VOD playlist. So here you go. It's actually, so Capilar, it's not totally on there from the start. There's only an hour of day 2, and then every other thing is skipped until day 11. And then there are a couple of days that are missed from there. But it's mostly on there. And some of this, if only you guys know when in uploading some of these. There's a bug with a Twitch. I'm not going to even talk about this. Just, there are bugs. It took a long time. I had to upload them myself sometimes. Alright, so Blockly needs to be changed. And then this, I don't think this is needed at all anymore. We call this here. We have a function for this here in main. We get a Blockly workspace. What in the world? XML text? So this was, yeah, none of this needed to be done either. I don't know why I did this. I have this store in main. None of this is going to be needed anymore. And I'm going to later add it into the code, and I'm going to go back and look for this particular commit. So hopefully it's easy to find. Wants to watch the first 11 days anyway. Oh no, Monatic Bind knows me in real life. He watched the stream. He knows what it's about. He's just teasing me. Oh, a lot of it was Hello World. Okay, so this function is not needed anymore. What this function used to do, well, what it does, but I'm going to delete it, is it used to take this block right here and convert it into a string that would represent a hardware config. But it's not needed anymore because now instead of these blocks, I have just the hardware configs here. So yeah, it's not too important. So I think I can get rid of this entirely. Let's just make sure I'm not calling this for anywhere else. So this is in main, that part's fine. This I just call from props, pass it through. Yep, gonna delete this entire function. What a sad day this is. How did I even code this? There's a lot of code that went into this. It's in setup Blockly. Oh man. Where did I do this? Setup Blockly blocks. It wasn't any of this that mattered. Oh, it was when I created all the hardware ones. Create hardware block. Yes. Here's how this worked. It would return code that was a serialization of this stuff. Yep. All right. Oh, Mr. Super K, I'm glad you like it. What happened to your code I just got here? I will show you in a sec. What was this other thing? Yeah. Yeah, so what happened to my code? What is this? Okay, this is weirded out. I finally changed it so that instead of needing to configure your bot like this by what I would call immediate mode, which is not going to exist in the game, there is now finally, here are the bots that you'd configured before even entering the match, and you have to pick between one of these, and these actually work. So if I have landmine code here, if I just said, where's laymine, and then move. So if I put this on the first bot, which does not have landmines, this is just going to move around. If I put it on the second bot, this is actually going to lay mines. So you can see here, only one of the bots is laying mines, so this is actually working, and I'm very glad about that. Probably a part of your chair, never forget. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab that heat pack. It's very hot. I'm always afraid this is just gonna burst and scald my entire back. Like, how much trust do I place in the plastic wrap around this? Do you know what the magic number is? 16. Never forget. Okay, so none of this code is really necessary anymore either. I don't know how much of this to get rid of though, because I'm going to need it again in the future. I just don't need it now. So I think I'm going to keep this here. Create hardware block. Yeah, I'm going to want it in the future. But this stuff, this can be gotten rid of. Then I just fetch it from the depths of Git. Yeah. Because I'm going to want this at some point. I'm just going to delete it. Whatever. It's saved in Git. There, it's gone. Have you tried making a stand-up workspace? Yeah. I actually have a stand-up workspace. And I linked the video in there. You should make a code library for old code. Well, I don't need to do that, so it's saved in Git. I can always come back to this commit and then revive that code if I need to. And normally, Hound, I would stand up, but ever since the back pain, I thought I'm just going to sit down, see if this has anything to do with it, if my posture can be better that way. Anyway, we got done with that. So now the rest of this is cleaning up the other references here. All right, so get warning text for block. What uses this? Setup, oh man, I seriously do this? Setup blockly takes in a warning function here? There probably wasn't a better way to do this, I guess. Set warning text, validate hardware function. Oh boy. Maybe, okay, maybe I do keep this code around. I just don't call it. Because yeah, I think this is going to be, it's going to be used eventually. I don't know. I'm so torn right now. I got an imager is over capacity. Huh. Nice code. Dilemma. Remove the dead code knowing that I'll later re-add it. If I do remove it, I'll spend time completely obliterating it and unplumbing it. If I don't, I'll just move on to the next task and it will possibly live on forever as dead code. So what do I do? I think given that it's incredibly likely that I come back to this code, I leave it there. That way I don't need to do the juggling act of deleting it now, then going and fetching it from the history, comparing it to what I have again. I think I'm just going to leave it there. So what have I modified so far? This part I'm fine with. Yeah, let's leave it at that, I guess. Kill the animals. Man, I was not actually happy with the Super Metroid run at AGDQ. Like, I don't think it was that entertaining. But then again, I'd never heard of the runner. And Reverse Boss Order is a very weird run. It's a very weird run. Capillara, do you mean Code Portfolio? Yeah, you can link it. You should probably watch out for personal information on your site. I don't mind you linking it. I'm just saying you might have something that links to you in a way you don't want, and you might not realize it until you've actually pasted it. So does this work? Yeah, this works. Okay, great. Whatever. I'm going to check this in. So minor cleanup for a function in main.js now that the hardware config is pulled from a pre-configured bay. There is actually a lot of dead code now, but it's going to be revived later anyway, so I think I will do something about it then, i.e. once the UI is finalized. This is context parsing data from a site. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is a very weird setup. Although, does the number 5 ever actually show up on its own here? Because you were checking to see if something equaled 5, didn't you? I guess it does sometimes. I'll have to take a look at your site later, Capillara. But other people in chat can comment on it. Capillara's site. Okay, so clean this up, done. Fix the warning about find DOM node. This should be a little bit interesting to look into because right now all I know is that there is a problem, but I have no idea where the problem is, and I searched my code and couldn't find it. So let's see. There it is, right there. React.find DOM node. So let's go find out. Do I have React? No, I don't. What would I do if I wanted to find this? Go into main, I guess. I guess I put a breakpoint here. Then refresh the page. I should have access to React if it's even in that file. Client, nope, client main React. Yeah, there it is. Okay, good. So let's check it out. React.find DOM node. React is not defined. It's probably been namespaced into something else thanks to transpilation. Bundle. Can I go into this? What's it called? This would be almost impossible to find. Underscore React? Underscore React 2? What? What is this thing? React 2. Default. Oh, whoa. I think I found it. Find DOM node. Oh, look at that. Look at that. So all we need to do is this. Let's write this in here. We're going to say var old function equals this. Then we're going to say we're going to overwrite this so that it is equals function console.log in React in find DOM node, and then we just print new error.stat. We can make this real JavaScript. All right, let's do this. So we have the function, and then we need to call the old function dot apply null comma arguments, I think. Let's try that out, shall we? All right, there we go. So this should print out at some point with a stack trace. I don't know how. I don't think I did this right. and it's not working. Uh-oh, that's not good. Name input dom.value.trim. How did this screw up? Oh, whoa, there it is. Find DOM node. Oh, who had any idea I was typing that wrong the whole time? Oops. All right. Find DOM node is deprecated. I read that wrong. I thought it was something else. What was I searching for on the command line? I searched for something and it was just totally the wrong thing. Get DOM node. That's what I was searching for. Stupid of me. Oh, you don't even care about that stuff? You stream around 5 days a week? Huh. Also, check out Capillara's stream. This is not even JSON. I need to convert it to JSON first. Oh, man. All right. So what do I do here? I go find DOM node. I just left this in my code. So wait, it said warning. Did it say how to fix this? Please use react dom.find DOM node and require react dom instead. Yeah, although I'm already using this in many different places. And okay, fine. Yeah, let's try this out. So const react dom. How did I require from here? React dom. Here we go. And then do react dom dot find DOM node. Yeah. So that's it. That's all it should take to fix all of these. So I'll go fix all of the other ones too. Wait a sec. This should have been moved out of here already. Oh, connect to server. Gotta search for this all over the place now. Refactor out this. Alright, so there we have React DOM. Now find DOM node. We just need to replace all of these instances with this. Everyone, is that what you've been working at all day? Configuring the mouse? Alright, we got one more place to fix this. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Const react dom equals require react something something. React DOM. Oh, there's only one something. Okay, so that should be that. Now I shouldn't get any more warnings. What triggered these warnings to begin with? It doesn't matter. I'll just see if they show up again. I think I just tried connecting to the server and then something happened. Yeah, because it tried using the name here. Okay, I know how that triggered then. Basically any of those instances that I'd found before. So let's see. Pause in debugger, do not care. We hit connect, no warnings. Looking good. Nice, update, yep, no warnings. Join game, yeah, test. Yep, cool, everything's fixed. I have a feeling that when I go to deploy this, everything is going to break because of how my package JSON is set up. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Juggling between actually programming and designing, then stopping and determine what keys I just pressed, determining if I should add it to the map. Yeah, if you do ever take your statistics on how frequently you type any keys, that would help you figure out how to do that the best. Because I used to have statistics, and so I used to know which buttons I'd press, and if it ever wasn't high enough as a percentage of what I pressed that day, then I would just remove it from my mouse. Alright, so replaced React.find DOM node. I gotta say, React has made it easier than any other library I've probably ever used in JavaScript to update and not worry about deprecated warnings, because they tell you exactly what to use, where to find it. They give you a warning, they still let you use it. So it's really nice. With React DOM.find DOM node. found out about this thanks to React warnings in the console. React is pretty sweet. I like a lot of what it does. I think the hardest thing, my biggest problem that I have with it is, like, let's say I want to, I don't know, make a new component that's got to talk to the server, but there's some UI for it. I've got to pass from my main into my root in the Botland app into the component that needs it. I've got to pass some handler. So I need to modify at least 4 files before I've even written any code. Then I write the code for it, and then I just trigger it. That part's all fine, I guess. But I don't know how to stop myself from having to pass all that in. I guess what I could do is I could lump it into an object. I could say something like, no, I'm not going to write this out. I'm not going to do that. Alright, so I don't need this anymore, I don't need this anymore, and I don't need that. Done. Refactor out enter key code. This has nothing to do with anything I've been working on, but it just shouldn't be in my code. So I'll go fix this. Oh, it's in one spot. Well, this should be an easy fix then, because I've already fixed this in my key constants dot return. Let's search for that. Cipro says, what should I use to learn to code? I always suggest just Codecademy, Python. It'll teach you the basics. You can get started within 10 seconds if you want. And I highly suggest you just click that link and start working now. Elm is like only the nicest part of React Redux and faster. Yeah. I should use it at some point. Flux would fix all of that. Oh, don't switch to it because it would take a while to recode. Don't worry about looking into this now, but you can utilize context in React to pass through multiple children. Interesting. Huh. Purple Flurple suggests this would get around my having to pass from main root to Botland app to child. Oh, good, Cipro. Yeah, let me know what you think. So here, key code return. We just gotta take key code from here. Now we're in components, and we need to use this from here, where we are also in components. This should be super easy. We just take this out, done, and then instead of enter key code, which is the only place this shows up, we do key code dot return. And that's it. Now this was in connect to server, so if we can press enter and connect, then we're fine. Oh, hang on a second. I gotta go grab some water. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, so I should be able to press enter here. That worked. All right, problem solved. That was an easy problem. It was a very simple refactoring. So what I did is I removed the enter key code, and now I'm using the one that I already coded. Minor refactoring so that I didn't need to specify the key code for return in multiple places. Pretty simple. Oh, that's done. Now this part's pretty important. If I don't patch out this function, then people on the actual server will be able to say, I don't have, super lasers level 3, but I'm going to say that I do, and the server won't care. So right now that's the case. You can say you've got whatever you want, but as soon as I'm done with this to-do item, that won't be the case anymore. But I need to still allow this in some cases. So let's see. Going to server main. Here is where we should read in an environment variable that prevents us from doing this. And then I guess we could pass it to something. I don't know what. All right, let me take a look at this. Where does this take place? Serve arena. Whoops. Serve. Whoops. All right, take two. So serve arena, then create bot by hardware here. So what I need to do at some point is this. Oh, whoop. I shouldn't have left these in. That was a mistake. Anyway, I need to do something along these lines. I need to say if this dot is allowed to create bots with hardware. Well, if that's not the case, then logger.error, the typical owner.toString, tried calling create bot with hardware, but it is forbidden. This is like a bad error. If you try doing this, we pretty much should flag your account for a hacking attempt or something and then ban you. But I'm not going to do that yet because you never know when some fool on the internet is going to get advice from their buddy that, hey, you just do this in Botland and you get 1 million bot coin, and someone else is like, I'll go do that, and they get themselves banned. And then they get mad at us, despite that they're the ones who were trying to hack us. So we'll do all that later. All right. So now the only question is, how do I get this variable in here? I could do it when I create the arena. Oh, actually, that's probably the best idea. Oh, problem solved. So, set up game server. This is what creates the arena, and there are arena params in here. Remove this from here. This should be sent to the client when they connect. Yeah, that's true, actually. All right, mvars. Here's what I'm going to do. Do I check if we're in... Oh, I do. If we're not in development, then I say... How do I do this? So this dot final mvars dot require bot base to be deployed by ID equals false. And then if you're not in development, this becomes true. What does this mean? This means that on my own computer... What does this mean? Why would I ever have this? Oh, single player needs to make use of this too. So single player should be allowed to do this. Same with tests. So okay, we have this. Now set up game server. We say... I said is allowed to create bots with hardware. What did I call this here? Require bot base to be deployed by, let's just do it that way. So now game server gets this. Game server calls into create an arena. The arena has the constructor. The constructor is where this should be set. Constructor. This dot equals params dot. So, if true, you are forbidden from deploying bots by specifying what hardware they have. Instead, you're forced to deploy bots by specifying their bay ID. Then we'll fetch the hardware from the bay, which would, yeah, but that's pretty much it. All right, then I need to rename this variable down here. So if you're required to do this, then try calling that if it's forbidden. Okay, cool. All right, now what? Now I got to test this out and make sure it works, and that I didn't totally break everything. And I almost certainly totally broke everything. Yeah, all right. Let's try it. Oh, I gotta restart the game server. Okay, there we go. How do I test this? It's actually very hard to test. I hit connect. I join the game. And I type the code that I've just gotten rid of. Fine. Debug main.socket interface .emit whatever the number is. Why did I not find 12 in here? Oh, 12 doesn't exist. Deploy bot with hardware. So it's 13. And how does this work? Serve arena code config name. So code is just going to be update equals function move name, or no, config. So this is going to be lasers1, and name is going to be gotcha, because we hacked the server. Now we type this into here, and we should see nothing happen. Oh no, something happened. Oh wait, no, we should have seen something happen because I never disabled this. Because I said node env equals development there. I gotta fix that. Okay, well, I was close. Let's just set node env equals production. This will probably break everything. I'm positive this will break everything, and it's actually a clever thing that I did to cause it to break everything. So watch what's gonna happen. It's gonna fail, and it's gonna say my passwords aren't secure. Password not secure. This prevents me from deploying code where the password is set to password, but I clearly want the password to just be password on my own machine. So we got to get even smarter about this. Let's set the node environment back to whatever it used to be, and then go into the game server and manually set this thing to false. Goodness. Where do I do the environment variable setup? This isn't even game server main environment variables. All right, here. So we just set this thing to true. Save it, run this. All right, connect, join, zoom out, close all those things, and try running this. Let's see. Yep, it's forbidden now. So, and it says here, player Adam2 tried calling create bot with hardware, but it is forbidden. So this is the most important thing. Like I said, if you could get around this, then see how your bots are here, thrusters 3, melee 3, landmines 3, teleport 2. You'd be able to say, I don't like any of the bots I have. I've got missiles 3, lasers 3, and I've got artillery on this bot, and I've got whatever else. And you'd bypass like a whole bunch of things and make the game unfun for people. So yeah, there we go. Okay, so we gotta set this to false. And then I've got to test everything else. So this should be set to false by default. I should write that in here. Note that the only thing setting this to true should be the real game server itself. Is that even necessary? Yeah, we can't trust anything you do on single player anyway, so I think this should be fine. What that means is if I run the test should all pass, even though they call this function, but they don't set this thing to true to begin with, so it's not forbidden. So if any of these tests fail, there's a big problem. No, they're all good. All right, so I think we're fine. I think this should be coded correctly. The next time I do a deploy, I need to test this code out. So I'm gonna write this down here. Next time I deploy, one is test this. Test to make sure I can't deploy by hardware. That's this code. And the other thing is, make sure I didn't totally screw up package.json. It's possible that I made updates that aren't reflected in those files because I was using NCU and I don't know what I'm doing. All right. Spurman, you've been going to bed at least like half an hour sooner than you normally do. I'm concerned. But take care nonetheless. And thanks for joining again. So I commit this. Looks good. Looks good. Yep. It's pretty simple code. A very, very important function, though. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So when node env is set to production, you will not be allowed to deploy bots by specifying their hardware. You'll only be able to deploy by specifying a bay ID, and then the hardware will be taken from the bay. Hey, Nuclear Donut. Oh, see a Capillara and everyone. Oh wait, everyone's at Kappa. It's only 5 o'clock for you. All right. That part's done. Delete the giveaway function. So let's see if this giveaway function even still works. I have a pretty strong feeling it doesn't work anymore. You're 11 hours ahead of me? Oh my god. That's just obscene. Yeah, that's just obscene. It's very late for you. Alright, let's try the giveaway function. I don't even know. Don't know if it's going to work. We call debug main.giveaway. And what does this take in? Array of names. So let's do Adam and Bob. Oh, it does work. Kind of. Look at that. We got Adam and Bob bots. Except for... How does this work still? I'm kind of surprised at some of this stuff. Wipe out all entities. Take time. See, this is going to screw up a whole bunch of other things. Like you created Adam and Bob players here. Wow. So if I'd wanted to... 1v1 me. So the way I used to do this is I used to type something like slash... Yeah, how do I do this? Is there a command for me to get all the users in the channel? There is. Okay, so here's what I used to do. Let's just do this for fun, and then I'm going to delete all the code for this. So the fun will be gone completely. Is Mariner EK all one name, or is EK someone in chat? Like, did the bot suck at splitting this? Yeah, it's Mariner EK. Alright, so here are all the names. So all I need to do is put a comma here, search for all the commas, go back, make all these strings, wrap the entire thing in an array, and then call into the code here. So are you ready? It's going to be everyone in chat put on, I guess, random teams. I don't know what's going to happen here, and they're just going to fight each other. So let's try it. Debug main.giveaway. Okay, there is everybody. Let me zoom out. Although now you can't read the names. You can see the scores go up. So Cotton Fuzzy, Steal Your Girl, Vitronoli, they're getting kills. In fact, this is probably a more informative UI than just looking at the game. Rip FPS. Oh, the FPS is actually fine. They're all on the same tick. That's why it looked like it's going slowly. Well, maybe the FPS was also bad. I don't know. Last man standing. Yeah, last man standing. Oh, whoa. Never mind. I guess everyone on this team won. So much for last man standing. I'm not going to give prizes to all these people. Oh, look. Discordant is actually harvesting. I don't remember that. When did I code that? Oh, actually, Mariner is harvesting too. There are like 2 bots set to harvest here for some reason. Hey, Dibs. Yeah, Dibs is right. I don't think I'm famous, by the way, but this used to be the giveaway function that I would run, and then whoever won. All right, well, let's just pick the 2 people with max life. So Max Chillax and what? Toxic Plasm 4? Is that the name? Do I see Toxic Plasm 4? Also, who got the most kills? Vitron only got 3 kills. The red team was Capillara. Where did I rank? Where's Adam13531? Here I am. 0 kills, 1 death. There was some rumbling. Okay, let's see. Was it Toxic Plasm? Yeah, Toxic Plasm 4. So let's give a token to Toxic Plasm 4 and to Max Chillax. There. So if they want to change my lights, they can change my lights. Well, I'm kind of tempted to just keep this around. I mean, it still works. I wonder if the red team will ever win. I'm not going to do any giveaway as a result of this. I just want to see if this is any better. Like, blue team, look at this. Blue team clumped up, shooting lasers all over the place. Like, clearly they're filled with cheaters. Actually, I might be on the blue team. I shouldn't say that. No, I don't see myself. They're clearly filled with cheaters. Just cheating up a storm. Is it... Okay, is this rigged? Is it? Do the teams look even? I guess. I think blue will always win. But I don't know why. Maybe they have different level lasers and it's a question of who got the better level lasers. Yeah, it looks like red might win this time. Okay. I don't know. That was weird. Yeah, red won. Well, it's not over yet, I guess, but it's probably over. Yeah, that's it. So, what did happen here? Possible AI. Oh, so I did have, there are 2 scripts you could have. Hunt and harvest and hunt with lasers. I see. Is this rigged, he asks, like he doesn't know. Alright, who's in the lead on the... Who's in the lead and still living? Toxic Plasm. Toxic Plasm just keeps winning over and over. There's nothing wrong with that bot. Germanja. Everyone. Did you even have any kills, everyone? I don't see you on the list. Oh, you did. You actually had 2 kills. Okay, fine. That shuts me up. Alright, well, congrats. You all won a pat on the back. So good job. The bots don't match the tab. Oh, so it added everyone's name 3 times. So that's why it might not match. Yeah. So you're probably in this list. Like, see, okay, so there's me once. I'm probably there at least one more time. I don't see my name again. Oh, there I am a second time. Yeah, and I should be there a 3rd time because I ran this thing 3 times. I don't see it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm deleting that function. Because this is something I just have to maintain, and I never use it. Oh, well. This is a sad day. It says, this is only meant to be used while streaming on Twitch. It will clear out the arena and put the game into a fake sort of mode where the last bot standing wins the giveaway. It's gone now. Goodbye, code. Goodbye forever. I loved you dearly, code. Deleted the giveaway function. Because I never use it anymore and it was just an extra function to maintain. Sad. I'm going to amend that commit and I'm going to say, by the way, it still worked mostly fine when I ran it. Goodbye, code. All right, so this is done. This is done. Set up the reducers is done. Prevent editing. So these were the things that were remaining. Let's just bump these up to here. I'm gonna go use the bathroom really fast. I'll be right back. Adding a eulogy to the commit. I want to write a novel later. All right, and no, I saw the rave lights as I was leaving. Who was doing that? Toxic Plasm. Well, congrats, Toxic Plasm. You deserved it. I don't know why, but you deserved it. Alright, so next up, got the existing UI. I think I'm actually fine with not doing this. I'm going to say I'm going to leave it until I change the UI. So for right now, it's just hidden, really. Well, it's hidden. It's not even being used. I don't know. It's hidden or unused. Okay, so single player will be broken unless bot bays are determined at player creation time. So what I meant by this is this. If I just refresh the page, there's no way for me to deploy bots. I just can't do it. It's not possible. I can't configure bots is what I should say. So yeah, I can make bots here. I could say like the hello bot, and I could put the ultra killer script on it or something like that. But guess what this is gonna do? It's just going to move left because it doesn't have any code. Oh, I can't even deploy it. Wait, what? Why can't I deploy it? Player tried deploying bay ID null but does not own that bay. Yeah, okay. Well, then I guess I can't even deploy. I'm not totally sure what to do about this, actually. I think the proper way would be to only let you create bots when you've connected. So I guess if I hit connect here, user does not exist. I had B-Adam typed in. All right, get rid of that. All right, so now it exists, but now I don't have a bot base still, so I still can't deploy because I'm still on single player. Oh, man. I don't think I'm going to worry about this for right now. Single player is just broken currently. And I'll fix it when I get to it. So yeah, single player is broken because you can only deploy bots based on a bay ID, and single player is never told about the bay IDs. They are told about the workbench, which could be turned into bay IDs, but they're not deployable. All right, when telling the server what you want to deploy, send the bay ID and then optionally name and code and da. Yep, that's done. And I think that should really have gone up here somewhere. I don't know where, whatever, that's fine. And then we're good. All right, cool. So maybe I did a little bit of underhanded to-do list manipulation, but I said if I get here by the end of the day, then we're cool. So it is exactly 5 o'clock for me. I think what I'm going to do is start to figure out what tomorrow is going to look like. So I'm going to try to do a little bit of design, but I don't think I'm going to act on that design tonight. So I'm going to just delete that happiness bullet point, and then run a giveaway or two. Oh, good. Cipro, what'd you think? How about this? Since we hit the happiness bullet point, I'm going to do something very special here. We're going to cut the point requirements in half for now. So if you want to get a Botland account, it's 45 points. Yeah, 45 points. Botland discount for the rest of today. The account lasts until Sunday. 45 points only. Type /w Botland bot game to get access, or points to figure out how many points you have. All right, cool. So I'll write as a note for after the stream, turn off the Botland bot point discount. So copy file path. All right, so that is done. We can mark that as finished. Very happy about that. So let's invert this to-do list and put the newest stuff toward the top. Or is it possible for me to just fold this? Should I even do that if I can do it? Yeah, I'm just going to move it. I'll put this stuff toward the top. All right, so design inventory. The inventory needs to be checked in the database layer, so perhaps a validation function is passed in. That function would also need to spit out the computed inventory that is missing some items too. Inventory strings probably just look like ID quant right now. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, you can gift in increments of 5 now, everyone, in case you ever want to do that. Or when I say increments of 5, you can gift a minimum of 5. That's what I meant to say. So yeah, first thing first is coming up with all the different systems I need to implement here. And by here, I mean start implementing tomorrow. It won't get done tomorrow. I don't think there's any way I can do such a big feature in one day. So the first thing is add an inventory field to the users table. How do I do this stuff now? I just make it text and I don't put a limit on it. Is that what I do in BotBase? Hardware config text, yeah? Okay. You went points equals -1. So add an inventory. Then when a user is created, generate a random inventory for them. So there needs to be something, make an item constants file. Something that just says like lasers 0 IDs equals lasers, missiles, I would say base lasers, base missiles, I don't know what else, like dragon head. Yeah, do something like that. Or maybe we identify them like this, that way we can cram some other things in between. You can even go by hundreds. I mean, what are the odds that... Why stop there? Yeah, I need to think about this. Anyway, whatever. Come up with something like that. So an item constants file. Then make an inventory class that can serialize / deserialize an inventory and has management features. Write inventory tests. Do I want an item class or no? An item would just be an ID and a quantity. Items aren't really super important in the game, so I think just knowing that they're an ID and a quantity is fine. So yeah, make an item class, ID, quantity. Do I even want that granularity though? I guess, yes, I do, I definitely do. This will make serialization and deserialization easier. So one should be something like remove item ID quant, has item ID quant, add item. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty fun. Still using comma separated fields? Yeah, I will be for this. I thought about what would I gain by not doing that. Night Killer says, why do you have a keyboard webcam? I have the perfect answer for that now. This is if I can find it. Oh, no, I know where it is. All right, I got the perfect answer for that now. This is still going to take a bit of time. Hang on a sec. Hold on. There we go. What are your thoughts on the keyboard camera? Because 5 people think it's kind of cool. That's why I have it. So take that, haters. And then one person at the very end said, I don't like it. That person was a hater. Bet you didn't expect that, Night Killer. I call for a revote. See, this is why I love streaming. Add inventory text field, make item constants file, make inventory class, make an item class. Write inventory tests. When users created, generate a random inventory for them. Something should be able to do that. Maybe we just say that's part of the inventory class. Generate random inventory. Lock. Yeah, no. Just make this just a basic function for now that gives them some base hardware. Could say something like base hardware. Do I want tags on these things actually? Item constants, IDs. Maybe I want the constants to be like, maybe I want a tagging system for this stuff too. So an item really knows, I should use the flyweight pattern here. Is that what that's called? Flyweight? Is that a thing? Flyweight pattern. Yeah, so flyweight pattern here might be nice. Each item can be defined once, and then I can just have a quantity of that item somewhere. And then items could know is hardware, is cosmetic, is base hardware, rarity, etc. All those things are going to be needed. So yeah, I think that's needed. Oh, it's actually Y Bing. Very gore option with lots of blood. So close yet so far. Yeah, I should have just made it. Just made Bing work. Why Bing? Modify wiki for why Bing to put Bing as an alias. Ugh. Pariah does not like that. I do not like it when people don't use Google or DuckDuckGo. Ugh. Out of curiosity, Pariah, why the response? You got to ask me a question. Now I want to ask you a question. Inventory, make an item class. By the way, I'm only going to be designing this stuff for a little bit, and then I'm going to just go start playing Hearthstone, because I've been streaming for about 8.25 hours today. Adam in a trolling mood today, I see. No, it's the end of the day, and I'm happy. I'm really happy with the progress that I made today. I think this is great. Now, when you go to join a game, you can use these bots that you'd configured. And sure, the UI sucks, but it works, and I'm happy about that. Oh, I gotta wait 16 seconds. Just find it so cluttered and unproductive. So my basic use case is I want to look up something like, I don't know, unicorns. And I just end up clicking the first result anyway. I don't find that, like, I don't know. Anyway, works for me. Do I stream Hearthstone? No, not usually. Okay, we can deploy this now. So yeah, check it out. I can deploy those mines bots, and if I tried deploying the other bots that don't have landmines, they would just move around. So I'm really happy about that. I'm glad that's working. Inventory is coming tomorrow, and look at this. This is all coming together right now. We got inventory, then we got salvage packs. Salvage packs should actually be maybe only a day or two long. That's all they should really take. Shouldn't be too bad. And then account types, and then maybe it'll be like only a week from now, and then everything's awesome, and it's just working, and I can go into stabilization mode. So after the deadline, I should probably spend a week stabilizing. Like switch to Webpack, those level of things, maybe fix bugs. Tackle to-do list and bugs list. Alright, write inventory tests. Those are going to be pretty important. So try removing an item that would make it so that you have 0 of the item. Oh, see ya, bro. So what else do I need to do here? So when a user is created in the database, generate a random inventory for them. So then download the inventory when you connect to the REST server. Then show UI for the inventory. How do I want to display the inventory in the easiest possible way? It could just be a list of stuff you've got. This also needs to be buying items. Just make it a list of things that you own. No filters or anything yet. Yeah, just a text area. Yeah, text area. Okay, then you also need to be able to, you also need Botcoin, and you need to be able to buy and sell things. So I guess that's another thing I need to do. Add a Botcoin. Should this be one word or 2 words? How do they stylize Bitcoin? Yeah, it's 1 word. Wow! Seriously? $428? I thought there was a huge dip and that they went from like 1,000 down to $10 or something. I didn't know they were 400. Anyway, I think it's going to be called Botcoin. Add a Botcoin field to the users table. Do you want Botland on Steam? No, I don't think it'll ever be on Steam. I don't even know if they'd allow a game like this on Steam because it's mostly just a web game. I guess they would. And Monadic Mind says, what does Webpack provide? So Webpack actually does a lot of cool stuff from when I read about it. It's got some features that'll condense CSS or images or something like that. But I think the most important thing I want is just a faster way for me to build the client. So I'm going to look into this. If I like it better, if I can end up using it, then great. If not, I'll just won't use it then. Yeah. So then I should give, I guess, default this to 500, something like that for now. So download, how do you craft things? What will this look like? Yeah. All right, then what else? Needs to be checked in the database layer, so perhaps a validation function is passed in. Show Botcoin in the inventory list. Browserify on steroids. So EOJ, it takes code that you've written and it'll bundle it in a nice way. That's like the simplest, I think, way of saying things. So it can make modules for you. It can do these optimizations, like I said, on images or something like that, so that instead of just putting an image into your, like an image file, it might base64 encode the image and put it in as a string into your code or something like that. There's, I guess, a lot of stuff. Okay, show Botcoin on the inventory list. Make a list of things that you own. Show UI for the store. A list of things you can buy and their prices, along with how many you currently have. This could even just be a scrollable table. Actually, that's probably a better way of doing this. I should just make this a table too. Oh, in here there should be something like name and description. And maybe there will be more of this eventually. Hey, Loner. Check out Telerik or DevExpress for client stuff. Who changed his webcam to blue? That's not my webcam. Those are the lights in my room. And when you follow me, you get control over my lights, so I don't actually know who did that, although I could find out. It was Molestarino. Do you have a designated designer on your team? Yeah, I do. And I really like his work. I have not... So, the holidays just happened. Then we started talking about UI design, and that's kind of where we left off, is that we just talked about it. We're getting some more artwork in. I'm hoping this stuff all comes together in about February and we start to work on it. So what else do we have here? Show UI for the store, a list of things you can buy and their prices. So then make REST API for buying an item. Make REST API for selling an item. Wait. Show, I don't know. Show, yeah. For now, item name, buy price, sell price, currently owned quantity. So this UI is going to get like really chaotic really quickly because I'm not going to worry about how I'm displaying any of this. But these are the tasks for inventory. And you can see this list is already pretty large and I haven't even done a whole lot of stuff yet. So make sure creating a bot bay consumes items from your inventory. Oh yeah, and make sure that when modifying the floating bay, the contents of the floating bay are considered to be part of your inventory. Test this a lot. Inventory needs to be checked. Okay. Yeah, so this is what I'm going to start working on tomorrow. I think that's about it for right now. Also, I'll make this cost the regular amount for the rest of the day because no one's buying it anyway. So there, back to normal. Are you going to have like a bot upgrade module? Players can put in different mods to make that bot good. Not totally sure what you mean. Also, why is it darker in here than it normally is? Okay, I'm gonna override whoever did that with the lights, and we're gonna just hit raise a couple times here, so that hopefully you can see me. Or let me just change. What is that? White. That's the wrong one. Which light is that light? Not that one. Oh man, of course it's light number 1. There we go. All right, I'll make that white and I'll make that the minimum. That way you guys can still see me a little bit, at least. There. Okay, so the way Botland's going to work is that, and I don't know, Night Killer, how familiar you are with the game, so I don't know where to start exactly here. 2 hours and 32 minutes, okay, yeah. So right now, the way that you interact with the game is just by picking what hardware you want. So in this sense, Lasers 3 is definitely better than Lasers 2. But right now, there's no real cost to picking Lasers 3 over picking Lasers 2. Eventually, once I have the inventory in here, you will get to the point where you might not have Lasers 3. And so the cost is a certain number of bot coin. Also, something else is scalable, and then scalable is combinable, e.g. lasers 1 plus lasers 1, and then set slot cost. Okay. Yeah, so an item class is pretty important actually. And I gotta make sure that serializing and deserializing this is as fast as possible. I guess it doesn't really matter whether it was stored in one column or not one column, unless I'm going to be querying the column for individual things. Like if I wanted to find everyone who had lasers, for example, that'd be really hard the way I have it now. But as far as serializing and deserializing, yes, that might take time, but the database would have had to do something anyway, like fetch many, many rows. All right, I think that's probably it for today. I will be streaming Hearthstone, but I'm probably gonna just restart the stream for that. That way I don't lump it in with a Botland stream. So I'm gonna go take about 5-10 minutes of myself, then come back, stream some Hearthstone. So if you guys want to see me get Golden Priest and Golden Mage tonight, that is going to happen. Then I will have 3 golden classes. So yeah, I'm going to start the stream in about 5-10 minutes. Thanks everyone for watching today. I think Botland made a lot of progress today, and I'm definitely happy with it. I'll be on tomorrow, so another 8-hour stream tomorrow. So catch you in a little bit. Be back in about 5 or 10. Going to cut off the stream, like I said. When I come back, it'll be Hearthstone. So see you all later. Have a good night.